Hey guys, here's another part of Namikaze's return. The whole series is already out over on Patreon along with the sealed kunai and Sharingan Devil. Anyways, enjoy the video. Chapter 16, Healing a Broken Heart. XXXXXXXXXX. Man, I can't believe she's giving you such a harsh punishment. Kiba complained in a loud voice as he, Naruto and the other members of the Konoha 11 sat at a large table in one of the Akimichi-owned restaurants. I mean, all you did was go to save one of her Anbu, you'd think she would be. Enough Kiba, Naruto said in a calm voice. He shook his head at his friend. It was obvious that Kiba along with a few of his other friends did not understand. She's only doing what she thinks is right. But Naruto forestalled his words with a smile. I was given direct orders not to go on my self-appointed rescue mission and disobeyed those orders. I knew that when I returned I would be punished for it. I accepted that, and in truth I don't really care about my punishment. So long as I can protect my precious people, then no punishment is too high a price. Kiba shut his mouth after that as he and the others listened to the blonde speak. The differences in the old Naruto and the one who came back once again became more clear and pronounced. Still, Ino said as she picked at her salad, it does seem a little harsh. I mean, an entire month of D-rank missions and probation from leaving Konoha for trying to save a friend. Ino shook her head. It doesn't seem fair. On the contrary, it's actually far fairer than what most people would get for such a blatant act of insubordination. The level of insubordination I showed is a major felony in Konoha, borderlining on treason, and can be punished with several years in jail as a minimum punishment and at worst death, Naruto said, getting gasps from the others who did not understand shinobi politics. What's more, my punishment will serve as an example that no one will get away scot-free for disobeying direct orders from the Hokage. As a clan head, I'm supposed to set an example for other ninja. That I did not mean she really had no other option. This will also let others feel a sense of unity, knowing that just because I come from a powerful clan, does not mean I will be able to get away with everything I want. Man, politics are so troublesome, Shikamaru said with a sigh. I really don't envy you, Naruto, having to deal with all this troublesome business. You know, if you become Hokage you're going to have to deal with these types of situations often. Naruto laughed. Yeah, well, just wait until you take over for your father as clan head. Who knows, you may end up being my second in command after I become Hokage. Everyone laughed as Shikamaru groaned at the thought. If he ended up as the second in command for all of the shinobi forces, he would have so much work that he would not have any time for his cloud watching, or shogi, or sleeping, or anything really. Now that would be troublesome. Sai, who had been invited by Naruto after he had found the pale-skinned boy reading at the library, just watched as the group interacted. They seemed so normal, nothing like he thought ninja should be, how he was taught ninja should be. They showed their emotions and acted like normal civilians when not on duty, something he had been taught a ninja should never do. Sai looked over at Naruto. He had observed the blonde on the battlefield on numerous occasions now. Never once had he ever seen Naruto lose his cool when fighting. Even during their recent rescue mission he had not lost control of his emotions in battle. A part of him wondered if he would be able to better understand emotions. Maybe he would be able to gain his own with time. Naruto looked over at the time and sighed. Standing up, he looked at his friends and gave them a grin. Well, it looks like it's time to do another D rank, so I'll see you guys later. Tossing a wave over his shoulder, Naruto left the restaurant. The blonde walked through the streets of Konoha, making his way to the Hokage Tower so he could get his D rank mission. He waved to a few of the people he passed, tossing a grin to a few of the children who would stop playing to watch him. Looking in front of him, Naruto saw the Hokage Tower in view. He walked in and made his way up the stairs, stopping in front of the front desk that Isaribi was manning. Writing to your boyfriend again? Naruto asked with a grin as Isaribi jumped. Kami, Naruto, don't do that, she said, holding a hand to her chest as she tried to get her heart rate under control. She blushed a bit when she registered what he said. During the Chunin exams when she had met Chojuro, the two had hit it off fairly well. They weren't doing anything yet, having only really hung out together a few times, but they still considered themselves good friends. Of course, as soon as Naruto had found out that the two were sending letters to each other, he had not stopped teasing her about it. No, she said, a light blush staining her cheeks, I was just looking through some files for Hokage-sama. Really? Then what do you call this? Naruto drawled as he held up a letter, one that Isaribi instantly recognized as the increasing blush on her face spread. Give that back, Isaribi shouted as she jumped over her desk and tried to grab it, only for Naruto to move his hands out of her reach. Isaribi jumped on him in an attempt to get it, but Naruto merely switched himself out with a cage bunshine. The girl jumped off his clone when she saw another Naruto holding her letter, puffing out her cheeks comically as she put her hands on her hips. "Give me the letter, Naruto-kun," Isaribi said as she held her hand out. When he didn't, she gave him the Konoha Inu Bushi no Jutsu, puppy dog eye jutsu, that all females seemed to know, no matter whether they were ninja or civilians. It was one of Naruto's few weaknesses. Naruto sighed as he handed her the letter. "You're no fun, Ribi-chan." He perked up a second later as a grin crossed his face. "So you admit that is a letter to your boyfriend?" Isaribi's face got beet red. I never said Chojuro was my boyfriend. And I never said I was talking about Chojuro," Naruto shot back, much to the girl's embarrassment. Naruto laughed as he made his way into the Hokage's office, leaving a stuttering and red-faced Isaribi. Walking in, the blonde sought Tsunade looking out of the window behind her desk. Naruto walked up to the front and stood there. He did not speak, knowing that she already knew he was here and would talk when she was ready. "Here for another D rank?" Tsunade asked as she turned around. She looked at Naruto, whose face was fairly impassive at the moment. The blonde Hokage had been surprised at just how little resistance Naruto put up when given this punishment, meaning he had not even bothered resisting at all. Tsunade was actually impressed. Naruto seemed to understand the political implications of what he did and how it would affect other ninja in Konoha, which was the reason he did not resist. Though she knew that he would do it again regardless of any reprimands he got, something that, if she were honest with herself, also impressed her. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Naruto said, using the respectful title and suffix. He had decided that since he was in trouble it would be best if he did not call her Ba-chan for the moment. Tsunade shuffled through the stack of D ranks that she had, selecting one that had her smirking. She gave it to him as she spoke. "Your mission is to retrieve Tora the cat, who seems to have escaped her owner again." Naruto held in a sigh as he grabbed the scroll, nodding to Tsunade before he disappeared in a burst of lightning. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto entered Yugao's room in the hospital, not even blinking as he spotted Shizune checking over the woman's condition. He had been here enough times to know that either she, Sakura or Hinata would check in on the woman once every 2 hours depending on whose shift it was. Naruto had spent every evening with Yugao, even though he knew that the purple-haired woman would not wake up for several more days at the least. "How is she doing, Shizune-chan?" asked Naruto as he took a chair and brought it up to the edge of the bed. Sitting down, he reached out and took one of Yugao's hands in his own, gently caressing it like he had been doing every time he came in. Shizune looked at him for a second before going back to checking the monitors. "She seems to be doing fine. She's still in her miniature coma, but Tsunade-sama and I believe she will come out of it in a few days or so." The young woman finished her check and walked around the bed. Coming up to Naruto, she placed a hand on his shoulder. "You know, you don't have to come here every day. She'll wake up eventually and I'll be sure to inform you as soon as it happens." Naruto shook his head. "Thanks, Ne-chan, but it's not about her waking up that makes me stay." Shizune raised an eyebrow at the odd comment but did not say anything, knowing that if Naruto wanted to tell her, he would. Said blonde continued to stare at Yugao's face, which looked so vulnerable right now, nothing at all like the face he remembered from his childhood. "I just can't seem to bear the thought of leaving her alone any more than I have to. When I left for my 4-year training trip, I never thought about how she was doing. Even before that and right after the invasion, I may not have known that Hayate had been killed. But I feel that I should have at least checked up on her to make sure she was alright. I've always proclaimed that protecting my precious people is the most important thing to me. Yet it wasn't until I came back that I even remembered to check on Yugao. I guess, maybe a part of me just thought she would be fine. She's an Anbu after all and they go through extensive emotional conditioning. And then I saw her and she looked dead, like a part of her had been killed." Shizune winced at the anguish in the young man's voice. She knew how much his friends meant to him. During his childhood he had no friends and the number of people he considered close could have been counted on one hand, so it was not surprising that those precious people he did gain, were held on to and cherished that much more. She gently squeezed his shoulder, hoping to in some way help with the pain and guilt he was dealing with. "You know, none of this is your fault," Shizune told him in a low voice. "I know," Naruto replied in a soft voice. He took his gaze away from Yugao for a moment to give Shizune a smile. "I do realize that there was really nothing I could do." He looked back at Yugao and frowned. "That doesn't make watching the people I love suffer any easier to bear." Shizune just nodded in understanding, giving his shoulder one last squeeze before she left the room. Naruto watched her go before turning back to the purple-haired woman in the bed. "Get well soon, Yugao." XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto grunted as he pulled out another weed from the lawn he was working in. Looking up, he noticed that the sun was beginning to set. It had been about a week since he had been put on probation and been prohibited from leaving Konoha, something his fiancées had not been very pleased to hear about. It had taken quite a bit of explaining to get himself off the hook. Even then they had mixed feelings about what had happened. Thankfully they knew Naruto better than most and knew that he would never leave someone he cared about to suffer if he could help it, so they had reluctantly accepted it. It was also good that while he could not leave Konoha, that did not mean that they could not be teleported here. He had used the Hiraishin's reverse teleportation ability to great effect this past week, summoning Mei, Konan, Yugito and Koyuki during this time, spending several hours with each of them after he had finished his D-rank missions for the day. Afterwards he would go to visit Yugao, who had still not come out of a coma, something Naruto had been told she got from the shock of having her nervous system invaded by a parasite. The blonde hoped she would come out of it soon. He was not sure how much longer he could take of seeing the woman whom to him had always been one of the people he thought of as being invincible in the state she was in. Bending down, Naruto grabbed another weed, pulling it out and throwing it in his bag. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Her body shook as she stared at the cut-up body of her lover, the wound signifying that he had been killed by a wind blade. Tears poured down her cheeks as she tried to understand why this had happened. Why was it that the person who meant the world to her had died? She knew that as a ninja, death was an ever-present reality. Most ninja never even live past their mid-20s. It was the reason a lot of ninjas started sexual relationships so early. The Yondaime was the greatest example of that, hailed as a genius among geniuses at age 10, single-handedly winning a war at age 21. Dying when he sealed the Kyuubi at age 28, it showed that even the best could fall. Yet somehow she never thought it would happen to her or Hayate. With all they had been through, she thought they would have been immune to such things. Hayate. She picked up his sword, the same sword she had given him for his 15th birthday. When he was still a Genin, Hayate had proclaimed that he would be Konoha's greatest swordmaster, one that even surpassed the Kiri Shinobi Katana Nanin Shu. They had been dating for nearly 4 years at that time. She had given him this sword as a way of telling him that she believed he would succeed. He had never used another sword since then. She ran her finger along the blade. Even after nearly 8 years it was still as sharp as the day she gave it to him. Why? She had never been so glad that she was wearing a mask. It made sure none of her comrades could see the tears streaming down her face. As an Anbu she was not allowed to show emotion while on duty. To do so was to disgrace the Anbu name. They were the elite and the elite never gave in to their emotions. And yet, she could not stop herself from crying, from feeling as if her entire life had died the day Hayate had been killed. As she stared at the body she watched as it began to disappear along with the rest of the surrounding area, engulfing her entire world in black. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. She woke up with a slight gasp, her eyes opening as one of the many nightmares she had had during the past 4 years ended. Yugao had to shut them almost immediately afterwards as the light caused her overly sensitive eyes discomfort. She opened them again, this time slower to let her eyes adjust. When she did she automatically recognized the room as one of the many in Konoha's hospital. She wondered how she had gotten here. Last thing she remembered was Yugao? Yugao turned her head ever so slightly as the voice registered in her ears, and found herself staring into the blue-eyed, whiskered face of Naruto. She blinked for a second as she recognized his face and put a name from her memories to it. Naruto? Naruto nodded. How are you feeling? You know, you had me really worried. He trailed off as he noticed the look in her eyes. What happened? She asked. You went on a mission and were ambushed. One of your Anbu managed to make it here and a rescue squad got put together. Naruto answered. Why am I still alive? She asked after a moment's pause, her voice dead. Naruto frowned. Why would you ask something like that, Yugao? Yugao's looked at him, her eyes completely dead, and the eyes of someone who had given up. Why am I still here? I shouldn't be alive, I should have died on my mission. You're alive because I saved you, the blonde said as he studied her reaction. He could see a few emotions flit across her eyes, shock, surprise, realization that she was not dead and the most unusual one, despair. Why couldn't you just let me die, she said lowly, why can't you and everyone else just let me die? Naruto's eyes widened in shock, but Yugao just continued with ever-increasing volume. I should not have survived that mission. I wasn't supposed to survive that mission. That was the whole point of going on these missions. I should have died. At least then I cowl. She didn't get to finish her sentence as Naruto smacked her across the face. Yugao felt her eyes widen as she brought one of her hands to her stinging face. She turned her head and looked at Naruto. Said blonde was gritting his teeth as hot tears ran down his face. How could you ever say something like that? Naruto asked, his voice a mixture of hurt and anger. How could you possibly say things like this? Do you know how many people here would be hurt if you died? What about us? Do you even care how much it would hurt everyone to lose you? What about Kurenai and Anko? You're one of their best and only friends, they'd be devastated if you got yourself killed. Hell, they're hurting right now, 'cause every day they have to look at you and all they can see is a woman who died inside, a shell of their former best friend. Naruto lowered the hand he had used to slap the purpled-haired woman as he continued, and what about me, he whispered. You were one of the few people who did not see me as some kind of monster, as the demon my father sealed inside of me. My childhood was fucking shit, but you know what? I would gladly suffer through all that again, if it meant I would have met you. Do you realize how much it would hurt me if you died? Yugao opened her mouth a few times as she tried to think of something to say, eventually tears of frustration began to fall down her face. But Hayate. Do you really think Hayate would want you to give up your life like this? Naruto asked in a soft voice. Do you think this would make him happy? To see the proud and strong kunoichi he loved like this, dead to the world and unable to move on. But we were going to get married, Yugao said as she began to cry in earnest. We should have been married. How can I live on when the one I'm supposed to spend my life with is dead? Yugao's breathing began to get heavy as she continued to cry, her tears blurring her vision. She knew it was wrong of her to cry, to show emotions that as an Anbu was a disgrace. That was why she had focused on her work, and began taking suicide missions, that way no one could see her pain, not that it helped. And now she had bottled them up inside for so long, never giving in to them, that she was no longer able to keep them under lock and key. It was because of her tears that she was unable to see when Naruto moved, sitting down on the bed close to her. She stiffened when she felt a pair of arms wrap around her, pulling her into a comforting embrace. As she felt the natural warmth that Naruto exuded, her mind became conflicted. A part of her could not stand being in the young man's arms, feeling as if doing so was betraying the love she had for Hayate. Yet another part, the part that she had been feeling since she woke up at Naruto's house last month, wanted nothing more than to feel any comfort he could give her. Hayate wouldn't want you to be like this, Naruto said, holding her currently stiff form to him. I can tell you right now that if you died and met him as you are, I doubt he'd even recognize you as the woman he loved. He would want you to move on with your life. How can you be so sure? Yugao asked, her voice cracking with emotion. Because. Naruto paused for a moment before continuing, because I wouldn't want you to be like this if I had been in his place. Yugao's form began to relax at Naruto's words, her body molding itself to Naruto's as he held her. One of her hands came up and clutched at his shirt and grabbed fistfuls of it, her face buried itself in Naruto's well-muscled chest. Naruto held onto the woman tighter, one hand holding her to him while the other ran itself through her hair. He did not say anything, knowing that words of comfort were not what she needed right now, merely acted as a comforting presence to let her know that he was here for her. For what seemed like hours, but in truth were only a few minutes, the two stayed like that. Naruto felt Yugao's breathing begin to slow and even out, her hand which had been gripping his shirt in an ironclad grip lessened, though it still held on. Looking down, he noticed that she had fallen asleep. Being careful not to wake her, Naruto gently laid Yugao on the bed. He moved a bit to try and go back to his seat, but stopped when he felt Yugao tighten her grip on his shirt again and a small whimper escaped from her throat. He moved back to his previous position, leaning himself against the headboard of the bed as he pried Yugao's hand off of him. He laced one of his own with it, using the other to caress the back of her hand. Naruto turned his head when he heard the door open, smiling lightly when he saw Sakura walk in. Hey, Naruto greeted as the pink-haired girl walked up to him. Hey Naruto, Sakura said as she looked from him to Yugao and back again. The hospital will be closing soon, I'm sorry but you're going to have to leave. Do you think I could stay, Sakura? Naruto asked as he looked at her. I would like to be here for her when she wakes up again. Sakura blinked. She woke up? When? Just a few minutes ago, Naruto answered, leaving out the fact that Yugao had cried since Sakura did not seem to know about that. So do you think I could stay here? He asked again. Sakura frowned a bit, but with the look Naruto was giving her, she knew that she would not be able to say no. Though she had the feeling that even if she did, Naruto would not listen to her and stay anyways. Well I guess it's alright, she looked at him, just don't break anything, okay? And if you even think of doing something perverted. She let the threat hang in the air. You don't have to worry about that, I'm not Uro-sensei, Naruto said as he gave her a smile, thanks Sakura. Sakura smiled back as she checked Yugao's vitals over, Finding nothing wrong, she bade Naruto goodnight before leaving. Naruto closed his eyes as he leaned his head back, attempting to get comfortable despite the hardwood his head was resting against. He let his thoughts leave him as he drifted off to sleep. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. For the first time in 4 years, Yugao woke up feeling oddly at peace. She kept her eyes closed for the moment as she tried to keep this feeling for as long as possible, snuggling her face deeper into the body-length pillow in front of her and tightening her hold on it. She frowned for a moment as she felt the pillow move of its own accord, a light up and down movement. Cracking her eyes open, she saw that her pillow was in fact not a pillow, but rather someone's backside. For a moment she was tempted to scream, but her training kicked in and let her take stock of the situation before doing something rash. The first thing was to find out where she was. Turning her head, she saw the white tiles of the hospital ceiling. She pushed herself up slightly to look over the body and saw cabinets filled with medicine. That was when she remembered she had woken up in the hospital yesterday, however she had not been alone when she did. Looking down, she took notice of the person next to her, the one she had been holding onto like a teddy bear. It was Naruto. Her mind went back to the day before and how the blonde and confronted and comforted her. Did he not leave last night? Yugao wondered to herself, feeling oddly warm at the thought that Naruto might have stayed here all night just for her. Naruto, Yugao said as she gently shook him. Naruto, wake up. Naruto mumbled something incoherent, though Yugao could swear she heard him say something about ramen. She almost giggled as she remembered him saying something similar when he was younger. Come on Naruto, you have to wake up. Yugao shook him a little harder, this time getting a reaction from him. Naruto turned around, lying on his back as his eyes cracked open and looking at Yugao. Yugao-chan? He asked, his voice deeper than usual due to how groggy he was. Yugao felt a little bit of heat come to her cheeks at hearing her name being called in what sounded like a sensual manner, though she had the feeling Naruto did not even know how his voice sounded right now. Yugao merely nodded at him. Yes, it's me and it's time for you to get up. As Naruto began to feel more alert, his mind finally processed two things. 1. Yugao was here telling him to get up, and 2. He was lying in a bed and Yugao was leaning right over him, obviously lying in the same bed. Naruto shot out of the bed and away from the woman like a rocket. Oh Kami. I'm so sorry Yugao, I don't even remember falling asleep. I didn't mean to. He was cut off as Yugao actually did giggle, finding the sight of a completely flustered Naruto amusing. It's okay, I'm not mad at you, Yugao assured him. In fact, I would like to thank you. You do? Naruto scratched the back of his head as he felt his blush receding. What for? For helping me last night, Yugao said with a small smile. I want to thank you for what you said, and did. After Hayate died, I felt like a part of me had too, and I wanted nothing more than to die so that I could join him. But I know that Hayate would never want me to just waste my life away. In fact, the last thing he told me was that no matter what my happiness would always be the most important thing to him. Naruto saw the small amount of tears coming to Yugao's eyes and sat back down on the bed, pulling her to him the same way he did last night. This time Yugao didn't resist as she snuggled her head into his chest, wrapping her arms around him as she let the blonde's natural warmth comfort her. You know you never have to thank me for helping you, Yugao, Naruto said. I will always be here for you. No matter what. Yugao smiled as she held onto the blonde shinobi, letting out a content sigh as the feeling she had been getting from him pervaded her senses. It was almost the exact same thing she had felt with Hayate. I hope I'm not interrupting something. The two cuddling ninja jumped apart when they heard the voice speak up. Turning their heads, they saw Shizune looking at them with a grin. My Naruto, you're working fast, and to think you're already quite cozy with the Mizukage and that blonde Kumo Kunoichi too. Yugao looked at Naruto with a mixture of surprise and a small amount of jealousy. Though why she was feeling jealous even she did not know. Meanwhile Naruto was blushing up a storm. Shizune-chan, why do you have to say things like that? Shizune laughed as she walked further into the room. Sorry, I guess I couldn't help myself, it's not often I get to see you so flustered. It's good to see you awake, Yugao-san. Shizune looked over at the purple-haired Onbu with a smile. Thank you Shizune-san, Yugao replied. How long was I out? About a week, Shizune replied, causing Yugao's eyes to widen. If Naruto had not gotten you here when he had, I doubt you would have made it. The purple-haired woman looked over at Naruto, who had a light blush. Shizune also noticed his blush and grinned. You know, Naruto rarely ever left your side since he got you here. In fact, if Tsunade-sama had not forced him to take D-rank missions this month, I'm sure he wouldn't have left your side at all. Yu-Gao looked over at Naruto, whose blush seemed to have increased in hue and intensity. She blinked as she registered some of what Shizune said. What do you mean made him take D-rank missions? She asked with curiosity lacing her voice. Naruto opened his mouth to say it was nothing, but Shizune beat him to it. Naruto here had actually been ordered not to go and rescue you, however he told Tsunade-sama to shove her orders up her ass and went after you anyway, Shizune said, putting quotation marks up when she mentioned Naruto's words. Yu-Gao's mouth opened as she gaped at Naruto, who had his head down to hide his face. Shizune continued on as if heedless to the blonde's embarrassment. Because of that, Naruto was forced on a 1-month probationary period where he can't leave the village, and has to do 31D rank missions. To be honest, I think it's kind of romantic and sweet that he's willing to go so far for you. Did you really do all those things for me? Yu-Gao asked, a smile and a light blush on her face. Well, of course, Naruto said as he put a hand behind his head. You're one of my precious people, remember? I always look after my precious people. Yu-Gao's smile widened a tad. Yu-Gao-san, now that you're awake, I'm going to allow you to leave the hospital, Shizune said. However, I had a talk with both Tsunade-sama and your Onbu commander. They both agreed that you will not be allowed to do any seriously strenuous activity for several weeks. That means no missions. Yu-Gao opened her mouth to protest, but a hand on her own stopped her. Looking up, her gaze turned to Naruto, the owner of the hand. He shook his head, letting her know that he also thought she should lay off the missions. Yu-Gao sighed. Very well, I suppose I could try and find something else to occupy my time. Shizune noticed the byplay but chose to ignore it this time. Great. Then that means that you can leave at any time. Bye Yu-Gao-san, Naruto-kun. With nothing left to say, the black-haired medical ninja left the room. For a moment the two occupants left in the room were silent. Naruto looked at the purple-haired woman before standing up, keeping her hand in his as he pulled Yu-Gao to her feet. Well, I don't know about you, Yu-Gao, but all this emotional stuff and everything has left me starving. Yu-Gao gave a small smile at hearing the typical Naruto comment. Said blonde looked over at her with a grin. How about I take you out to get some lunch? He offered. Yu-Gao looked at him for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. Okay, so long as you're paying. Great, Naruto said in an enthusiastic voice as he took off, taking Yu-Gao with him. I'll let you choose the restaurant, now let's go. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Yu-Gao hummed a small tune as she and Naruto walked to her apartment. They had just got finished with breakfast. Yu-Gao had Naruto taken her to a small cafe that she used to enjoy going to. Like he had promised, he paid for their food. Afterwards she had decided that she did not really want to go back to her apartment yet. Naruto had offered to accompany her around the village. Despite telling him it was unnecessary, he had not taken no for an answer. While she refused to say anything, Yu-Gao was glad he refused to leave her alone. Naruto had been able to keep away the pain that had yet to fade away from Hayate's death. As they stopped at the front of her apartment, Yu-Gao froze, looking at the place that she and Hayate had lived in for so many years. Part of the reason she had not wanted to return after breakfast was simply because she had not wanted to face the memories this place had for her now that she was not quite as emotionally deadened as she had been.
I don't think I can go in there, Yu-Gao said in a soft whisper, so soft that Naruto, even with his enhanced hearing, almost missed it.
Thankfully he had, and responded by wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her back flush up against his chest. I know it's hard, Yu-Gao-chan, but I think you need to do this, for your own peace of mind, Naruto said in a comforting voice. Don't worry, I'll be here with you. Yu-Gao nodded as Naruto's arms disengaged from her. Grabbing her hand, he led her to the front door. Yu-Gao pulled out a key, unlocking the door and opening it. She and Naruto stepped inside the place that she had lived for somewhere around a decade. The place that held so many fond memories, one that, while they brought great joy, also held a great pain for her now. She was shaken out of her thoughts when an arm wrapped around her waist. Looking over, she saw Naruto giving her an encouraging smile. Taking a deep breath, she began to walk around the apartment, never leaving the safety of Naruto's half-embrace. The apartment was like most of the ones found in Konoha. There were a total of 4 rooms. A bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen and a living room, all of which had the standard living appliances, couches, tables, television and the like. However, due to her Onbu status, this apartment was a little larger, being about 30% larger than most other apartments. As they walked around, Naruto took notice of all the pictures that were hung up around the wall. Most of them were of Yu-Gao and Hayate. However, he also noticed a few that were of her Onbu squad and her team when she was a Jinan. He smiled when he noticed a picture of himself and her. It was outside of his old apartment. He was being held by her piggyback style with a large grin on his face. He could not quite remember when they had taken that, but he had that exact same one that until recently, he had kept hidden under his bed, afraid that if the people who would occasionally break into his apartment saw it, would make her life miserable. They made it to the last stop, the bedroom. Yu Gao's hand hesitated on the knob before she turned it and entered, Naruto following right behind her. The room was much like his old apartment, except much cleaner, with a larger bed and more pictures. He looked over at Yu Gao, who had moved away from him and towards the bed. Naruto walked behind her. Looking at the bed, he saw that there were two impressions. It was obvious who they belonged to, and he was surprised that they were still there after so much time had passed. Understanding came too as he once again held Yu Gao in a comforting embrace. "You haven't slept here since he died, have you?"
Yu Gao shook her head. "No, I haven't. I couldn't bear the thought of sleeping here alone anymore.
Usually if I ever came home I would take the couch. Most of the time I wasn't even here. I normally crashed at Anko's or Kurenai's place." Naruto nodded his head in understanding. He knew that staying at the place where Yu used to live with a now dead loved one would be hard. While he himself had never lost someone, he knew that if any of the women in his life died, he would be exactly as Yu Gao was. He closed his eyes as he pulled Yu Gao closer, placing his head on her shoulder as he nuzzled into her neck. "If you'd like, you don't have to live here," Naruto said, surprising the purple-haired woman. "Where would I stay?" asked Yu Gao after a moment. "You could stay with me," Naruto told her, making the woman in his arms turn around in surprise. "Stay with you? You would let me do that?" Yu Gao asked in shock. Naruto just gave Yu Gao a smile. Leaning over, he planted a chaste kiss on her forehead. "Of course I would. Remember what I told you in the hospital? I will always be here for you. That means I will help you in any way I can. And if living with me will in some way help you, then I don't have a problem with it." "Thank you," Yu Gao said, her voice cracking with emotion. She wrapped her own arms around Naruto, pulling herself closer as she nuzzled her head into his chest. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Yu Gao placed the picture of her and Hayate as Janan on the nightstand next to her new bed, letting her fingers glide over the smooth glass before withdrawing. She looked around the room, her room. It was the same one Naruto had placed her in when he carried her home after finding her drunk. It was now her permanent state of residence, for the time being at least. All of her stuff had been unpacked yesterday. Her pictures of her, Hayate and other people of importance were hung up, her clothing was put away and her toiletries were in the restroom. Naruto had been a big help, not really with putting anything away, but with being there for her when she had found something that reminded her of Hayate, which was pretty much everything. Giving the room one last look, Yu Gao went into the restroom. She had not taken a shower since before her last mission and was feeling pretty grimy. Stepping into the restroom, the purple-haired Onbu went over to the shower and turned the water on. Stepping back, she took off her clothes she had fallen asleep in, ones that Naruto had gotten for her when she had been in a coma, and put them in a bin. She moved over to look at herself in the mirror, her fingers lightly tracing the new scars she had gotten from this last mission. She had quite a few of them. Most of the scars were merely small white lines, almost unnoticeable against her pale skin. However, she had several that were much larger and were a more angry red in color, the scars she had gotten from when Kabuto had placed those parasites in her. She tore her gaze away from the scars and stepped into the shower, placing her hands against the wall and leaning against it. She let the hot water loosen her muscles. A small groan of satisfaction escaped her throat before she grabbed some soap and started scrubbing herself down. When Yu Gao finished, she turned off the shower and stepped out, grabbing 2 towels and drying herself off. She then wrapped one around her body and the other around her hair. Walking out of the bathroom, Yu Gao moved over to her dresser and then her closet, grabbing her clothes to get dressed. Yu Gao threw her towels in a clothes hamper before changing and leaving her room, walking into the hall and down the stairs. When she reached the bottom, a sweet-smelling aroma that hit her, letting her know that Naruto was already up and making breakfast. Walking into the kitchen, she saw that Naruto was indeed up and already finished making the food. He already had food piled on his plate, though it looked like he had yet to eat. "Morning, Naruto," Yu Gao said a little timidly, feeling somewhat unsure how to react around the blonde now. Naruto looked up at the purple-haired woman and smiled. "Morning, Yu Gao-chan." Naruto stood up and walked over to her. Gently taking her arm, the blonde guided her to the table, where he had already set up a plate with some cha no kuni, tea country, imported tea. "How did you sleep?" he asked as he sat himself back down. "I slept well," Yu Gao replied, "better than I have for a while anyway." "I'm pleased to hear that," Naruto said, giving her a smile before he started eating. Yu Gao began to put some food on her plate and eat. Just like last time, the food was absolutely delicious. For the most part, they ate breakfast quietly, making a bit of light conversation about anything so long as it was not ninja related. "Hey Naruto." Yugao got the attention of the blonde male. "Where's that girl who's staying here? Fu, I think her name was." "Oh, her." Naruto chuckled a bit. Yugao had met Fu in passing last night before the green-haired girl left to go out to dinner with Shino. "She's probably with Shino. They both tend to wake up early and explore Konoha to search for new insects." Yugao raised an eyebrow at the information but shrugged it off. She already knew that Fu was the container for the Nanabi no Kabutamushi, so the girl's like of insects was not too surprising. When they finished, Naruto created a cage bunshine and had it take away their plates. Naruto looked over at Yugao and tilted his head to the side. "Ni, Yugao-chan, I was wondering if you were doing anything later today?" Naruto asked. Yugao shook her head. "No, because I'm on medical leave I won't be doing anything." "In that case, after I do my D-rank mission for the day, would you like to get something to eat with me?" Naruto asked. Yugao looked at the blonde in surprise. "You mean like a date?" While the idea of dating Naruto was not unappealing, she knew that he was already engaged to 4 other women. She had after all been in the council meeting when the announcement was made. And if what Shizune said is true, one is the Mizukage and the other is a Kunoichi from Kumo. Also, there was the fact that she had only just started getting over Hayate's death. Could she really date someone so soon after starting to move on, even if said person was the reason she was able to in the first place? Naruto squirmed a bit, feeling oddly embarrassed at asking his, admittedly childhood crush to do something that could be construed as a date with him. "Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be if you don't want it to." Naruto looked down at the table. "I just thought it might be nice if we could do something together. We haven't really gotten the chance to see each other since I started the academy." "I would love to spend some time with you, Naruto-kun," Yugao said with a small smile. She felt she should at least spend some time with a young man. Naruto had helped her when she could not help herself. If for no other reason than that she would spend time with him, the fact that she also heard a voice in her head telling her that she wanted to date Naruto helped with her decision as well. Naruto grinned as he stood up. "In that case, I'll be back sometime around 4 or 5. I left some money on the counter for you to use for whatever you want. I already told you about the security system and you're recognized by the blood seal. Just remember to flare your chakra when you want to get in." Naruto walked over to her and gave her a kiss on the forehead, giving her a goodbye before leaving. Yugao blushed a bit at Naruto's somewhat intimate gesture. She shook her head and stood up. Walking over to the counter and spotted the money, picking it up she nearly gasped at the amount. There was more money in here than a standard A-rank mission. She put about half of it back, not needing that much and not wanting to spend all of Naruto's money since he was letting her stay here. Yugao put the money in her pocket before walking out of the house, opening the gate and leaving for the market district to do some shopping. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto let Yugao lead him as they walked down the street. They were in one of the less populated market districts of Konoha. Yugao had told the blonde that there was a really good restaurant she wanted to go to here. Looking up as they turned, Naruto saw Yugao leading him to one of the smaller restaurants. As the two walked up, Naruto opened the door for Yugao and let her go inside before him. Following Yugao, they were met with the hostess, who led them to one of the booths near a window. The two sat down on opposite sides and for a while neither spoke, letting a somewhat awkward silence prevail between them. "So," Naruto said as he grabbed one of the menus, "anything, interesting happened today?" Internally, the blonde let out a curse at how lame that sounded, like he was some kind of love-struck little kid. It felt as if all of that time he spent with the opposite sex after leaving Konoha had been for nothing. Yugao seemed to notice this and brought up a hand as she gave a soft giggle, causing the blonde to pout. "Not much," she said with a light amount of amusement in her eyes, "though I did do some shopping." "I'm surprised," Naruto said in a slightly teasing voice. "I thought you always hated shopping." It was one of the things he remembered about the purple-haired Onbu. Back when she had been his bodyguard and somewhat caretaker, Yugao had serious issues shopping for anything. In fact, oftentimes she would have Hayate do the shopping as she was liable to cause a ruckus trying to find what she wanted. Yugao's skin took on a light pink in color. "I wasn't that bad." Naruto grinned. "You obviously forgot that one time you took me grocery shopping. You almost blew up half the store." "That was completely different." Yugao tried to defend herself, and he was being an ass and a pervert. During that incident, Yugao had taken Naruto to buy some groceries so that he would eat more than just ramen, much to the blonde's displeasure at the time. However, the cashier and everyone who worked there in general had not been in the least bit helpful. Though the cashier had been particularly bad, not only insulting and trying to kick out Naruto like the others, but also insulting Yugao and then trying to hit on her. She had actually very nearly chopped the guy's head off, both of them, and probably would have had he not made a break for it. Besides, Yugao continued, from what I remember you are not much better. Naruto had the decency to look sheepish. The blonde had actually smashed into the man like a rocket when he started insulting Yugao. That had almost gotten Naruto a beating. Luckily Yugao had been there and had decided to give her sword arm a workout. Yeah well, I wasn't about to let him get away with insulting you. And he's just lucky it was when I was younger. Had it been a few years later he would have gotten pranked like a motherfucker. Language Naruto-kun, Yugao scolded, though it was half-hearted at best. Her mind then went to some of the pranks he had done. Ah yes, I remember your pranks quite well. You always gave us Anbu a workout. The purple-haired woman smiled at the memory. The prankster king from hell, that was your nickname. Naruto grinned as a waiter came up to take their orders. Naruto got pad thai noodles while Yugao ordered the sushi platter. The rest of the dinner between the two was spent reminiscing and sharing stories with each other, Naruto telling the purple-haired woman about his time in Kiri, Kumo and Yuki/Haru. Yugao shared stories of her time as a Jonin, Chunin, and Jonin, telling Naruto of some of the things she had seen and done during that time. When the food came the two quieted down to eat, letting a now comfortable silence settle between them. When the two were finished Naruto paid for the food before they left, making their way home. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto opened the door to the Namikaze estate, letting Yugao enter first before he followed. Towing off his shoes Naruto looked over at Yugao. Said woman was sitting by on one of the couches, looking off into space. Naruto followed her example and sat himself down next to her, not saying anything as he waited to see if she would. When she did not Naruto turned and placed a hand on Yugao's shoulder, startling the purple-haired woman out of her trance. Why don't you go get some sleep? Naruto suggested, you look kind of tired. Yugao shook her head, I'm alright. She looked at Naruto and gave him a smile, you can go if you want. I think I'll stay up a little longer. Alright, Naruto said with a small sigh. He knew there were reasons she was not telling him, but he did not want to pry. Leaning over Naruto gave Yugao a chaste kiss on the temple, causing the purple-haired Anbu to feel her face get a little warm. Good night Yugao-chan, Naruto said in a soft whisper as he walked upstairs. Yugao watched the blonde go with a small smile on her face. Good night Naruto-kun. XXXXXXXXXX. Yugao gave a soft sigh as her body entered the warm water of the hot springs, stretching her body out in the water to loosen her muscles. She was glad Naruto had convinced her to come here. It had been a while since she had gone to the hot springs. She had not realized how much she had missed just being able to relax like this. Yugao leaned her head against the wall behind her, closing her eyes as she felt herself going into a light sleep. Yugao felt herself waking as several voices came from behind the spring entranceway. She looked over to the door as it slid open. Anko, Kurenai and Hana walked into the hot springs. As the three walked into the water they stopped talking when they noticed Yugao sitting in the corner. Hey there Yugao-chan, Anko said in a pleased yet slightly surprised voice, I'm surprised to see you here, and without even inviting us, the snake mistress finished with a slight pout. Sorry I would have invited you guys too but. Yugao trailed off a bit at the end, unsure whether she should tell them she was actually here with Naruto. Don't worry about it, Kurenai said as she and the other girls sat down next to her. Anko knows better than to try and pry into people's personal reasons, don't you Anko? Anko gave her a pout before relenting. She, Kurenai and Hana moved towards Yugao, sitting around the purple-haired woman before taking up conversation again. You know we haven't seen you for a while, Kurenai said as she looked the woman over. Yugao was looking much better now than she had been in years. Kurenai was not sure what had happened to her friend but was pleased to see her more at peace and happy. I know, Yugao said as she looked into the water with a frown. I'm sorry for worrying you guys, I guess I just had some stuff that I needed to sort out. 4 years worth of stuff? Anko asked with a semi-sarcastic tone. Yugao flinched at the reminder of just how long it had taken her to begin moving on from Hayate's death. As a kunoichi it was actually somewhat disgraceful to take so long since she knew that death was a constant in their line of work. What made it worse was that had Naruto not helped her, she doubted she would have started getting better anytime soon. In fact, had Naruto not helped me I would have died before getting anywhere close to being over Hayate-kun's death. Fortunately for her, Kurenai decided to help her out. Anko, you really shouldn't be like that, you know how she and. The Genjutsu mistress stopped herself from saying Hayate's name, knowing that it was probably a sensitive topic for Yugao. It's alright Kurenai, Yugao said as she looked at her, I know I should have been stronger. Hayate's death hit me unnaturally hard and I was never really able to begin picking up the pieces until recently. A small smile appeared on her face as she thought how, or rather who was helping her pick up the pieces of her life. The other three looked at each other in curiosity, Kurenai and Anko in particular, as they had been trying to help the woman get herself back together for 4 years. Both of them were wondering what happened in the past month or so to help the purple-haired woman. While Kurenai was looking at Yugao in curiosity, Anko on the other hand had the wheels in her mind turning as she tried to figure out what had happened. She blinked for a second when she remembered a certain blonde shinobi asking about Yugao during several of their sparring sessions together. A large smile spread across Anko's face. Did a certain blonde Yondaime Gaki look-alike worm his way into your heart? Yugao looked away, having never been so glad her face was already red from being in the hot springs. However, Anko still managed to pick up on her embarrassed demeanor. He did, didn't he? Anko spoke with a knowing grin. I can't believe it. We try for 4 years to get through to you and this kid does it less than 3 months after coming back from his training. The other two looked from Yugao to Anko, wondering who the snake mistress was talking about. Who are you talking about, Anko? Asked Hana as she tried to figure out what was going on. Anko's grin widened as she began speaking. I'm surprised you don't know. After all, not many people look like the Yondaime but with whiskers. In fact, I know only one person who matches that description. Kurenai's eyes widened as she looked at Anko. You don't mean Naruto, do you? Anko nodded with a smirk, the one and the same. It seems our Yugao has some past history with that delicious-looking blonde. Anko. Kurenai and Yugao shouted, one scandalized and one both scandalized and embarrassed at their friend's blatant and cavalier remark. What? Anko asked with a shrug of her shoulders, neither of you can deny the man is hot. Why, if I didn't have Iruka-kun I would. Yugao, Kurenai and Hana all found themselves immensely grateful that they already had a semi-red face from the heat, since if they didn't the blush on their face would have been that much more prominent as they listened to all of the sexual acts Anko would commit on Naruto if not for the fact that she was dating Iruka. It was particularly bad for Yugao, who despite the fact that she had still not fully gotten over Hayate could not deny that the thought of being with the blonde shinobi was not unpleasant. Several images of her and Naruto flew into her head, causing her blush to deepen. Yep. Not unpleasant in the least. Thankfully for the three help arrived in the form of a voice from the male side of the hot springs. Anko-chan, as much as I'm sure they all love hearing about how you would rape me, I would appreciate if you stop. The three women who had not known that Naruto was there blinked before feeling heat coming to their face. Even Anko found a bit of a blush coming across her cheeks. Naruto continued on as if heedless of the conversation that had just gone on. Yugao-chan, I'm heading out for now. I'll see you back at home, okay? Yugao felt her face begin to literally burn up as the other three women stared at her, two looking shocked and one with another large grin on her face. Okay, Naruto-kun. She replied only to cover her mouth as she saw Anko's grin growing even wider and realized she had used an affectionate suffix for the blonde. So, Anko said with a slight drawl and a perverse gleam, you're living with Naruto-kun, eh? Yugao's blush deepened, something that Yugao had not thought was possible given just how red her face already was. She had really only just started calling Naruto-kun but for some reason it just felt right. She felt comfortable using such an affectionate suffix on the blonde. At least she would be if Anko was not looking at her with a rather large and knowing grin, and that perverted gleam in her eyes. You must be quite comfortable with the guy to be calling him that, Anko continued, and did I hear right when he said see you at home? Does that mean you're living with him? And to think you didn't tell us this, for shame. Kurenai and Hana both looked at Yugao who became increasingly more and more embarrassed. Both were unsure what to make of this new development. Hana, while being friends with the purple-haired Onbu, was not close enough to her to really say anything for or against Yugao's decision to live with Naruto, and if she were honest with herself, she would admit that she might take up living with the blonde if offered the chance, especially if what her Ka-san said about his alpha presence was true. Kurenai on the other hand was not sure what to think. Yugao had been devastated by Hayate's death for over 4 years, and now she was getting close to Naruto who nearly a decade her junior. Yugao looked around as she tried to figure a way out of this. Well, look at the time, I should really be getting back home. Yugao took off, trying to get away from Anko before she said more. However, Anko managed to get one last comment before the now thoroughly flustered Yugao could leave. Be sure to use protection. And don't do anything I wouldn't do. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Yugao sighed as she looked out over the backyard and starry sky, her thoughts drifting to what had been going on within the past few weeks. So much had happened to turn her life around, she was not even sure how it happened. All she really knew was that it was because of one person who she had admittedly not really thought about for years. Ever since Naruto had come back from his training with Jiraiya, even during their few short meetings, Yugao had actually begun to feel again. She was startled from her thoughts when a voice spoke up behind her. "You know, you'll catch a cold if you stay out here all night." Turning around, Yugao saw Naruto with 2 cups of steaming liquid. The blonde shinobi walked up to her and gave her what she recognized as tea. "Thank you," Yugao said as she took a small sip. She turned her head back towards the backyard. "You're welcome," Naruto replied with a smile as he took a drink from his own cup. The two sat in comfortable silence for a while, looking out over the night sky. "It's quite beautiful, isn't it?" Naruto said as he looked at the stars. Yugao looked at the young man as he spoke. "When I was with Uro-sensei, I would always look up at the stars. They were a lot more clear when you're out in the wilderness." Yugao giggled a little bit at the nickname that he gave Jiraiya. "You know, that's just like you to give a nickname like that to one of Konoha's most powerful shinobi, Naruto-kun." Naruto grinned. "You know, I've been told that quite often. At least you're not getting angry like some of the other people I know." Yugao just smiled. "After watching you barge into the Hokage's office when you were 5 and listening to you call the Hokage Oji-san, I long since stopped getting surprised. You were always such a loud little kid. It looks like that hasn't changed at all." "Hey," Naruto said, puffing his cheeks out at Yugao's teasing. "I'll have you know I'm way more mature than I used to be." "You sure about that?" Yugao said with a teasing smirk. "You still seem like a bit of brat to me, Naru-chan." Naruto gaped for a moment. His eyes were wide and his mouth was hanging open as he registered what Yugao just called him. "You haven't called me that since I was 5, he said in a dumb-sounding voice. Yugao just snickered. "Looks like I win this round, Naruto-kun." Naruto sighed as he mumbled about hot purple-haired Onbu women being too good for their own good. Yugao blushed a bit since Naruto had made sure to be just loud enough for her to hear. Spotting it, Naruto grinned. "Looks like I get the last laugh after all, Yu-chan." Yugao looked at him for a moment as her mind blanked. Yu-chan had been the nickname Hayate had given her. He had started calling her that during their time at the academy. The memory was no longer painful, or at least as painful to think about, something she attributed to the help of the young man beside her. She looked at the young blonde out of the corner of her eye as she replayed the way he said her nickname in her head, and decided that she could get used to being called that by him. Yugao finished her tea and watched as a clone phased into existence right next to her, grabbing hers and Naruto's cup before leaving. "You're getting better with that technique, aren't you?" she asked. Naruto grinned. "That and my chakra control, I try to work on it as much as possible. Hell, if it weren't for the Kyuubi, I may even be able to do some of the medical jutsu with the control I possess now." Yugao looked at him before smiling. She scooted herself a bit closer to the blonde until their shoulders were touching. Naruto looked at the woman before grinning. "Why, Yu-chan, are my manly charms finally getting to you?" Yugao blushed but managed to cover it up with a snort. "Manly charms my ass, you just happen to be the closest heat source and I'm cold." "You could go inside if you're cold," Naruto said with a twinkle in his eyes. "It's okay if you admit that you think I'm too attractive for my own good. Do that and I'll admit that you are easily one of the sexiest kunoichi I ever met." This time the purple-haired could not hide her blush, however that turned into a frown. "Don't you already have 2 women you're close to?" she asked. Naruto looked at her oddly for a moment. "Yeah, I am currently engaged to both the Mizukage, Mei Teromi, and Yugito ni, Kumo's Nibi Jinchuriki." Yugao's eyes widened enough that Naruto was afraid they might actually roll out of her sockets. "Engaged?" "Yeah," Naruto said, looking at her with a surprised expression. "I'm surprised you didn't know that. I mean, I know that you were busy with missions, but isn't it a requirement for Onbu to know Konoha clan laws?" It was something he had read about when looking to see if he wanted to get into the Onbu. They were required to be aware of the laws concerning clans, that way they could be careful about overstepping their bounds if something came up with a clan. It had been like that since the Uchiha massacre. Well, yes, Yugao said in embarrassment. Truth was, while she knew the clan laws, she had not really thought about them, or how they pertained to Naruto. I guess I never really thought about it. I mean, it never really sunk in that you're actually the head of your own clan." Naruto nodded. "I suppose it would. I mean, it's not every day that someone goes from clan-less orphan to clan head and son of a Hokage, huh? In any case, during my travels around the elemental nation I ended up falling in love with Mei, Yugito and 2 other women. And no, because of whom they are I can't quite tell you yet. These grounds are pretty secure, but if anyone else were to find out, those other 2 women could be in trouble from some of the enemies I made in this village." Yugao nodded her head in understanding before standing up. "Well, I think I'm going to go to bed. Good night, Naruto." Naruto watched Yugao walk off with a small frown. Did he say something wrong? XXXXXXXXXXXX. Yu Gao listened to Anko telling her and Kurenai about some guy she got to torture a few days ago, as they were walking towards the Dengo shop the three used to frequent. Well, Yu Gao wasn't really listening to what the woman said, so much as keeping an ear open while thinking of her own problems. Something she had been thinking about for quite a while, that problem being the conflict in her mind about one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The three women made their way into the Dengo shop and went to the booth they used every time they had been here. Yu Gao shook the thoughts of Naruto off for the moment, turning her attention back to Anko. "So Anko, how are you and Iruka doing?" she asked, hoping to get the bloodthirsty woman off the topic of how she tortured some poor sap. Anko grinned, "Oh, we're great, he's such a sweetie and the sex is great, so I can't complain." Anko hummed happily to herself, while her general demeanor had not changed from bloodthirsty psychopath. She had been a lot happier since she started dating the Chunin Academy teacher. Anko looked over at Kurenai. "So Nai-chan, what's this I hear about the possibility of you and Asuma getting married?" Yu Gao looked over at Kurenai, who had a light tint of pink on her cheeks. "It's nothing definite," Kurenai responded as she tried to will away her blush, "it's just something we talked about." "You know that's not what Asuma has been telling people," Anko said with a grin. Kurenai narrowed her eyes. "Oh, and what has he been saying?" Anko's grin became even more prominent. "Oh, you know, the usual prideful boasts men make when they're with someone as hot as one of us." As Anko began telling Kurenai what she had heard Asuma saying, Yu Gao turned her attention to other matters. However, Anko and Kurenai seemed to notice how quiet their purple-haired friend was being. "Hey Yu Gao-chan, what's with the lost look on your face?" Anko asked. "I thought you had gotten rid of that look by now." Yu Gao blinked a bit as she knocked herself out of her thoughts. "Well, it's just that I was thinking about." She paused in thought for a moment as she wondered if she should tell them. In the end she decided that they should know. After all, they were her best friends and she always used to go to them for advice before when she had been dating Hayate. Maybe they could help her with this problem. "I was thinking about Naruto and..." "Aha, I get it now," Anko said with a sly grin. "So you're having some relationship problems with everyone's favorite blonde gaki? You know Auntie Anko can help you with all of your problems. I find that the best way to get a man is sick my snakes on them. Tie them up so they can't run and then..." "Anko," Kurenai said in a lightly scolding voice before she turned to Yu Gao, "just ignore her, Yu Gao. So what exactly is your problem? I had thought that the two of you were close?" "We are." She corrected herself. "It's just that, I mean all of the things we've been doing recently. I feel like I've gotten much closer to him." But what?" asked Kurenai, curious as to what could make her friend so hesitant. Her purple-haired friend had not been hesitant for 2 weeks now, and seeing her so meek was the word. Yes, seeing her so meek was worrying. "Well, you see, Naruto is the last of his clan," Yu Gao said. I guess I never really thought about what that would mean for him. However..." Wait, Anko shouted as she flailed her arms in front of her face. "You're talking about clan laws, right?" At Yu Gao's nod, Anko's eyes lit with understanding. "So you're having problems because of the laws that he falls under?" Yu Gao did not say anything, merely nodded to let Anko know she was right. "What laws does he fall under?" Kurenai asked. I know that clan laws differ from civilian laws, but they can't be that much different, can they?" While she had 2 clan heirs and an heiress in her former Jinan squad, she had never really studied the laws they lived under. "I'm not surprised you don't know Nai-chan," Anko said as she turned her attention to the black-haired beauty. "Despite the fact that your Jinan team was comprised of clan heirs, none of them were subject to the laws that Yu Gao is talking about. You see, since Naruto is the last of his clan, that means that he fall under the CRA or the Clan Restoration Act." Kurenai blinked for a moment before her eyes narrowed as she soon realized what that meant. "You mean he'll have multiple wives?" "Now don't get your panties all bunched up, Nai-chan," Anko said in a defensive tone. "It's not really Naruto's fault." "How is something like this not his fault?" Kurenai asked. Hearing things like this really got her blood boiling. She had always been known as a serious pervert hater. If she found a guy doing anything even remotely perverted and lecherous, she would subject them to some of her most powerful genjutsu. It was part of how she got her nickname of Konoha's Ice Queen. "He doesn't have a choice," Yu Gao said before Anko could speak up. Kurenai turned to look at her with a curious expression. "Whether he wants to or not, he is subject to the CRA the same way any other male heir would be if they were the last of their clan." "What if the last heir was female?" Kurenai asked. "Then they have to produce a strong male heir by the time of their 18th birthday, so that their son can be placed under the CRA," Anko said. "You know how Konoha likes their bloodlines. So you're telling me he doesn't have a choice? Kurenai asked. Yu Gao shook her head. It's either he chooses a minimum of 4 wives by the time of his 18th birthday, or the council will set him up with several arranged marriages. And I don't know if you realize it, but Naruto is not very well liked by the council, at least by the elder and civilian council, Anko said. Kurenai looked over at Anko with curiosity in her eyes. Why not? Anko gave the woman a grin that looked to be a mixture of sadistic and content, an odd look even for her. This is just the basic rumor mill that's been going about in the I&T department, but apparently Naruto pretty much managed to kick off the elders and civilian council from all shinobi-related affairs. Anko leaned back in her chair and heaved a content sigh. He basically stripped them of all power over shinobi they once had, through some political loopholes. Kurenai raised both eyebrows in surprise. She had not heard of such a thing happening, but then again most shinobi-related politics were kept from public eyes. Still, she had noticed that Konoha's ninja force had been working a lot more smoothly due to several new laws that had been in place recently. She had just accounted it to Tsunade managing to pass them through votes. While that is impressive, if he can get the civilian and elders on the council stripped of all power, why can't he nullify the clan laws on him? Anko rolled her eyes. You need to read up on the clan charter, Nai-chan. The reason he was able to get rid of the civilian and elders was simply because Konoha laws made it so that the council only had authority over civilian affairs. That little bit of information had been discarded after the Kyuubi attack and the Sandaime retook the seat. However, by that time the council had been able to hoard enough power that the Sandaime wasn't able to do anything, or he was, but rather was too old and not as strong as he once was to do such a thing. I guess Tsunade-sama just had not realized this little fact until Naruto pointed it out. So why can't he nullify clan laws? Asked Kurenai again, wanting her to get to the point. Anko sighed, because they are just that, laws. They were set down during the founding of our village, you know. He was able to get rid of the civilians butting into shinobi affairs because they were going against Konoha laws, but the CRA is a clan law and therefore not something he can actually escape. Anko paused for a moment, unless he wants to become a missing ninja. Anko looked over at Yu Gao now that her explanation was done. So I'm guessing your problem is that you're finding yourself with a little crush on our favorite blonde fox, yet are not sure what to do about it, right? Yu Gao found herself blushing again. That was exactly what her problem was, only there were a few things that made this harder to deal with. It's not just that. She paused as she looked around, not wanting anyone else to listen to this conversation. She placed one of the silencing seals Naruto had given her under the table. I just found out last night that Naruto is already engaged to 4 women. Both Anko and Kurenai had their eyes widen in shock. Yu Gao noticed the looks and continued. I don't know what to do because while I'm sure that I like Naruto, possibly even love him, I'm not sure what the other women he's with will say. Or if I'd even be willing to share. Kurenai and Anko frowned as they thought about the problem Yu Gao was in. After a while it was Kurenai who spoke up. Do you really love him? I'm not sure, Yu Gao answered with a small frown. I mean, it's only been a few months that I started seeing him again. I hadn't seen him before that since he was 6. Even then we've only started getting close within the past month. The purple-haired woman's frown soon became a smile as she thought about the past month. Yet even though we had not interacted in any way for a long time, Naruto has done everything he can to help me. He's given me a place to stay because it was too painful living in my old apartment. He was the one who brought me to my senses and made me feel alive again. Yu Gao leaned in conspiratorially despite the fact that there was a silencing barrier up. Did you know that he disobeyed direct orders from the Hokage to rescue me when I had been captured by Otto? Both Anko and Kurenai looked at her in surprise. We didn't, Anko said. Is that why we've seen him doing D ranks around the village? Yu Gao nodded. Shizune told me that Naruto had told the Hokage to shove her orders up her ass and then left to rescue me. The 2 other women in there both gasped in shock. Well, one gasped in shock, the other coughed so that she would not laugh her ass off. Because of that he was given a 1-month probationary period and has to do 31 D rank missions, Yu Gao finished. Wow, Kurenai said in shock. Really, that was the only thing she could say, being too surprised to make any other comments. Wow is right, Anko said with a grin. Truthfully, I don't think it's that surprising. Especially with how devoted he seems to be to you, and the people he cares about. Personally, I don't see why you're not already with him and stripping him of his clothes. Anko, Yu Gao shouted as she hid her face in her hands. Anko merely laughed at her friend's heated face. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto spun 360 degrees, using his momentum to slice apart the last of the clones he had summoned for his battle royal. He looked around and was just about to reseal Susanoo when he heard clapping. Turning around, he came face to face with Yugao Uzuki, decked out in Onbu armor and a sword strapped to her waist. Naruto looked at her with a grin as he bowed. "Did you enjoy the show?" Naruto asked, coming back up with a smirk. "I did," Yugao said with her own smirk as she pulled out her blade. "In fact, I enjoyed it so much that I decided I have to see how strong you've gotten myself." Naruto grinned as he held his sword near his head, his feet spread apart. Yugao got into her own stance, her sword held in front of her in a vertical position, her feet spread shoulder width apart and slightly bent. For a moment the two eyed each other. On an unspoken signal the two kicked off the ground. Naruto came in with a swipe at her shoulder. Yugao twisted her body slightly to dodge and came at him with her own attack. Naruto blocked the slash, pivoting on his foot and coming in with a high kick that would hit the purple-haired woman in the face. Yugao ducked under the kick before slashing up, forcing Naruto to jump back and land a few feet away before he launched himself at her again. Naruto had to admit the woman was amazing with a blade. While he himself was no sword master, he was better than most. Yugao was more than capable of blocking and dodging all of his attacks. Each time she did, her movement would set her up in a position to counterattack, which she did often. Thankfully Naruto had the advantage in speed and reaction time, so he was able to keep up with her and counter any attacks she made as well. As the fight continued, Naruto jumped up onto the ceiling, sticking there and gesturing for Yugao to come up. Following the blonde's lead, Yugao jumped onto the ceiling, twisting in mid-flight and landing on her feet, sticking to the ceiling as she channeled chakra to her feet. The two continued their duel, Naruto relying on quick and precise slashes and thrusts to get through the woman's guard while Yugao preferred counters to get the blonde. Several tears appeared on their clothes but neither seemed to notice as they continued their battle. Naruto jumped back as Yugao made a slice at his legs, forcing gravity to take him as he twisted in midair and landed on the ground. He looked up to see Yugao coming towards him with her sword above her head, looking similar to a vengeful angel. She slashed down at him but Naruto's strength allowed him to counter her momentum, and he used the force of her attack to push her off of him and make her flip several feet back. Naruto came in with a small stab, making Yugao move out of the way and bring her sword to the side, letting his blade slide against hers. Not being deterred in the least, the blonde shinobi spun on the balls of his feet, coming in with a slash from the left. It was blocked and Yugao used her blade to redirect his over their heads. That was when she did something he had never expected from her. She disengaged one of her hands from her blade, grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him into a searing kiss. For an instant Naruto froze as he felt Yugao's soft warm lips over his own. However, instincts bred from experience only allowed him to be surprised for so long. He let go of his sword, letting it clatter to the ground as his hands went to Yugao's waist, pulling her closer to him. Likewise, Yugao dropped her own sword, one hand going around Naruto's neck while the other ran through his hair. He felt Yugao licking his lips and opened his mouth, letting her tongue slide into his mouth where her tongue met his in a dance, entwining each other and moving around the other. For what seemed to be an eternity but in truth was only several minutes, the two broke apart. Naruto blinked as his mind snapped back to reality. "Yu-chan, what exactly was that for?" Yugao gave him a smile, though Naruto could tell there was some nervousness in it. "That was a kiss, you know, when a man and woman." "I know what a kiss is." Naruto gave her a mock glare. I mean, I didn't think that you would you know. And with me already in multiple engagements I just thought that, well, that you wouldn't be interested." Naruto turned his head slightly, trying to hide the small amount of embarrassment he had. "Naruto," Yugao said in a soft voice that caused him to look back at her, "I know it seems strange and fast. Despite knowing each other for a long time, we never even saw each other after you went to the academy, and at that time you were not only young, but I was already in a relationship." She paused there and Naruto saw a twinge of pain. He instinctively pulled her closer, letting her rest her head on his chest. "When I saw you again, I was nearly dead. I tried to get myself killed on a mission, multiple missions." She brought her head back up and looked at him. "You saved me, not just physically but emotionally. I was all but ready to die, and then you came and showed me that I still had reasons to live." She stood up on her tiptoes while simultaneously pulling Naruto's head down, bringing him into another kiss, this one more tender than the other. "I'm not totally sure of my own feelings," she told him after breaking the kiss, "but I want to give us a chance." She paused for a moment before looking down. "If you let me, that is." Naruto looked at Yugao for a while as he tried to sort his mind, a part of him telling him this was some kind of genjutsu while another part was dancing and chibi Narutos were running through his head with flags that said "score" on them. He thought about what this would mean if they did get into a relationship. He would need to talk to Mei, Yugito, Koyuki and Konan about it first. He told himself that he would not get into any relationships without them knowing. Hell, even Konan was known to the others, they just didn't know she was a member of Akatsuki. After a moment's thought, he brought a hand under Yugao's chin and lifted it up, bringing his lips back down on hers. Yugao returned the kiss with fervor. No words were needed to understand what this kiss meant. The rest of their time together that night was spent sparring with something other than swords. Chapter 17, The Formation of Team Heavy. Naruto hummed a little tune to himself as he prepared breakfast, flipping the pancake he was currently making for the final time before taking it off his pan and placing it in a large serving dish and then placing some more batter on. With a large smile on his face, Naruto finished making breakfast. Absently, he creating a cage bunshine which grabbed onto the serving dish and took it over to the table. Naruto reached into the cupboard and grabbed 2 glasses, walked over to the table and set them down. Another clone came up with a pitcher of orange juice that it had created from the oranges on one of the trees out back, pouring it into the 2 cups. Naruto looked into the fridge, finding the butter and grabbing it along with some maple syrup. He walked back to the table and began setting everything up. "You seem happy." Naruto grinned as he turned around and saw Yugao walking up to him, wearing nothing more than a bathrobe. Her hair was still wet, signifying she had just gotten out of the shower. Naruto took a moment to admire her beauty before he walked over to her. He gave her a light peck on the lips, leaning back with a grin as he laced their hands together and led her to the table. "I think I've got a reason to be," Naruto said as they sat down and put some food on the table. "Yesterday was the last day of my probation." "Ah," Yugao said in understanding as she began to eat. She could understand why he was excited. Now that his 1-month probationary period came to an end, he would be able to start taking missions outside of the village again. For someone like Naruto who loved to get out and move around, it was a godsend. The two ate in relative silence, no longer feeling any of the awkwardness that had occasionally filled their time together. "Where is Fusan?" asked Yugao as she noticed the green-haired girl was not here at the moment, though she had noticed that the Nanabi Jinchuriki was usually absent. Naruto chuckled. "She stayed over at Shino's. I think she's helping him create a new colony with the Nanabi's power. I swear she's over there more than she is here." "Sounds like someone has a crush," Yugao thought out loud. "It does, doesn't it?" asked Naruto, grinning as he thought of all the teasing he was going to give the two. It would be amusing to watch them squirm, especially Shino, since the boy almost never reacted to anything. The kid was like a brick wall. When the two were finished, Naruto created a cage bunshine that grabbed their dishes and went to wash them. Naruto stood up with Yugao following suit as they walked up the stairs. They stopped at Yugao's door and looked at each other for a moment. "So what do you have planned today?" Naruto asked in curiosity. "I'm still on medical leave for another week, so I was going to spend the day with Anko and Kurenai," Yugao replied. Naruto nodded as he gave her a smile, pulling her to him as he planted a kiss on her lips. Yugao responded as she wrapped her arms around him and deepened the kiss, trailing her hands through his hair. They broke away a little while later and Naruto gave her a large grin. "Have fun then. I'm going to see if there are any missions that will take me out of Konoha, so I may not be here for a few days. You remember how to let people in?" Yugao nodded, channeled chakra into the 2 circles on the gate to allow it to accept foreign chakra. "Right, I'll see you later." Naruto gave her one last kiss before heading out. Yugao watched him walk down the stairs with a smile, before opening the door to her bedroom and preparing for the day. Deep within one of his many bases, Orochimaru sat in his bed, gritting his teeth in pain as he began to hack and cough. His body was reaching the limit of how long he could stay in it, having been in for nearly 4 years, far longer than he had originally wanted. However, he had forestalled switching bodies so that Sasuke's could be at the peak of perfection for when he switched. His and Sasuke's face-off against the Namikaze brat had also sped up the process, something he had not anticipated. He didn't even bother to question how that damned brat had gotten so powerful. Minato Namikaze had been one of the few people Orochimaru would never willingly tangle with. Despite knowing this, the snake Sanin had underestimated that damn brat, assuming that despite his growing reputation he would still be that loud idiot who had always been shouting nonsense. He supposed he should have known better, but he had been arrogant. He had not truly believed all of the reports coming in about the blonde's accomplishments. He had just decided that they would be a good motivator to get Sasuke to increase his power. A lot of good that did. While neither he nor Sasuke had been able to utilize their full strength, the fact that Naruto had fought them both on equal terms regardless proved that the blonde was far more powerful than Sasuke currently was. Orochimaru was positive that had either he or Sasuke fought the blonde alone, they would have been killed. The boy was just like his accursed father, always one step ahead of him and ruining his plans. Gah! A pained scream tore through the snake Sanin's throat. Ha! Ha! You're approaching your limit, Kabuto said as he finished running his medical scan over the pale-skinned man. You'll need to take a dose of rank 10 medicine or your body will die, the medic sighed. I'll go and exchange this medicine. The white-haired medic ninja stopped at the door to turn his head. I'll be back in a minute. With that he was gone. As Kabuto left, Orochimaru began to cough again. This time he began to cough up blood. Orochimaru's eyes looked towards the wall on the opposite side of his room just in time to see a blade penetrate it. Gritting his teeth, he held his arms in a cross guard, letting the sword stab through his arms, but allowing him to keep his head. This chakra is his, Orochimaru thought to himself, but he's never used this kind of shape manipulation. Orochimaru watched where the chakra blade was sticking out of the door. A minute later multiple slashes appeared in his door, causing them to fall to the ground in separate pieces. In walked Sasuke Uchiha, the cursed seal on his shoulder receding, his blade the Kusanagi, leaning against his shoulder as he held out his hand with the chakra blade still piercing Orochimaru's arms. I knew it would come to this, Orochimaru hissed, ignoring the pain in his arms as he focused on Sasuke. I have nothing more to learn from you, the Uchiha said in an arrogant tone. Kukaku, so you say, and yet Naruto-kun beat you quite handily, the snake Sanin chuckled. Sasuke glared at the man as his Sharingan flared to life. He also beat you, which means you no longer serve a purpose to me. I'll kill you now and I won't show any mercy, even if you beg for it. Sasuke began to walk into the room, forcing Orochimaru to move his arms as the chakra blade went all the way through them and into the wall. Orochimaru, Sasuke said, his face blank as the flame pattern of his cursed seal spread out from the seal, you're weaker than me. There is no point in sacrificing my body to you anymore. Big words from a fledgling Uchiha, Orochimaru hissed with a glare. Sasuke smirked, Humphrey, if I hadn't been so weak I never would have sought you out, would I? Sharingan eyes began to spin as Sasuke continued his tirade, you only wanted me because you couldn't handle Itachi, right Mr. Great Sanin Genius? Sasuke's smirk turned into an arrogant grin, perhaps the world at large would consider you gifted, but you're nowhere near the level of an Uchiha. Before us the greatest genius in the universe barely comes off as average. Yes, and that's why Naruto-kun smashed a Rasengan in your gut and forced me to save you, Orochimaru said, smirking when he saw Sasuke snarl from his taunt. Had I not been there you would have been killed, perhaps you Uchiha are not all I thought you were. Naruto is nothing compared to me. The young Uchiha ground out before managing to get a hold of his emotions. When the time comes I will show him what it means to be an Uchiha, I will kill him and everyone he holds dear to show him his inferiority to the might of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru, but first, I'll kill you. Sasuke ran forward letting his chakra blade push itself further in Orochimaru's arms. Said Sanin grit his teeth as he blocked out the pain. Orochimaru opened his mouth as wide as it could go and outshot another body, this one different from normal. A scaly white serpent, Sasuke mused as he looked from the now shed skin to the new Orochimaru. I see, so this is your true form. The white serpent went to its full height, its face looked similar to Orochimaru's, only it was even more snake-like. The serpent's body was made up of thousands upon thousands of snakes, all of them flicking their tongues out. You wanted to take over other people's bodies so badly, you experimented on your own, Sasuke said in a voice that spoke of how pathetic he thought the Sanin was. Now you're nothing more than a shell of your former self. Kukaku Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said, his voice now sounding completely like that of a snake, give me your body. Sasuke jumped into the air as the snake lunged. Naruto looked over at Sai, Ino, and Sakura, his three teammates for his first mission outside of the village in a month. Smiling he turned his attention back to Tsunade, so what have you got for me Ba-chan? Sakura, Ino and Tsunade got several tick marks on their head but decided it would be best to ignore him for the time being. I actually have several for you, Tsunade said as she dug through a few scrolls. It seems that with your public debut in the Chunin exams almost everyone wants you to do their missions. Tsunade grabbed the scroll she had been looking for and held it up. This is the one you'll be doing for now. She tossed it to the blonde shinobi. It's AA rank mission to guard Koyuki Kazahana during diplomatic meeting to Tsuki no Kuni, Crescent Moon Country. She watched as Naruto's face seemed to light up. He hit it well, but Tsunade, despite sucking at gambling, was able to pick up subtle changes in facial expressions. She of course knew of her fellow blonde's relation with the daimyo of Haru no Kuni, having forced the information out of Naruto under threat of castration and severe beating. Though it had only been after she had promised to keep his relationship a secret, even from the council, Tsunade knew why, of course. Koyuki was a civilian, a daimyo but still a civilian. And her samurai would not last 5 minutes against an S-rank ninja, let alone 6 of them. She shook the thoughts off as she focused on the 4 ninja. I trust you will complete this assignment? Of course, Naruto said with a smirk as he turned around to address his team. We'll leave in 1 hour, pack for an A-rank mission and meet me at the north gate. Yes/understood/okay. The 3 said in unison, before leaving to get ready. As soon as Sasuke jumped into the air, several snakes from Orochimaru's skin lunged at him, opening their fang-filled mouths. Sasuke pulled out his sword, spinning around and slicing the heads off of the 2 snakes before landing on the ground. Orochimaru hissed, whether in pain or anger, Sasuke could not be sure, though it was not like he cared either way. Several dozen snakes shot out of Orochimaru's body, all heading towards Sasuke, who resheathed his sword. Shunting off the top half of his robe, Sasuke let his cursed seal flare into existence. Activating the 2nd level, Sasuke's skin began to turn the color of ash, his eyes while the Sharingan turned yellow with the sclera turning black, a black 4-pointed star appeared across his nose. Though the snake dreams of soaring through the sky, Sasuke began to speak as Orochimaru's dozen snakes began to cover and wrap around him. It is forever doomed to crawl on his belly. The snakes were all destroyed as Sasuke exploded with the power of the cursed seal. Pieces of snake were sprayed, blood splattered all over the wall. 2 odd-shaped wings that looked like webbed hands appeared on Sasuke's back, moving and grasping as if alive. You'll have your chance to fly, snake, in the talons of a hawk, Sasuke said with a smirk. Orochimaru hissed angrily at the boy's words. Sasuke. He lunged at the Uchiha. Flashback. Orochimaru looked at the grave of his parents, unsure what to feel now that they were dead. Like all good shinobi, he refused to shed any tears. That did not mean that it still did not hurt. But it was more than that. He also felt hatred over the fact that death took them from him. He sighed as he shook the thoughts off and laid the bouquet he had gotten for them on the tomb. As he did, he noticed something. Reaching out for it, he saw that it was a snake's skin. Ooh, good eye, Sarutobi said from behind him. That's a white snake's molted skin. I've never seen one before, Orochimaru said as he looked at the skin in idle curiosity. Hey, me neither, Sarutobi said with a slight chuckle. They're extremely rare, very hard to find. How come it's white? Asked Orochimaru, looking up at his sensei with a curious expression. I don't actually know, the Sandaime Hokage mused. No one's ever really thought to find out. But for years, they've been considered a symbol of good fortune and rebirth. Orochimaru poked at the snake skin, wondering if what his sensei was telling him was true, good fortune and rebirth. Sarutobi looked at his prized student sadly. He knew Orochimaru was hurting from his parents' death, but the boy had always tried to keep his emotions to himself. The fact that you found it by your parents' grave must be a sign, he said, trying to cheer up his student. Perhaps they've been reborn in new bodies, so that someday, when you've grown up, they can see you again. Orochimaru looked up at his sensei before looking back down at the snake skin. When's that gonna be? Haha, I'm afraid I don't know that either, Sarutobi said. Orochimaru looked at the snake skin. Rebirth. He was unsure if people were reborn after they died, but it was this day, this conversation that ultimately made him decide he would not be in this cycle. He would be eternal. Immortal. Flashback end. Naruto walked up to the palace in Haru no Kuni. He walked over to one of the samurai who snapped into a salute as soon as he saw Naruto. Sir, Koyuki-sama has been expecting you, he said as the door opened. Please follow me. We didn't even give him our passports, Ino whispered to Sakura, sounding slightly confused. Normally standard procedure when foreign ninja were entering a country, they always had to show their passports, and people were even more cautious when dealing with a daimyo, so it was odd they would just let them in like that. Sakura nodded as she whispered back, I know, that's odd, don't you think? The 4 Konoha ninja were led down the hall by the samurai they had met at the door, following a meandering path as they made their way to a set of large double doors with gold embroidery. The samurai knocked smartly 3 times. Come in. The door opened and the samurai ushered the 4 inside. As they walked in, Sakura and Ino marveled at the decor. Everything was gorgeous and just what they would expect of a palace: long beautifully crafted columns, golden and blue tapestries hanging from the ceiling. Along the walls were several beautiful paintings done by master artisans, many of them depicting Haru both now and when it had been known as Yuki. Naruto and Sai did not pay any attention to the layout or design of the room. one having seen it quite often for the past several years, and the other did not have the emotional capacity to enjoy it, though Sai did occasionally glance at the paintings. Naruto, on the other hand, focused his attention on Koyuki, who was wearing the traditional kimono of a daimyo and was currently writing down something on a piece of parchment. The Konoha ninja's escort samurai stood in front of the desk, snapping to attention as he spoke. Koyuki-sama, Naruto-sama and the other Konoha ninja you have hired have arrived. Ino, Sakura and even Sai felt surprise as they heard the samurai give Naruto such a respectful suffix. However, there was no time to question this turn of events as Koyuki stood up from her desk and looked at them with a smile. "Welcome to Haru no Kuni," Koyuki said as she moved around her desk. "It is good to see you again, Sakura-san." She turned her attention to the blonde in front of her and gave a smile that was meant only for him. "Naruto." Sakura, Ino and Sai bowed as protocol dictated, however Naruto like always went against the grain as he walked up to Koyuki and gave her a smile. "It's been a while, Koyuki-hime," Naruto said as he took one of the daimyo's hands in his. "It's surprising, but every time I see you I can't help but be amazed that you seem even more beautiful and radiant than the last time we met." Naruto lifted the young daimyo's hands to his lips, giving them a chaste kiss. Sakura and Ino gaped at the audacity Naruto had to actually speak with a daimyo so informally. People have been executed for less. The two looked at the samurai expecting them to make some kind of move to arrest the leader of their mission, but to their surprise none of them even seemed the least bit perturbed, as if this was some kind of everyday occurrence. Koyuki smiled, "And you are the same flatterer that I remember from the last time we met." Both of them smiled at their little inside joke. The last time they had met was a little less than a week ago when Naruto had called her, Mei, Yugito and Konan to discuss the situation with Yugao. This was merely to keep up appearances to make it seem as if they did not see each other on a regular basis, something Koyuki hoped would end soon. Naruto let go of Koyuki's hand and took a step back. "I believe you called us to be a part of your escorts to Tsuki no Kuni?" "That's correct," Koyuki said as she adopted her business tone of voice. "You along 50 of my samurai and several shinobi from Yukigakure, Hidden Snow Village, are to be my escorts." She looked at the four ninja. "I hope you four are up to the job." Behind Naruto the other three ninja snapped to attention. The whiskered blonde looked at Koyuki and gave her a grin. "I think we can handle anything that gets thrown at us." Koyuki smiled. "That's good to know. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way I'll have my maid show you three." She looked over at Sakura and the other two. "To your rooms, until we leave in 2 days are. Naruto," she looked back at the blonde, "I would like to discuss the arrangements of this assignment in more detail." Naruto offered a bow. "Of course, Koyuki-hime." Several women in maid outfits entered the door and escorted a confused trio of Konoha shinobi away. The three cast one last look at Naruto and Koyuki before leaving. Koyuki watched as the door to her office closed. Smiling, she pulled Naruto to her and gave her blonde lover a heated kiss. "You know, with the way you're acting one would think that you really just wanted me to yourself," Naruto spoke with a grin as they broke away. Koyuki gave him a slightly mischievous smile. "Maybe I did, is there a problem with that?" Koyuki let out an eep. As Naruto scooped her up in his arms, her arms found their way around Naruto's neck as he held her to him. She looked up to see a familiar glint in Naruto's eyes. "Not at all, Hime," the blonde shinobi said with a smile. "Had you not done it, I would have ended up kicking them out myself." "So? The gardens?" he asked, looking at Koyuki. Koyuki thought about it for a moment before offering a smile and a nod. "The gardens." She smirked a second later. "But first, we need to get the costumes." Naruto looked at Koyuki and gave her a grin. "As you wish." A second later Naruto and Koyuki disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke stared at the remains of Orochimaru. The giant snake he had turned into was now cut up into 8 different segments. He smirked as his cursed seal began to recede, his wings retracted into his back. Sasuke was just about to walk off when he fell to the floor. His eyes widened as it became hard to move. "Finally affected, are we?" Sasuke looked over to see Orochimaru's head ascending as his body reformed. The humors of these white snakes can even taint the air with their paralyzing venom. Orochimaru's mouth opened far wider than Sasuke had ever seen it do when the Sannin had been in his human form. "I am undying. You are just a whelp whose jutsu are still too weak to kill me." Orochimaru lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes widened as everything went black. Sakura and Ino found themselves sitting at a very ornate table in one of the dining halls in Koyuki's palace, eating as they tried to figure out a mystery, said mystery being why Naruto and Koyuki seemed so close. "Don't you find it odd?" Sakura wondered as she took a bite out of her salad. I mean the way Naruto and Koyuki Dono were talking. He seemed so comfortable with her, like they'd been on friendly terms with each other for years. It was something that had been bothering the girl for a while now. If she were honest with herself, she was jealous of Koyuki for seeming so close to Naruto. She had realized a while ago that the blonde boy who had a crush on her for an untold number of years had moved on. It was a disheartening feeling. I guess, Ino said with a shrug. While she was also jealous, she didn't care as much as her pink-haired friend. But they probably are close. Didn't you and him come here for a mission once? Yeah, Sakura nodded as she recalled her mission back when the country was covered in snow. This place was called Yuki no Kuni back then. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei and I came here to guard Koyuki, who was going to be filming a movie here under the alias Yuki Fujikaze. That had been one of the many adventures Team 7 had been on together. Unlike most teams, hers seemed to always find the most dangerous missions. She blamed that on Naruto's penchant for finding trouble. Well, there you have it, Ino said, causing Sakura to look at her. Naruto is actually considered a hero here, you know? Really? Sakura asked in surprise. She had not known that. Ino eyed her friend with an exasperated look. You mean you don't know? At the blonde's question, Sakura shook her head. Ino sighed. Honestly, Sakura, well, you know how the last Princess Gale movie came out several years back? Sakura nodded as Ino continued. Well, the movie was actually turned into an odd drama/documentary type film. Anyways, in the movie Naruto played as one of the key parts in. Wait, Naruto was in the movie? Sakura asked, surprise clearly evident in her features and voice. Didn't you see the movie? Ino asked. No, Sakura shook her head. I've always been too busy to go and watch movies, so I never bothered. Ino sighed in disbelief but continued her explanation. Well, whatever. Yes, Naruto was in it, you and the others were too, but he seemed to be in it the most. And during the ending credits Naruto had a personal thanks from Koyuki for saving her country. I'm surprised you never knew this. Sakura flushed in embarrassment. Well, I never watched the movie so. And you never really paid attention to Naruto, Ino said with a teasing grin. Neither did you, Sakura replied as she threw her friend a light glare. That's true, Ino sighed. It's too bad, he's such a hunk now. So Naruto's a hero. That still doesn't explain how he and the daimyo are so close, Sakura mused. Well, Ino drawled as she finished off the last bite of her food, you do know that Naruto came here at one point during the 4 years he was absent to film a porn movie with Koyuki Dono, right? Sakura scowled, yes. Her voice denoting to how much she hated being reminded of that particular event. She had not even known about it until the blonde shinobi had come back. However, hearing that Naruto had somehow been convinced by Jiraiya to star in a porno vexed her to no end. Do you have to bring that up? Ino grinned. Sounds like someone's jealous. Sakura's scowl increased as Ino's grin widened. I'll admit I'm a little jealous too, after seeing all the positions those two did. You mean you've seen it? Sakura asked in a loud and scandalized voice. Ino grinned as she licked her lips and began to explain in absolutely graphic detail all of her favorite scenes from the Icha Icha movie. By the end of it, Sakura had passed out from a large nosebleed, leaving a laughing Ino to drag her back to their room. Sasuke Uchiha opened his eyes and looked around, frowning as he wondered where in the nine hells he was. The place he was in had no walls, allowing nothing but an inky blackness to stretch far beyond his Sharingan's vision. The floor was made of some kind of white fleshy substance, moving and writhing as if it were alive. Altogether it looked like something his now former teacher might cook up from his overly vivid imagination. Sasuke mumbled to himself, what is this place? An alternate dimension inside me. Sasuke's Sharingan spun as he looked towards the source of the voice. Several feet away from him, some of the fleshy surface of the floor began to bulge, looking like something were trying to break through. And the place where I carry out the soul transfer ritual, Orochimaru finished as his form rose from the ground, covered in the slimy surface. It's already started, the snake Sanin's ridiculously long tongue flicked out of his mouth. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise as several snakes began to form out of his body and clothing. Looking around he noticed that the floor began to rise up, changing shape as it did. The young Avenger found himself staring at people that he now realized were the previous beings whom Orochimaru had used his soul transfer jutsu on. He looked over at Orochimaru's smiling form, his Sharingan eyes spinning as the snake Sanin inched ever closer. The snake Sanin's eyes widened as several stakes appeared in his body forcing him to stop. He remembered this, it had happened to him once already when he had attempted to get Itachi's eyes. Orochimaru, all your jutsu are powerless against these eyes. He, those eyes, Orochimaru said as he began to move again, despite the pain he was feeling from the genjutsu his now former student placed him in. Those eyes will be mine. Sasuke just watched with an impassive face as the man inched ever closer. These eyes would never be his. The Uchiha Avenger smirked. The queen struggled with her bindings as the man who bound her laughed over her. Said man was tall and had bulky muscles that made him look like a pro wrestler. His hair was black and shaggy, his eyes likewise were coal black. Running along his face were several scars that were an angry red in color, crisscrossing along his nose and eyes. And now my queen, you will do as I say, the man said, sneering as he called her queen. Never. The queen shouted as her struggling increased, I'll never give you my kingdom. My dear, you don't have a choice, the black-eyed man said, taking his hand to caress her face. The queen shivered in disgust as his rough fingers ran along her cheek. You will accept this marriage, you will surrender to me, and this will be my kingdom. The man's voice turned into a yell at the end. He calmed down again as he gave her a smirk. You no longer have a choice, no one will be coming to save you. You're wrong, the queen whispered. She stopped struggling as she bent her head down, making her hair cover her eyes. He will come, she said with conviction, a smirk quirking up the corner of her lips. Him? The man questioned incredulously before laughing. He is currently being occupied by some of my best men, even he is no match for my elites. You know, I take offense to that. The black-haired man turned around and felt his eyes widen as he spotted the figure that stood before him. The man was fairly tall, standing around 6 feet 0 inches even. He was not bulky but had the physique of an Olympic runner with compact muscles that looked like they had been carved from stone. He was wearing dark blue Western armor with red and gold trim. In his hands was an ornate and beautiful double-sided blade with jewels lining the hilt. His spiky golden blonde hair was being held out of his face with a red-blue bandana that had the motif of a dragon on it, and his blue eyes were currently drilling into the black-haired man with an intensity that caused said man to shiver. Impossible. The man yelled, there is no way you could have survived my elites. The golden-haired man looked at him with a smirk. While your men were decent, I've had better fights from my grandmother. He shivered for a moment. Kami, that woman hits hard, the man mumbled at the end. The black-haired man growled, I suppose my guards were just more incompetent than I thought, to let someone like you defeat them. He reached for his own sword and pulled it out of the hilt on his left side. I'll just have to kill you myself. You can try, the blonde man said with a smirk, taking several steps towards the man who was now rushing towards him. But in the end you'll lose like everyone else. His steps picked up until he was in a sprint, bringing his sword across his body in a slash. Swords began to clash and the sound of metal clanging against metal was heard throughout the small clearing. Each time one would strike against the other it would cause a slight wind to pick up, showing just how powerful these men were. The strikes were so fast that the queen who was watching could not even see them, they were mere flashes of light. To her it looked like a dance, yet she knew that this beautiful dance was also deadly. Each strike was meant to kill and even a single mistake could cost either of them. The two continued their battle, adding in acrobatics into the mix now, flipping and leaping over each other as they attempted to strike the other from behind. Spinning, twirling and slashing as the two moved at speeds no normal human could even hope to match. Overhead, diagonal slash, horizontal, thrusts, all manner of attacks were used as the two seemingly even opponents tried to kill one another. All it would take was a single mistake. All it would take was one slip-up. Said slip-up came when the black-haired man overextended his reach, attempting to stab the blonde through the heart. Said blonde ducked and moved slightly to the left, lightly redirecting the man's attack with his blade as he moved in. There was a shlink sound as the blonde's blade pierced the black-haired man's armor, and then the man's chest. Said man stared at the blade piercing him with wide eyes, right before he burst into smoke. Damn it. The blonde mumbled in frustration, stupid cage bunshine, always dispelling just as I'm about to make the witty one-liner. The blonde shook his head and got back into his role as he ran over to his queen. My liege, are you all right? He asked as he severed the robes binding her. As soon as the queen was free, she jumped up and wrapped her arms around the blonde, burying her head in his neck as she inhaled his scent. I am now, the queen replied as she lifted her head to look into the blonde man's blue eyes. Thank you, Sir Naruto. Naruto gave her a cocky grin as he spoke. You know there is no need to thank me, my queen. I will always be there to protect you. Oh, but there is, was the queen's response as she went up on her tiptoes. Such a good deed deserves a reward. Naruto smiled as he began to lean towards his queen. Koyuki-chan, he mumbled as their lips met. Kabuto frowned as he stirred the medicine he had made for Orochimaru together. The medicine won't be enough anymore. He looked at the concoction in the vial, picking it up and pouring into a container for Orochimaru. At best, he could have lasted until tomorrow, but he'll more than likely need to do the soul transfer ritual today. Kabuto held up the medicine and looked at it. I doubt even this will help much. Kabuto had been Orochimaru's right-hand man for a long time. After the snake Sannin took Sasori's slave seal off, the young medical ninja had pledged his life to the man's service. He had seen Orochimaru's power and genius in action. The man was always making new abilities and did not let some ridiculous sentimentality for life stop him from progressing in his goal. It was one of things Kabuto admired and the reason he so willingly followed Orochimaru. He allowed Kabuto to experiment on others in the name of science, something that he doubted anyone else would allow him to do. That was why he was worried about his master. The man had pretty much let him do as he pleased to the prisoners they had and allowed him to watch the Sannin's own experiments. Still, the silver-haired medical ninja mused, I doubt Sasuke is going to be quick to say yes to something like this. He shook the thought off as he left. It doesn't matter, even someone like Sasuke should not be able to survive the ritual. Kabuto closed the door to the lab and began to walk back towards Orochimaru's chamber. However, when he got close enough to see the door, he stopped and his eyes widened. The door was gone, having been cut to pieces, and along the walls and floor was blood. Not knowing what was happening, Kabuto ran up to the wall near the door, pressing his back against it as he peered into the room. Standing in the room was Sasuke Uchiha, looking at the remains of Orochimaru, which was in its snake form. Its head severed from the body and the body sliced into 8 segments. What's Sasuke doing here? Kabuto wondered. As his mind tried to come to a conclusion to that question, his eyes widened as an answer came to him. That giant snake is molting, so that means that the ritual is over already. Kabuto moved away from the wall and stood in front of the door. What the hell happened? The medical ninja asked as he stared at Sasuke, wondering if this was Sasuke or Orochimaru. As if sensing his presence, Sasuke turned his head. Kabuto? He questioned in a bland voice at seeing the medic ninja. Turning, Sasuke made his way over to Kabuto, not even bothering to look at the silver-haired medic as he walked past. Kabuto turned his head to look at Sasuke. Which one are you? He asked. When Kabuto had first seen him, he had been positive that it was Orochimaru who was in control. However, the way that Sasuke was acting did not seem like Orochimaru at all. He was too quiet. Had it been the snake Sannin, he would have said something by now and had Kabuto run a medical scan to make sure everything was working properly. Sasuke turned his head to look at Kabuto. A smirk appeared on his face. Which one do you think? Sasuke's Sharingan eyes flared and Kabuto saw black. This is where the soul ritual takes place, Kabuto realized as he looked around his new environment, the same one that Sasuke had been in mere moments ago. As he looked around, he saw Sasuke Uchiha covered in the white substance from the ground, and Orochimaru closing the distance as the snake Sannin attempted to perform the soul transfer technique. Several tentacle-like appendages appeared out of the goop that covered Orochimaru, making their way towards the Avenger. They latched onto Sasuke's form and Orochimaru was about to perform the soul transfer ritual. However, before he could, Sasuke activated his curse seal. Orochimaru's eyes widened as the white flesh began to crumble. This can't be happening. The white flesh covering Sasuke crumbled around him, leaving the Uchiha as if nothing had happened. The white substance then began to coil and grow, taking the form of some odd creature with a large claw-filled mouth. It then started to eat at the white substance of the dimension. I created this dimension. There is no way, there is no way. This can't be. This is my Orochimaru. Sasuke interrupted the man's ramblings, his Sharingan eyes spinning. Against my eyes, none of your jutsu. He paused before smirking. Actually, you know the rest. This is horrifying. At this rate Sasuke will. Kabuto paused and corrected himself, is starting to eat away at this dimension. The medical ninja watched as the dimension began to dissolve. Orochimaru said as he strained to win against the Uchiha Avenger, I refuse. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, I refuse to let this happen. I am Orochimaru. I am immortal. Destined to discover the true meaning behind everything. Destined to take control of everything. In the world, Orochimaru continued to struggle. I will not die here. Kabuto's eyes widened as he found himself back in Orochimaru's hideout. Orochimaru-sama is dead. He looked over at Sasuke to see the Uchiha Avenger smirking. No wait, it's more like. I've taken over, Sasuke said, his smirk increasing. Kabuto stared in shock at Sasuke as he walked away. Sai stared out at the sea as he sat on the ship that was taking him and the rest of the team he was with Tatsuki no Kuni. He turned his attention back to the painting he was drawing. It was a picture of the sea using the perspective of someone sitting on the bow of a ship. However, as his paintbrush moved across the canvas, his mind was elsewhere. He had been with Naruto for a little over 2 months now and was still no closer to discovering the key to emotions, or figuring out what made Naruto, Naruto. The clan head was a man of contradictions as far as Sai could see. When on missions he was usually very serious, never showing his emotions, yet when not on a mission he was laid back, relaxed, with a slightly playful and teasing nature. He was also willing to risk becoming a missing ninja for the sake of a single person, going as far as to refuse a direct order from the Hokage herself. Every interaction he had had with the blonde so far had left him confused. Flashback. Nicknames are often used as terms of endearment between two people who are close, Sai read out loud. He was sitting in Konoha's general library, looking up information on friendship. Ever since he had his first mission with Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi, he had been trying to understand what friendship really was. What in the hell are you reading? Sai's eyes widened in surprise as he looked behind him to see Naruto reading over his shoulder. How to make friends. The understanding to building a bridge of friendship? Naruto said in an incredulous voice as he read the titles of some of the books Sai had picked up. Why are you reading crap like this? The blonde shinobi asked. Sai replied with his stereotypical fake smile, I am trying to understand emotions and how friendships works. He picked up a book. These books are very informative about the subject and tell me how to make friends. Naruto gave the pale-skinned teen an exasperated look. You won't understand emotions and make friends by reading a book, Sai. In order to understand anything you need to experience something first. So I should do reconnaissance? Sai asked, trying to better understand what Naruto was telling him. No you know what, Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose, you should disregard everything those books tell you, they're not very helpful. He grabbed the boy by the shirt and hauled him to his feet. The only way to learn is by experience. Now come on, I'm going to meet with the rest of the Konoha 11. What? Sai asked as Naruto began to drag the boy out of the library. You're going to meet my friends, you're going to see how they act and you're going to be normal, Naruto said. Now come on, I don't want to have to drag your sorry ass the whole way. Sai said nothing more as Naruto let go of him, merely followed the blonde clan head as he walked over to an Akimichi restaurant. Flashback end. There had been many other incidents like that where Sai had interacted with the others from the famed Konoha 11 throughout the time he had been assigned his mission to spy on Naruto. Oftentimes he would leave confused, however he did feel he was getting closer to understanding emotions a little better. He stopped painting for a moment and looked over to the deck. Naruto and Koyuki were sitting in 2 chairs a little ways away, playing a game of shogi. He wondered if board games would be a good way to help him understand other people. Sasuke walked into one of the many rooms within Orochimaru's base. This one, like the others, was rather bland. In the center of the room, however, were several large tubes. In each tube was a person, or what had once been a person, a few having been transformed into unrecognizable monsters. Computer screens were located throughout the area, showing data on various experiments, and long wires and hoses connected the tubes to other pieces of machinery. Sasuke ignored most of the tubes as he walked up to a specific one. Inside was a teen about his age and of average height. He had white hair with a light blue tint and purple eyes. The teen gave Sasuke a smile with his shark-like teeth as the Uchiha Avenger stepped in front of him. I thought it would be you, so you actually defeated Orochimaru, eh? The man said. That's right, Sasuke replied, now don't move for a second so I can get you out of here. Sasuke pulled out his chokudo and slashed across the glass, letting the water and white-haired man out. Finally, the man mumbled as he his hands on the watery surface. It looked as if half of his body was submerged in water despite the fact that the water merely a puddle. I guess I owe you some, thanks Sasuke. We'll take care of you first, Suigetsu, Sasuke said, not paying attention to the now named Suigetsu's words, come with me. Me first, huh? Suigetsu said as he began to push himself out of the water, his body forming from the molecules. What about the others? There are 2 left, Sasuke said in an uncaring tone. Normally he would never be this patient with someone who was inferior to him, but it was necessary for now. We need to get Juugo in the north lair, and Karen in the south. Do we have 2? Suigetsu complained, putting his feet on the water and standing up. I can't stand those 2, I don't think I'll ever be able to even get along with them. I just need the 3 of you to cooperate, Sasuke said as if explaining to a child, you don't have to like each other. Well, you did save me, Suigetsu said after a moment, so I guess if that's what you want I'll go along with it. He frowned in thought. So why did you choose them? What do you think of them? They need to learn how to shut up, Sasuke replied in a way that made it obvious he was not talking about the other two. Now put some clothia on so we can go. Hey, well you definitely sound like a leader, Suigetsu said. The next moment he disappeared and Sasuke felt someone pressing a finger against his temple. Let's get a few things straight, Suigetsu said in a slightly bored yet playful tone. Okay? Sasuke just looked at him as the water user spoke. You are not in charge just because you took Orochimaru down. Everyone was after him. Someone was bound to kill him eventually. You were his preference, so he did keep you under surveillance and let you stand at his side. You just got more chances at him than the rest of us. Sasuke made no movement, even though he felt like killing this person for trying to talk down to him. Instead he spoke in a calm, almost bored voice. What's your point? That I have the advantage now, Suigetsu said as he pushed his finger harder against Sasuke's temple. Then the man grinned and took his hand away. Not. Just kidding, wow, your heart rate didn't even change. That's enough for me to know your victory was not a fluke. I always heard how strong you were. Your squad was the one who defeated my old senpai Zabuza Momoiki, wasn't it? Suigetsu gave Sasuke a shark-like grin. So hey, before we go get them, do you think we could go somewhere else first? There's something I wanted to get. Sasuke said nothing. He needed Suigetsu for now so he would play along. Naruto walked in front of Koyuki as he and the other Konoha ninja assigned to this mission, along with nearly a dozen samurai and 4 Yuki ninja, escorted the daimyo through the streets of one of Tsuki no Kuni's cities. He and his comrades were walking in a diamond formation around Koyuki, with him in the front, Sakura and Ino on the sides and Sai in the back. As the group continued on, they ignored the various stares and whispers from the people around who had stopped what they were doing to stare. Like all cities in Tsuki, this one held a festive air. Tsuki no Kuni had always been considered a great tourist country due to its many forms of entertainment, namely gambling. There were many different casinos here that had all kinds of games of chance. He was sure that Ba-chan would love to come here. Naruto remained on alert as they made their way to the large blue palace in front of them. The gates opened as soon as their entourage came into view. Walking through the gate, they found themselves standing in a very beautiful garden. Several dignitaries were already waiting for them. 2 of them were Michiru Tsuki, the daimyo of Tsuki no Kuni, and his son Hikaru. Michiru was a fairly rotund man, wearing an extravagant royal blue kimono. Hikaru was a boy of decent height, fairly thin and wearing white pants and shirt with a bow hanging over his shoulder. Daimyo Koyuki, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Michiru said as he stepped forward and gave a bow. Koyuki retuned the gesture with a poise and grace befitting both a daimyo and an actress. It's nice to finally meet you as well. I would like to thank you for agreeing to this. Not at all, Michiru replied. With our open door policy on trade, we are always happy to accept new agreements. He paused for a moment as he looked at the members of her entourage. His eyes landed on Naruto and they seemed to widen ever so slightly. Naruto? He asked in surprise, causing Hikaru to look up with wide eyes. While everyone else either looked shocked or confused, Naruto stepped forward and gave Michiru a bow. It's good to see you again. You and your son look like you're doing well. Michiru was about to respond but his son beat him to it. Naruto ni-san. Hikaru ran up to him. Naruto grinned as the boy stopped in front of him. How are you doing, Squirt? He ruffled the boy's hair. Hey, don't call me Squirt, Hikaru complained. I'm almost 11 now. Naruto's grin widened ever so slightly. You're still a squirt to me. As Naruto decided to have fun teasing Hikaru, Michiru turned to look at a surprised Koyuki. I shall have my men escort your guards to their living quarters, and if you'd like I can give you a tour of the palace. Yes, that would be nice, Koyuki said, turning to him. Michiru nodded and gave her a pleased smile. Excellent. He turned to where Naruto was asking Hikaru about his bow practice. Hikaru, why don't you and Naruto go to the range out back? Hikaru nodded. Come on, ni-san. I want to show you how good I've gotten with my bow. He grabbed Naruto and began to drag him towards his bow practice range. All right, I'm coming, Naruto said as he began to walk on his own power. So how do you guys know Naruto? Koyuki asked as she and the other 3 Konoha ninja followed Michiru. Meanwhile, the rest of Koyuki's entourage was being shown to their quarters. Well, you see, we had hired Konoha to send us escorts for our tour around the elemental nations, Michiru said as Koyuki and the Konoha ninja listened with interest. They sent him and his sensei Jiraiya. Sasuke and Suigetsu found themselves staring at a rather large and impressive bridge. Suigetsu had changed into a purple sleeveless shirt and a pair of gray pants. Around his waist was a belt with several water bottles attached to it, and another belt that currently did not hold anything. "What do you think, Sasuke?" Suigetsu asked as he turned to look at his black-haired leader. Sasuke did not say anything, merely stared at the name of the bridge, the Great Naruto Bridge. For just a second the black-haired Avenger almost felt nostalgic, almost. "Sasuke, let's go," Suigetsu said as Sasuke continued to stare at the bridge. Sasuke cast one last look at the bridge before moving across it. They walked through the now prosperous town of Nami, making their way to the edge of it and into the forest. Sasuke led Suigetsu to the spot where they had buried Zabuza and his apprentice Haku. "Never thought it'd be all the way out here," Suigetsu said as he moved over to the grave, one of which had the infamous Kubikiri Haucho. The water user grabbed the handle of the blade. "I'll be taking this, Zabuza-senpai." He pulled the blade out of the ground. Suigetsu held the blade in both hands, struggling a bit to keep it up. "Whoa, this is heavy." "So this is the blade of Zabuza, the Kiri no Oni, devil of the hidden mist, the Kubikiri." Suigetsu planted the sword back into the ground when it became too heavy to wield. "Can you even wield that blade?" Sasuke asked, actually finding himself amused at the sight. The katana used by the Kiri no shinobi katana Nananin Shu are passed down from generation to generation, Suigetsu said. "I trained like crazy so I could join them one day. With this great sword I could probably even beat you." Suigetsu began to fix a strap around it. "Since Juugo's joining us, I figured I'd need it." Suigetsu attached the sword to the belt that hung on his chest and looked at Sasuke. "All right, let's head to the closer one." Sasuke nodded as the two of them set out. "Why didn't you ever tell us how you saved this country?" asked Sakura as she, Naruto, Sai and Ino set up a perimeter and patrolled around the place Michiru and Koyuki were meeting. Naruto looked over at her and shrugged, "Because it never came up, I guess. It's not like it's that big of a deal or anything." "Not that big of a deal," Sakura said in shock. "How could you say that? You saved an entire country." Naruto just gave her a blank stare. "Sakura, with our mission record on Team 7, saving a country is something of a norm for me." He gave an amused chuckle. "I mean, how many people can say they saved a country on their first C-rank mission, or saved and protected a princess who was disguised as an actress, or saved a country embroiled in a civil war? Doing things like this just seems to be some kind of rule when it comes to me. Murphy's Law loves me like that." Sakura looked embarrassed. What Naruto said was true. So many of their missions outside of the village had been nothing but misadventures of some kind or another. Even after Naruto left Konoha to train, he seemed to do things that most normal shinobi would never dream of. "Well, I guess you're right," Sakura said. "Man, I'm so jealous of you," Ino said as she decided to butt into the conversation. "You always seem to have some kind of cool adventure." Naruto merely smiled. "That's just because I'm so awesome." "Whatever," Sakura said. She would have said more, however a loud roar caused the four ninja to turn around. They were just in time to see a giant white saber-toothed tiger leaping towards them. Ino and Sakura both yelled at the sight, while Sai pulled out an ink scroll and brush. However, they were all shocked when the tiger smashed right into Naruto, who had not moved from his spot. They became even more shocked when said tiger started licking Naruto's face. "Ack! Ha ha hey yes, stop Chamu," Naruto laughed as the large tiger ran its tongue across his face. "Seriously Chamu." Eventually Naruto was able to push the large tiger off of him. The blonde grinned at the tiger, eliciting a fanged grin from Chamu. Well, he thought it was a grin at least. It was sometimes hard to tell with all those teeth. Naruto began to scratch the tiger behind the ears, getting a purr from the large beast as it nuzzled against his hand. "And Naruto, you know this tiger?" Ino asked with a slight stutter that sounded like a mixture between fear and shock. Naruto looked up from her as he continued to pet Chamu. "Of course, Chamu was here when I took my mission. He even helped me take down Ishidate, the leader of the ninja that Shabadaba hired to kill or capture Hikaru." "Bit the man's arm right off." Naruto gave the giant tiger a big hug. "Isn't that right?" The other three sweat dropped as Naruto rubbed his face against Chamu's furry whiskered cheek. Sasuke and Suigetsu entered the south base with little concern of ambush or trap, walking along the dank stone halls. They passed several barred rooms, each of them filled with a dozen prisoners. As soon as they passed, the prisoners got up close to the bars and looked at the pair. Many began to speculate about why Orochimaru was not with them, coming up with the theory that the snake Sannin was dead and Sasuke had come to free them. A few of them, however, shot that down, loudly. Sasuke ignored this as he kept walking. He and Suigetsu were forced to stop when a girl around their age walked in front of them from the opposite end of the hall. The girl in front of them had red eyes and hair. Her hair was sharp, pointy and unkempt on one side, while the other was straight. She was wearing lavender glasses, a lavender uniform, short black shorts and long black thigh-high stocking with semi-high heel sandals. "I knew it," the redhead said as she placed a hand on her hips. She looked at Sasuke with a frown. "You're all alone, Sasuke, so it's true then," she mumbled to herself at the end. "What am I, chopped liver?" asked Suigetsu, only to be ignored. "What do you want?" she asked, staring at Sasuke. "Sasuke's got a proposition for you." Suigetsu decided to interrupt the conversation. "Can you take us to a room or something? We've been walking forever, and I'm too tired to stand around while you talk." "Humph," Karen humphed and once again ignored Suigetsu. "Come with me, Karen," Sasuke said, "I need you." "Ha," Karen said dumbly as her eyes widened in surprise, "why do I need to go anywhere? I'm in charge of this place." Naruto watched as the meeting came to an end. All of the nobles who were part of Tsuki's council and had been involved were leaving. Naruto never understood why a council was truly needed. He had seen the council of Konoha, was a part of it in fact, and in all honesty except for a few situations the council seemed to be more trouble than it was truly worth. Shaking himself of such thoughts, he walked over to where Koyuki was still speaking to Michiru. He waited patiently until they were done and Koyuki had turned to him before speaking. "Koyuki-sama," Naruto said, using a title appropriate for her rank since they were not alone. "I trust the meeting went well?" he asked as he held his arm out to her. Koyuki smiled as he took his arm in her own. "Our negotiations are proceeding smoothly. Hopefully sometime next week Haru and Tsuki will have a trade alliance." "That's good," Naruto said with a smile. "Now that the meeting is over, perhaps you would like me to escort you around the city? Maybe I could take you out to dinner somewhere?" He looked over at Michiru. "So long as you and Michiru Dono do not have any previous engagements." "Not at all," Michiru said. "I actually already have plans to go with my son and teach him some of the things he will eventually need to know for when he takes my place." Naruto nodded before turning his attention to the beautiful woman on his arms. "So how about it, Koyuki-sama?" Koyuki smiled at him, tightening her hold on his arm. "I would like that." As Naruto led Koyuki away, neither of them noticed the pair of eyes watching them. "Orochimaru's out of the picture now," Sasuke said as he and Suigetsu sat on a couch in one of the few recreational rooms, Karen standing a little ways away from them. "What are you going to do with all the captives?" Karen asked as she spread her hands out in front of her. "Suigetsu, go free all the prisoners," Sasuke ordered. "Wah! Hey, still acting like the boss, eh?" Suigetsu chuckled as he interrupted Karen, though he still got up and prepared to do as asked. "Don't you dare," shouted Karen as Suigetsu moved towards the door. "There's no reason to keep them around," Sasuke said in an uncaring manner. "What would you do with them?" Karen did not answer right away as she watched Suigetsu leave. "I refuse. Besides, I'm not under any obligation to follow you around, you know." Sasuke looked at her, deciding on the many options that presented themselves to get her to go with him. "Fine," Sasuke said at last. "If you feel that strongly, then I'll find someone else." Karen looked at him as she backed away, pressing herself against the door as her hand came up and locked it. "I'll come," Karen said in a soft voice, now walking towards Sasuke as she took off her glasses, setting them on the couch as she sat next to him. "If you really want me to," Karen said, a pouty expression on her face, "I'll go with you." Sasuke actually found himself getting confused at the near 180 change. "What's with you? You changed your mind pretty quickly." He found himself backing away a bit as Karen leaned into him. "I was just thinking about how tired I am of standing guard," Karen said as she continued to lean into him. She stopped for a moment when she heard a rattle at the door. She looked at it before turning back to Sasuke. "Would you back off?" Sasuke asked in an annoyed voice. "We don't have to take that stupid Suigetsu either." Karen ignored his words as she continued closing in. "All we need is each other." Before the redhead could get any farther, the door was sliced open. Karen jumped away from Sasuke as Suigetsu walked in. One of his arms was now bulging with muscle as he used his control over water to change his muscle structure. "Let's get out of here, Sasuke," Suigetsu said as he leaned against Kubikiri. "Karen clearly doesn't want to come." "Actually, she's changed her mind," Sasuke said. I didn't say that," Karen said loudly as she put her glasses back on. I'm headed in the same direction that you two are. Purely coincidence." "Oh really? Lucky us," Suigetsu said. "I guess you'll be with us for a little while then." "Just a little while," Karen said as she adjusted her glasses. Suigetsu shrugged as his arm changed back to normal. "So Juu goes the last then." Juugo, Karen said in surprise and a little fear, you want his help too? What do you care? Asked Suigetsu, I thought you were just along for the ride. Why yeah, I am? So what? You wanna go? Come on. Within a dark room, one figure was crouched down, his face in his knees. Yeah, girls are definitely better. Wait, no, guys. Guys are better, nah, girls, or actually guys. Koyuki smiled as she and Naruto ate at one of the many restaurants found in Tsuki no Kuni. You know, you neglected to mention that you saved this country the last time you shared stories of your adventures. Naruto laughed, well it happened after we made that movie, after that it never really came up. We were too busy doing other activities to be concerned with me telling you stories. Koyuki blushed as she thought about the activities he was talking about. That's true, she took a bite out of her food. Looking up at him she smiled, since it came up now, why don't you tell me about it? Michiru gave an overview, but he's not a very good storyteller. Naruto gave a large grin as he finished the cup of sake he had. I think I can do that. You see, it all started when me and Uro-sensei got a message from Konoha asking us to escort Michiru and his son around the elemental nations. Koyuki spent the rest of their time at dinner listening as Naruto told her how he and Jiraiya had defeated Shabadaba and the ninja he had hired to take of Tsuki no Kuni. Sasuke, Karen and Suigetsu were walking through one of the many barren wastelands of Tsuchi no Kuni, Earth Country, while Sasuke and Karen were walking. Suigetsu had his hands on his knees as he panted, sweat rolling down his face as the sun burned overhead. He pulled out one of the many water bottles from his belt and began to drink, needing to keep himself hydrated since he would quite literally evaporate if he didn't. You're so lazy, Karen yelled at Suigetsu, the north hideout is still a long ways away. I thought you were headed somewhere else, Suigetsu said, his tone uncaring and bored, why don't you just leave? I've already got enough crap to deal with. I just remembered I have business here too, Karen said, trying to come up with an excuse so she could stay next to Sasuke. I need to stop by there first. Yeah right, Suigetsu said, taking another sip of water. Sasuke just sighed as the two continued to argue. He was beginning to regret this decision. Naruto stared out of the window as he lay in bed, absently stroking Koyuki's hair. It was night time now and he could see the stars shining outside as the moonlight streamed through the window. He looked back down at Koyuki who was peacefully sleeping on top of him, the bed's covers only covering up to her hips, allowing him to see a sight he would never grow tired of. I'm lucky security here is so lax or I would have never been able to sneak into a room like this, the blonde thought to himself as he brushed a few stray strands of hair out of Koyuki's face. Naruto-kun, Koyuki mumbled in her sleep, burrowing her face into his muscled chest. Naruto held in a snicker that threatened to escape his throat, not wanting to wake her up. She was going to have a long day of meetings ahead of her tomorrow, hopefully they would be able to finalize their treaty. Sighing to himself, Naruto grabbed the covers and pulled them up so that Koyuki was adequately covered. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her as close as possible. Letting his eyes droop, the blonde let sleep claim him. Phew. Time for a break, Suigetsu said as he sat down right where he had been standing, pulling out another water bottle. Get up you slacker, Karen yelled as she turned to the exhausted-looking Suigetsu. We're practically there. When Suigetsu did not get back up, Karen began yelling some more. It's that katana. It's too heavy. Just drop the damn thing so we can go. Guys, Sasuke said, not looking at them as he spotted something. They both turned around to see Sasuke staring at a prone figure in the typical garb Orochimaru's scientists wear. The three walked up to him. Karen looked him over as she lifted his head. He came from the north hideout, she determined. He's still alive. What happened? Asked Sasuke as he saw the man's eyes open. Sauce, Yuke. Uch, Iha, the scientist said in a rasped breath, please, save us. What happened to you? Suigetsu asked. It started, as soon as we heard Orochimaru was dead, the man started to explain, our captives started a riot. At this rate, the man started coughing as he drew a shuddered breath right before he died. Ah crap, he died, Suigetsu complained. Normally he would not have a problem with death, but the man had not even given them any information before it happened. Before anyone else could say anything, the earth shook and splintered as something crashed down several feet away. Sasuke and the others saw it was a creature with dark brown skin, horns on its head and wings on its arms. Each of them knew this was one of Orochimaru's experiments. You're, the thing tried to say, but its vocal cords did not sound quite up to the task. What the hell is that thing? Suigetsu wondered out loud. A level 2 cursed seal, Karen said in shock, he's already completed the transformation. Sasuke just looked at the experiment before disappearing. There was a spurt of blood that came from the cursed seal warrior. As the man began to transform back into a human, Sasuke appeared behind him, his sword out and blood dripping from it. As the man fell and died, Sasuke resheathed his sword with a shink sound. That's the north hideout up there, Sasuke said as he looked up at the tower-like structure. Hurry up and help me find Juugo. Naruto, Sakura, Sai and Ino walked up to the front gates of Konoha. Walking over to the two eternal Chunin Izumo and Kotetsu, the blonde shinobi presented their papers. Well, look who's back, Izumo said as he grabbed the papers and read them over. So I take it the mission was a success? Of course, Naruto said. You expected anything less? Kotetsu chuckled. I heard your mission was to guard the daimyo Koyuki Kazahana. You heard right, Naruto said as he got the papers back. You know, I saw that movie you two were in, Kotetsu said with a lecherous grin. Did you two put those talents I saw to practice? Sakura and Ino held intense blushes at the thought of Naruto and sex. Ino ended up getting a nosebleed as she had seen that movie and several images passed through her head. Naruto sighed. Somehow I get the feeling that movie's gonna haunt me for the rest of my days. He shook his head. Whatever, anyway I'll see you guys later. We need to go and report to Ba-chan. Naruto turned to his team. Why don't you guys head home while I go and give my report? Ino and Sai nodded before leaving. However, Sakura stayed with him. I need to talk to Tsunade Shishu anyways, Sakura said, so I think I'll accompany you. Naruto shrugged. Sure thing. The two of them began making their way to the Hokage Tower. You're late, Tsunade yelled as she turned to look at Jiraiya. Where the hell were you? Now take it easy, Tsunade, Jiraiya said as he raised his hands defensively. He was about to say more when Naruto and Sakura walked in. Hey Naruto. How have you been? He asked, glad for the distraction from Tsunade's glare. Uro-sensei? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. What are you doing here? Ah. Naruto, Tsunade said as she turned her attention to her fellow blonde. I take it the mission was a success? Naruto smiled and gave a nod. Yes, Koyuki had been successfully escorted to Tsuki no Kuni and protected throughout the trade negotiations. Naruto gave them a brief report on what had transpired. Tsunade nodded. It's a good thing that you came back when you did. There are important things we need to discuss. Naruto sensed the shift in the atmosphere as Tsunade sat down and knew that whatever she had to talk about was serious. He straightened himself as his eyes went from their typical vibrant blue to an icier shade as all emotion left his face and went into what Tsunade had taken to calling his mission face. What is it you wish to talk to me about, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. Information has been coming in from other countries, Tsunade began, a serious expression on her face. I wanted to discuss it with you. Naruto frowned as he looked over at Jiraiya. The man held a grave expression, something that was rare and only used when something big happened. What information are you talking about? The blonde clan head asked. Orochimaru is dead, Tsunade said, and it seems that Sasuke Uchiha is the one who killed him. Sakura's eyes widened in shock, however Naruto's narrowed as his mind went several thousand miles a second. From what I remember when I fought the two of them, it was obvious that Sasuke, despite gaining strength, did not have the power to defeat Orochimaru. I doubt he gained enough power to do that in the short amount of time since our little scuffle. That means that he killed Orochimaru when the Sannin was at his weakest, when the snake Sannin needed to do the transfer ritual. Now that Orochimaru is dead, Sasuke's next step will be. Naruto looked over at Jiraiya. How accurate is this information? I know for a fact that it's true, Jiraiya said. My most reliable source confirmed it. Then he's going to come back to Konoha, right? Asked Sakura, hope in her voice. Naruto snorted, causing everyone there to turn their attention to him. Sasuke coming back to Konoha? The whisker-marked blonde shook his head. I highly doubt that. Sakura looked over at Naruto in shock. Sasuke, Suigetsu and Karen looked towards the entrance to the north hideout. It was littered with Orochimaru's experiments, all of them in their cursed seal forms and all of them looking ready to kill. The guards, they're all dead, Karen said as she used her chakra sensing abilities to look for anyone who was not under the seal's influence. Hoo boy, how are we supposed to know which one's Juugo? Suigetsu wondered as he looked at all the creatures. Sasuke? Sasuke looked over at Karen. Karen, is Juugo in there somewhere? Hold on, just give me a second, Karen said as she held out her hand a sign. She closed her eyes as she tried to find Juugo's signature within the mass of cursed seal warriors. He's not in there, she said at last. Hey! That means we can go nuts on them, right? Suigetsu asked with a grin. Whatever, let's just find Juugo, Sasuke said as he held out his chokudo. Alright, Suigetsu held up Kubikiri Haucho, readying himself for battle. Let's go, Sasuke said. The two shinobi charged. Wii-oo, Suigetsu leaned on the large cleaving sword. He looked out at all of the people now lying in pools of their own blood, feeling rather pleased with himself. Hey! The two turned to see Karen holding up a set of keys. I found the keys. The three made their way into the base and began walking down the hall. They were soon forced to stop at a four-way hall. Karen, lead the way, Sasuke said. Why are you doing this, Sasuke? Karen asked. Sasuke just looked at her as Suigetsu spoke up. Just find him, would ya? You're always bragging about your ability, try actually using it. Karen gave Suigetsu a withering glare but turned her attention to the task at hand. That way, Karen said, pointing down one of the four hallways. Finally, Suigetsu mumbled, turning towards the hall and beginning to walk down it. Sasuke made to follow, but Karen grabbed his arm and began dragging him down a different hallway. What are you? Sasuke began, only to be cut off by Karen, who had turned to look at him, a blush staining her cheeks. He's really this way, she said. Let's hurry, Sasuke. Sasuke sighed in frustration. Why did you lie? Now Suigetsu's going the wrong way. Karen turned around and continued to drag him as she spoke. Suigetsu's just an obnoxious jerk, I can't stand him. Now come on. Let go of me, Sasuke said as he tried to break her surprisingly strong grip. I can walk by myself. You know that curse seal seems to turn everyone who uses it into freaks, Suigetsu said as he walked down the hall, unaware that he was alone. Sasuke, does that happen to you when you use it? He waited for a moment and after receiving no answer turned his head. Hey, I'm talking to Y. He blinked when he saw no one following him. Suigetsu clenched his fists as he realized what happened. That bitch. Is this it? Asked Sasuke as he stared at the door. It was made of some kind of sturdy metal, had 4 locks keeping it shut and 2 chains in a crisscross position as added insurance, in order to keep the man they had come for from breaking out. Yeah, Karen said, Juugo's in here. She walked up to it and placed a key in the first lock, unlocking it in each one after one by one. That's the last one, she said as she moved her hand to grab and open the door. Only for Sasuke's hand to grab it first. I'll go in, Karen, stand back. Sasuke opened the door and looked inside, only to come face to face with Juugo beginning his transformation. Jackpot! Juugo screamed as the flame-like patterns for his curse seal began to spread across him. You're dead. Juugo began to run at Sasuke, looking intent on smashing the black-haired Avenger into a pulp. Sasuke ignored Karen's cry of watch out, as he crouched down and placed a hand on his chokudo. Smash! Juugo rammed Sasuke into the call, causing it to crack as a cloud of dust expanded over it. Gay ha 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 ha, Juugo laughed in glee, half his face covered in the cursed seal. I'm not done with you yet. Juugo's arm transformed into an odd-looking clawed arm, with spike pointing inward to his fist from the elbow down. On the back of his elbow was a protrusion, which moved up and then pushed down. The wall exploded as chakra blasted out of Juugo's arm. When the smoke cleared, it showed a giant hand-like wing holding onto Juugo's fist. Not another copy of me, Juugo yelled as his fist pulled away, but this one's pretty tough. Juugo noticed that Sasuke only had half of the transformation up, just enough to have protected him. He can even do partial transformations. He must have good control over the cursed seal. I didn't come here to fight you, Sasuke said as he looked up, one eye black and the other yellow. I need to discuss something with you, Juugo, that's all. Juugo ignored Sasuke's words as he charged. He's strong, the strongest since that other copy, Kimimaro. He thrust out his fist at Sasuke in the hopes of crushing the Avenger, however it was stopped by the Kubikiri Haucho. Huh? Juugo stumbled back as he turned his attention to Suigetsu, who just arrived. You didn't use that power the last time, Juugo, Suigetsu said as his sword arm flew back from the force. Man, that stung. Suigetsu readied his sword again. Let me deal with him, Sasuke, and Karen, you're next. Stop it, Suigetsu, Sasuke said. We didn't come here to fight anyone. Let me talk to him. Words don't really register with him, Suigetsu said with a laugh. You have to make him listen with force. Oh yeah. Now I remember, Juugo yelled as he looked at Suigetsu. You're Suigetsu. Suigetsu said nothing as he swung the giant Zanbatsu, only for it to be blocked when Juugo hit it with his transformed arm. Suigetsu slid back and came at him to try again, ignoring Sasuke's shout as he came in with an overhand swing. Juugo yelled as he came at Suigetsu with a maniacal laugh, intent on ending his life. Both felt their eyes widen in surprise as they were stopped by two large snakes coming out of Sasuke's sleeve, said Uchiha standing in between them, a cold look on his face. "How about I kill the both of you?" Sasuke asked in a dead voice, his Sharingan eyes spinning. Both Suigetsu and Juugo felt their eyes widen and a trickle of fear form in their gut as the snakes retracted, Sasuke's killing intent crushing any will they may have had to fight. Juugo's curse seal retracted and he felt his eyes widen as he realized what his insane side had done, making him run back inside of his room and smashing the door shut. "Lock the door," he yelled as he crouched in the corner of his room, holding his head in his hands. "Juugo, I came here to free you," Sasuke said, "come with me." "He's too scared now," Suigetsu said with a slight sweat drop. "No, that's not it," Karen replied. "I don't want to kill people anymore," Juugo yelled from inside his cell. "Don't make me go outside, just leave me alone. Please." "What the hell?" Suigetsu spoke, wondering where the killer went. "Whoa, talk about your double personality." "I told you," Karen said, no matter how hard he tries, Juugo always succumbs to the urge to kill. He has no control over himself, but in reality, he really doesn't want to hurt anyone. "I could lose it at any time," Juugo said, "please lock me back in." "I told you Juugo was dangerous, Sasuke," Suigetsu commented, "just walking alongside of him would be a huge risk." "What the hell do you want from me?" Juugo yelled, "Just leave me alone." "Orochimaru is dead," Sasuke said as he walked up to the door, "and this place is falling apart. You'll go down with it if you stay here any longer." "Good, that means I won't kill anyone else," Juugo said, glad to die so he would not have to bother trying to resist his violent urges. "Relax," Sasuke said in what he tried to make a comforting voice. He was not very good with this, but he needed Juugo on his team. "I'll act as your prison. If you try to kill anyone, I'll stop you." "What do you think you could do?" Juugo asked. The only person who was able to calm these impulses was Kimimaro. "I'm not going anywhere without him." "Kimimaro was from the Kaguya clan, right?" asked Suigetsu as he tried to remember what he could about the now deceased bone user. "Yeah, he and Juugo were Orochimaru's favorite subjects," Karen answered. "They stayed here as subjects for human experimentation from the moment this place was built. Kimimaro was the only subject in the whole organization whom I could work on without fear of resistance or violence. And he was so strong, I heard he was the only one who could stop Juugo's rampages without getting hurt." "But isn't he?" Suigetsu was unsure whether he should say dead since he did not know what Juugo would do if he knew. Sasuke had no such compunctions, however. "Juugo, Kimimaro is dead, he died fighting for my sake." Within his cell, Juugo's eyes widened in realization. "He died? For you? Then that means you're..." Juugo remembered when Kimimaro had come here telling him that he had to leave, that he was going to get Sasuke. Kimimaro had said that he and Sasuke were the only ones fit to be Orochimaru's vessel, that Sasuke was in a way Kimimaro's rebirth and he would bring Sasuke back even at the cost of his life. Juugo stood up and moved over to the door, opening it, agreeing to come with Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the three people he had gathered as they stood outside of the north hideout. "Gathering the three of you completes our platoon in the first stage of my plan." Sasuke had been waiting for this, the day he could begin his plan. "It's time I explain my purpose to you all," he said. "I'm going to kill Itachi Uchiha, and you all are going to help." Chapter 18, Chasing Sasuke. Suigetsu, Juugo and Karen stared at Sasuke as he spoke those words. Not all of them were quite sure what to make of that statement. Suigetsu had a thoughtful look on his face as if trying to remember something. Karen had a frown, and was most likely worried about what could happen if they went after Itachi. Juugo did not seem to care about what Sasuke said as much, though he did not really like the fact that they were going to have to kill someone. "I knew it," Suigetsu finally said, crossing his arms. He had been sure this was Sasuke's goal since from what he had heard, that was the only reason Sasuke had gone to Orochimaru after all. "I knew you were going to go after your brother." "Karen," Sasuke said as he looked at the redhead, "you said you have other business to attend to, what will you do?" Karen suddenly felt very flustered about being put in the spotlight. "Well, now that I think about it, it's not that urgent." "Would you cut the bullshit and just be honest for once?" Suigetsu said in an annoyed voice. "Seriously, what was it with women always having to lie to others about something? Or maybe it was just Karen who lied. Perhaps you should just say, I want to get into Sasuke's pants and screw his brains out or something, That's not it. Karen screeched, several tick marks forming on her head, you sick pervert. How could you even say something like that? I just. Bull's eye, Suigetsu said with a smirk, look at you, you're so flustered you can barely talk. Give it up, I know the truth. A long time ago, you did something to Sasuke. Karen's eyes widened in shock, and then she got angry and ended up throwing her fist through Suigetsu's face, turning it into water. Suigetsu, stop messing around with Karen, Sasuke ordered. He did not want to put up with these two constantly bickering. I told you to cooperate with her. Suigetsu's head began to reform. My bad, sorry Karen. His head was completely restored again as he looked over at the girl with a grin. For the record, I plan on sticking close to Sasuke. Karen clenched her hands as Suigetsu continued. One of the Kiri no Shinobi Katana Nananin Shu, Kisame Hoshigaki, is with Itachi Uchiha. And I plan on taking his sword, the Seimata, for myself. You're just gathering swords? Karen said in a distasteful voice, that's so lame. Suigetsu had always desired to collect all of the swords from the Kiri no Shinobi Katana Nananin Shu. Ever since he was a little boy they had been something of hero figures for him. For this woman to insult them and the swords they used, it was probably the greatest insult she could ever give. Suigetsu, Sasuke said in warning, noticing the swordsman's glare. I know, Suigetsu said with a sigh, knowing that he could not do anything because of Sasuke. Juugo, you're free now. What are you gonna do? He asked as he turned to the orange-haired man. Kimimaro said Sasuke's existence was like his rebirth, Juugo began as he looked at Sasuke. And Kimimaro sacrificed his life to protect him. I need to see for myself how strong of a shinobi he is. Then it's settled, Sasuke said. What do you mean? Sakura demanded, angry that Naruto could even think that way. Of course he'll come back. How could you even think that? She was cut off when Naruto looked at her with one of his colder glares, forcing Sakura to actually take a step back. Naive girl, you really think Sasuke will come back? Naruto shook his head, don't be a fool, were that the case he would have come back when I offered the last time we fought. Sasuke's heart is consumed by darkness, all he can even think about is revenge. He will not come to Konoha since in his mind we stand in the way of his revenge. But Naruto, Sakura tried, Sasuke-kun is not coming back, Naruto snapped in a voice so cold the others in the room shivered. After everything that's happened, after everything we've tried to do to get him back, he has refused time and time again. From now on, we four move as one, Sasuke said as he looked at the three he had gathered for his purpose. Our group will be known as Heavy. The fact of the matter is, you cannot bring someone back if they do not want to come back. Naruto looked at the pink-haired girl with a grim look. And even if we were to drag him back, what do you think would happen? Do you think we'd be Team 7 again, and that things would go back to the way they were back when we were Jinan? Naruto shook his head, you need to face reality. Even if we brought him back, Sasuke would be forced to stand trial and he would then be executed for treason. No. Sakura muttered, her face taking on a look similar to despair. Naruto's right. Sakura, Tsunade backed Naruto up, Sasuke knowingly and willingly left to follow an S-rank traitor. That is treason of the highest order, not even being the last member of the Uchiha clan would be able to protect him from execution. The blonde-haired woman looked at Naruto, I have new orders for you. Naruto instantly snapped back to attention, already knowing what those orders were. I will be forming a platoon, your mission will be to go after the member of Akatsuki we have the best chance of finding. Hebi has only one purpose, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at Tsunade as he spoke, in other words, you want us to find. Itachi Uchiha looked up at the sky from the cliff he was standing on, dark storm clouds were roiling overhead. It looks like a big storm is coming, Itachi murmured, his Sharingan eyes spinning as he looked at the vast expanse of clouds. It's about to rain, Kisame said from behind him, his shark-like grin ever present. Let's wait this out under a tree, we can't have the body getting too cold. Itachi turned his head to look at Kisame, right. Kisame picked up Roshi, host for the Inbi no Saru with his sword, Seimata, we should be hearing from the leader soon. He hefted Seimata with Roshi on it, leaning it against his shoulder. As the two began to walk, Kisame decided to start a conversation, I wonder. There are only a couple left, right? Obviously we need to seal the 9 tails last. Our leader has made it clear that if we don't, the balance will be destroyed and the sealing statue will crumble. And since we need to bring them back alive, don't you think we should try to find the Jinchuriki as quickly as we can? Itachi sighed as he leaned against a tree, not really. Besides, with all of the Jinchuriki we were unable to get, trying to capture the Kyuubi would be pointless. Kisame tossed Roshi off his sword as Itachi spoke. Also, we have to worry about Konoha's response should we go after the Kyuubi. They will do all in their power to get it back, and would cause problems for us. I suppose you're right, Kisame said. Konoha has a lot of contacts in the other hidden villages, Itachi continued. Not only that, but the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is well liked by all of the hidden villages with the sole exception of Iwagakure. On top of that, but he is far stronger than we could have imagined, and has managed to kill several of our members and protect 3 of the Jinchuriki we have tried to go after. As it is, all we can do is try and get up to the Hachibi before he can respond, then go after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki with our full might. Kisame sighed. That does make sense. Both of them snapped to attention as they felt the call from their rings. He has good timing, Itachi said as both he and Kisame responded to their leader's call. In a small black cave with nothing but a single fire for light, 7 ghost-like figures began to appear. One by one they phased into existence, until they were all there. You're late, Pain said as he looked at Itachi and Kisame. We just caught the Jinchuriki a moment ago. Kisame explained, we had to take a few precautions to make sure he wouldn't get away. Good, Pain said in a pleased manner, though no one there could tell due to how monotone his voice was. It looks like everyone is here. Now let us begin with the extraction of the Inbi. Yes, Tsunade confirmed, I want you to find and if possible capture Itachi Uchiha. I have ordered every squadron to try and take any members of Akatsuki they find alive. Unfortunately they're not very easy to talk to. Naruto and Sakura turned to find Kakashi standing in the doorway. While only Naruto seems to have had any real encounters with them, it's clear that they are too dangerous to capture. Which means the only thing we can do is try our best to find Itachi, Naruto said. We'd need to get him alone without Kisame, since that would make capture that much harder. That's right, Naruto, Kakashi replied. The silver-haired Jonin was very pleased and proud to see the man Naruto had become. Every time Kakashi looked at the blonde, he couldn't help but be reminded of his sensei. The young man had become an amazing shinobi. So are we going to do this then? Kisame asked. I'd like to seal the Inbi as soon as possible. He had always found it something of a pain to just stand around for 3 days while they extracted the Baijuu from their hosts. That he didn't get to kill anything during that time made the waiting even worse. We will, Pain said, but first I have some information. It seems that Orochimaru was killed. Itachi's eyes snapped open in surprise as he looked over at Pain. Well, it has been 10 years since he left Akatsuki, Kisame commented. I suppose his time finally came, eh? Whoever killed him must have been something else. So who was it? Pain's eyes moved from Kisame over to Itachi. It was Sasuke Uchiha. I wanted to kill him, yeah, Deidara complained as soon as he heard of the man's murderer. Hey! Impressive, Kisame said with a grin. You must be proud of your little brother, Itachi-san. He's gathering up a few underlings, Pain continued, ignoring Kisame's comments, all of whom can be problematic for us. Oh? Kisame said with a hint of curiosity. You should know one of them, Pain said, one of the Kirigakura's Huziki brothers. Suigetsu? Kisame asked, receiving a small nod. The shark man smirked. Hey, now that takes me back. Juugo of Tenpin is with them as well. Pain looked at Kisame and Itachi. Itachi and Kisame, you two need to stay alert. They are probably going after you too. Itachi said nothing and Pain decided to continue. Everyone else, remember what I've told you about Sasuke Uchiha. If they learn too much about Itachi and Kisame they may disrupt Akatsuki's plans. Hey Kisame, what's the deal with that Suigetsu guy you mentioned, yeah? Deidara asked. Kisame mumbled, going back in his memories. I saw him 10 years ago, cute kid, always smiling. He'd always chop off the limbs of his enemies before beheading them. People called him the second coming of the Kiri no Oni, demon of the hidden mist. He's a child prodigy in the art of murder. They sound like an interesting bunch, Deidara said, thoughts on taking out Sasuke himself going through his mind. Yeah. So our mission will be to hunt down Itachi Uchiha of Akatsuki? Naruto asked, looking at Tsunade for confirmation. Seeing the woman nod he continued, okay, say we do find him, what would we do with him? Even if we capture Itachi I doubt Sasuke will want to come back, not that we could. Itachi is one of the most dangerous shinobi in Akatsuki from what I can tell. Capturing him will be next to impossible. Sakura looked over at Naruto, whose face held a grim frown. If we're even going to attempt to capture Itachi, we're going to need more than one squad. Alone I should be able to kill him, but capture, Naruto shook his head, that's not something I can do. You're right, Kakashi said, we will need more squads, and one squad of 2 would be the most ideal amount for our mission. Naruto nodded, having 3 or more teams makes it easier for them to spot you, and the chain of command can get convoluted. Naruto frowned in thought for a moment, you will also need a lot more skill to capture someone than you do to kill them. Communication is also a vital aspect for a mission like this, so we'd need a squad that has experience doing missions together. I agree, Kakashi said as he hooked his thumb towards the door, in fact I've already picked a team that's been on a lot of missions together. Kakashi and the others in the room turned towards the door, come in. The door opened and in walked several people, all of whom Naruto recognized. A smile made its way to his face, he should have known that they would want to involve themselves in something like this. Suigetsu stared at the abandoned city, following Sasuke as they made their way inside. The place looked like it had been unused for many years, trash blew through the streets, and soft wind whistled from the wind. The place had probably not been used for years, maybe even longer than that. Sasuke eventually led everyone to a stairwell. They walked down and found themselves in a hallway, several pipes and large cables trailed along the walls and ceiling. Suigetsu took it all in and resisted the urge to snort, this dump is a hideout? I'll be damned. Sasuke turned to look at the sword wielder, it's one of Orochimaru's, however my clan used to use it as a weapons storehouse. We'll get ourselves equipped here. All the tunnels look the same. Suigetsu commented, I hope we don't get lost. The air here is so stifling, Karen said, ignoring Suigetsu's comments, it's kind of hard to breathe. Well, excuse us. Karen nearly jumped out of her skin as she whirled around, looking for the source of the voice. She along with everyone except Sasuke stared in shock at who, or rather, what stood before them. 2 cats wearing white gis, with a mesh net shirt underneath. One was skinny with black ears, tail and paws, while everywhere else was white. The other cat was chubbier with a few streaks of black near the left and right sides of its face, this one had a line with 2 parallel lines running through it. Denka, Hina, Sasuke greeted, how have you been? The other 3 looked shocked that Sasuke was speaking to a couple of cats, even more to Thei's shock when said cats talked back. If it ain't Sasuke, Denka said. Mayu, what you here for? Asked Hina. Weapons, medicine and possibly a few other things, Sasuke said, ticking the list off his finger, we need to get ready for a large battle. Talking tanukis, awesome, Suigetsu said as he leaned down and placed a hand on his knee, while the other one reached out to the cats. Here boy, the sword user made some clicking noises with his tongue. Unfortunately for him the cat did not like being called a tanuki or the disrespect shown, Ryo. Whoa, Suigetsu snapped his hand back, not wanting to get it bitten off. They're ninja cats, Sasuke said, finding Suigetsu's weary look oddly amusing. Don't mess with them unless you want to end up as a scratching post. Did you bring the goodies? Asked Hina, not sounding the least bit concerned about what happened. Sasuke reached into his kimono and pulled out a bottle, how about a bottle of catnip? He asked, giving the bottle a shake. Denka nodded and began to move down the hall, stopping only to look at them, come on, let's see the elder cat. Sasuke and the others followed the 2 cats and soon found themselves in large cylindrical room, there were all kinds of knickknacks and odd object and items within it. Off to one side, on a behind in front of a bed was a woman smoking a pipe, she was old, with wrinkles on her forehead and around her mouth. She had cat-like ears and a black cat-like nose, and was also surrounded by cats. Sasuke bent down on his knees and bowed before the woman, I have come to repay my debts to you, elder cat. So you are going to find Itachi then? The cat elder asked as she put a set of ninja equipment with exploding tags, kunai, soldier pills and several other medicinal pills in front of Sasuke. I remember what you 2 were like as kids, she said as she watched Sasuke wrap up the equipment and put it away. I can't believe it's come to this. To think that the Uchiha clan would be reduced to 2 people, and that they would end up fighting to the death. She had served the Uchiha clan for many years, and had seen many things from that clan. She had also seen how much the 2 who were now mortal enemies had once loved each other dearly, she could not fathom how this had happened. I made up my mind a long time ago, Sasuke said, taking out some money from his kimono and handing it to the cat elder, but I thank you for everything you've done for me. Hey grandma, do we have anything big enough to fit this guy? Asked a pretty blonde girl around Sasuke's age, she had been trying to find clothes for Juugo but nothing seemed to fit. This isn't a department store girl. The elder said in an annoyed tone, "Just wrap him up in the curtain." She gestured to the next to the two of them. "Don't be rude, Grandma. They're paying customers after all," the girl said in a distressed yet angry voice. However, she still did what her grandma suggested and pulled down the curtain, allowing Juugo to wrap it around himself. The members of Akatsuki watched as the body of Roshi, the Inbi Jinchuriki, fell to the floor, dead from having his Baijuu sucked out. The Jetu Mazu statue slowly opened one of the 9 eyes, showing 4 in total. "What next?" asked Deidre as he looked at the other members. "What do you mean?" asked Kisame. "What are the choices?" "Do we go after Kakashi Hatake and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" asked Deidara, "or Sasuke Uchiha?" Itachi opened his eyes and looked at the bomber but did not deign to speak. "Oh, let's just forget about them," Toby said, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. "Besides, we still need to get the Ichibi right." "No. Someone or something is protecting the One-Tails," Deidara said. "I was nearly blown up with my own Ardon. Until I know who did that, it would not be wise to go after the Ichibi. Besides, it was my job to kill Orochimaru, so I have a beef with Sasuke Uchiha." This statement caused Itachi to activate his Sharingan eye, which were narrowed at the blonde bomber, though he still refused to speak. "Are you okay with that, Itachi-san?" asked Kisame. The shark man knew that his brother was off limits. He was one of the few people who Itachi had told Kisame not to touch, ever. However, Itachi just looked at him. As usual, he said nothing. Sasuke and his team looked out at the area from the cliff face they were on. The sky was beginning to darken and storm clouds were brewing in the distance. Sasuke frowned as he looked around. "Let's move out." Naruto looked at the team that had been assembled for him as they made their way out of the gates of Konoha. He had Sakura, Sai and a man named Yamato, though Naruto knew that it was just a code name. Then there was Hinata, Shinokiba, and Kakashi, who were forming the other team to help look for Sasuke. Like him, they were all wearing light tan ponchos to help protect them from the rain and cold. "Is everybody ready?" asked Naruto. Receiving several affirmatives, he turned to look away from Konoha. "Then let's go." The group blurred out of existence, beginning their move to find the Akatsuki. They began jumping through the trees as they moved to the last known sighting of the Akatsuki member, Itachi Uchiha, a small town several miles away. When they got there, the group jumped onto one of the roofs. "We'll start our search here," Naruto said as the others all stood up. "We'll begin by searching in a 5-kilometer radius by using this roof as our center point. If we don't come up with anything, we'll relocate, search another 5-kilometer area, and we'll repeat this pattern until we find our targets." "But Naruto," Sakura began. Everyone turned to her. "Our wireless equipment won't work if we split up that far. And we'd be in danger if something happened when we were alone. We should go in teams of 2 at the very least. That way, if we encounter any Ine." "Relax, Sakura," Naruto said to the overly excited girl. "I've already thought of a solution to that." Naruto looked over at Kakashi, who nodded and bit his thumb. Going through a few hand signs, Kakashi slammed his hands down on the ground. A seal spread out along the roof from the center of impact. There was a puff of smoke. When it cleared, there were 8 dogs, including the well-known Pakun. "Your voices combined with our ears will work better than those wireless headsets," Pakun said from atop a large bulldog. "And our noses will detect danger well enough in advance to get you plenty of backup." "There you have it," Naruto said with a smirk. "Now then, here's how our patrols will work. Each person on patrol will have 2 of Kakashi's ninja hounds as bodyguards." "2?" Sakura questioned. "But wait." Kakashi gave Sakura an eye smile. "Be nice to them, okay?" "Hiya, Sakura-chan." Sakura looked down and to her left to see a dog with a slight mohawk grinning at her. She gave it a weak grin in return. Another one came up to her as well, this one looking as lazy as Shikamaru. "You always pick the noisy girls, man." "I'll go with Shino," said a dog with white fur and sunglasses on its head. Another dog came up to Shino and sniffed him. Hum. Sai watched as 2 dogs came up to him. "Hello," he said with a smile. One of the dogs growled at him and he actually backed up a step. "Naruto, since you're a Jinchuriki, Akatsuki will be targeting you," Kakashi said, getting the blonde shinobi's attention. "How do you plan on dealing with that?" "They may be after me, but I'm also the only one here who can face a member of them one-on-one," Naruto said. "However, I don't plan on going alone." Naruto turned to Hinata, who was standing by the large bulldog. "Hinata, I'm going to need to rely on your Byakugan scouting abilities to give us a fast heads up." Hinata nodded her head. "Right. Now because Kiba has Akamaru, he'll be fine." Naruto looked at Kakashi, and seeing as how aside from me and Yamato you're one of our only Jonin, you'll only take one dog along. Kakashi gave a nod and Naruto continued, alright everyone, I want all of you to remember that trailing Sasuke's scent is our main priority, Akatsuki comes second. And regardless of which target you find, your mission is only to determine their location and report back here immediately. Naruto looked at all of the members of his team, move out. The Konoha ninja became blurs as they launched themselves from the roof. The search for Sasuke and Akatsuki was on. Sasuke, Suigetsu, Karen and Juugo stopped walking through the forest. Sasuke turned to each of them. Let's split up, report back if you find anything, Sasuke said. Hey, let's rock, Suigetsu said as he began moving one way. Juugo looked down the opposite path and decided to go that way. Karen pumped her fist as the other two left. Now was her chance to be alone with Sasuke. She cuddled up to Sasuke's side and gave him a seductive smile and wink. Oh, Sasuke-kun, I've wanted to be alone with you for so long. Sasuke just looked at her like she was a minor irritant. Get moving, he commanded. Karen humphed as she walked away, not really caring about the direction she was going in. Sasuke turned his head to look around as Karen left, thoughts of finding Itachi and killing him filling the Avenger's mind. There was a puff of smoke as Deidre created a large clay bird. Deidre pet the clay construct as he looked at his new hand, the one he had gotten to replace the one Gaara destroyed. So far, so good, yeah. Toby just looked at his partner with idle curiosity. So who should we go after? Sasuke or the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Deidre did not reply at first, instead he created another clay bird for himself and jumped on it. He stood up and smirked, who should we go for indeed, yeah. The bird took off as he began to look for one of his two targets, he did not really care which, so long as he got to make his art. Who the hell are you? A man in ninja garb with no affiliated Hittite asked. Suigetsu smirked as he walked down. Now that Sasuke's not here I get to have some fun. Quicker than the man could react, Suigetsu pulled off his sword and cleaved his head off. Grinning he opened the door and looked in, making sure there were no traps. He began walking in when all he saw were two men, one sitting on the couch and the other standing a little ways away. Who the hell or why? The scarred man did not get the chance to finish his sentence, as Suigetsu put his head in the hole at the end of Kubikiri Haucho. Pushing himself off, Suigetsu listened in satisfaction as the man hit his head on the inside of the sword. Suigetsu only stopped moving when he held the carved-out section of his blade near the other man's head. Suigetsu grinned as he looked at the man who had dropped his cigarette and looked ready to shit himself. You work for Akatsuki's Kakazu as a banker and accountant, right? Suigetsu asked with a shark-like grin. The man gulped. I'll talk, he said, please, spare me. Suigetsu's grin widened. Atta boy, keep talking. Juugo frowned as he walked around. He wasn't exactly sure how to go about searching for Sasuke's brother, having never met the man himself. Raising a hand, a small bird flew down and landed on his finger. I suppose I'll start by asking you. Everyone had soon split up as they began to search for either Itachi or Sasuke. Each ninja and their dog partners took a different direction. Some went into the forest while others traveled around the town. Sakura was walking through the town as she began her search. She kept turning her head as she looked around the town. Sakura wasn't really sure what she would find or even how she would find whatever she was looking for. She wasn't a tracker ninja and didn't have any particular talent when it came to searching for others. Still, she had her orders and would follow them, even if she didn't think it would be of much use. As she kept walking, one of the nin dogs she was with stopped and began sniffing the ground. Sakura only noticed this when she was several feet away and looked down to realize the dog had stopped walking. She turned back around and looked at it. What is it? It's faint. The dog sniffed some more before turning to look at the pink-haired girl. Very faint, but I was able to pick up some of Sasuke Uchiha's scent. The words caused Sakura's eyes to widen in surprise. She had only been at this for a few minutes, but she had already caught Sasuke's trail. A determined look came to her face. Can you show me where? Just follow me, the dog said as he began walking again. Sakura followed and kept her eyes peeled as the dog would occasionally stop and sniff the air before putting its nose back to the ground. As they continued walking, Sakura watched as a girl with red hair and glasses walked by. She frowned as she eyed the girl. Damn, the dog muttered suddenly, getting Sakura to turn her eyes from the redhead to the dog. I lost it. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he scanned the area around him, a frown marring his face. Hinata, I'm going to need you to hook up with Kakashi, he said, turning his head to face her. Why? Asked Hinata, looking at him with a slightly furrowed brow. Just do as I say, find Kakashi and tell him Akatsuki is in the area, Naruto said before he rushed off, leaving Hinata behind. He sighed in relief as he sensed her leave. Jumping from tree to tree, Naruto landed in a small clearing before he stopped. I suggest that you come out now. He looked over to a small bush. You really have gotten impressive, Naruto-kun. A cloaked figure emerged from the bushes and walked towards him. Stopping only a few feet away, the male figure left his head entirely cloaked in shadow so that it was impossible to see his features. I'm impressed, you've become very famous recently. Recently? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm pretty sure I've been famous since my part about the war in Kiri got out. But you didn't come for small talk, did you, Kabuto? The now identified Kabuto smiled as he lifted his head, revealing the right half of his face. Sasuke frowned as he continued walking. He had been looking around this area for around 15 minutes. The raven-haired ninja was pondering trying to search a different way than just walking through the forest when he heard rustling behind him. Turning around, he called out. Whoever's there, I suggest you come out. Less than a minute later, a figure with an orange spiral mask, wearing a black cloak with red clouds, appeared on a rock. Sasuke's eyes widened ever so slightly. That outfit. You're Akatsuki. So you're Sasuke-kun, huh? You sure do look a lot like Itachi-san. The moment Itachi's name came up, Sasuke's gaze hardened and he glared at the man, making Toby stumble back before running off screaming, scary. In that moment, Sasuke began to hear what sounded like flapping come from above him, causing him to look up, where he found Deidara with his hands together and two clay birds flying towards him. Just before the two large birds hit the ground, Deidara jumped off the one he was on. Katsu, he shouted Deidara as the birds impacted with the ground exploded where Sasuke stood. Deidara landed near the trees, placing a hand over his head as he looked at the smoke coming out of the crater that he just made. I did it. I defeated Sasuke, yeah. Moments later, Toby came out of another tree and praised Deidara. That's senpai for you. However, it only took a moment for the dust and smoke from the explosion to clear up. When it did, they both saw Sasuke with a white snake coiled protectively around him. It had slight burns on it, making obvious that the snake had taken the brunt of the attack. That's senpai for you? Toby said meekly. Deidara gained several tick marks on his head as he rounded on Toby and shouted, shut up. In a poof of smoke, the snake was gone and there stood Sasuke in the middle of the crater. He didn't say anything, but then, he didn't need to. His glare told them everything. You know, this guy looks kinda strong. Toby commented. To think Orochimaru was beaten by this brat, I just can't believe it, yeah. Sasuke didn't deign to speak, instead turning on his Sharingan in order to increase the effects of his glare. Look at the nice glare he's giving us, Toby, yeah. Sasuke stared at them for several seconds before finally opening his mouth to ask, where's Itachi Uchiha? Deidara seemed surprised by the question and said, huh? Sasuke's eyes bore into the blonde bomber's own as he said, tell me where Itachi is and I'll let you go. Hearing the raven-haired Uchiha's words made Deidara grit his teeth, the way they sounded so arrogant, like this brat thought he could defeat him. Sharingan, eh? Asked Deidara rhetorically. With those eyes, I guess you really are his little brother. You were probably only able to kill Orochimaru because of your Uchiha blood, without that you're nothing. You're nothing but a fool blessed with good genes. Sasuke didn't say anything as they gazed into each other's eyes. Then Sasuke burst forward in a burst of speed, moving faster than most people could ever hope to. He placed a hand on his sword as he ran, appearing right in front of the duo. He unsheathed his sword and made a slice at Toby's midsection. Huh? Toby said before he fell down to the ground. Meanwhile, Deidara had already jumped back up onto a tree branch. There, that's one of you dead. Sasuke turned to look at Deidara. Now I won't ask again, where is Itachi? However, while the raven-haired ninja was speaking, Toby getting back up and shaking his head blearily. What's up with you, Toby? Deidara yelled. Don't let your guard down just because he's a kid. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly as he turned his head and saw Toby get back up. What the, I know I hit him, so how did he get back up? Toby just waved his arms in a slightly placating gesture. His Shunshin no Jutsu was just too fast for us to deal with. Deidara smirked as he pulled his arms of his pockets and shoved them into his clay bags, allowing the mouths on his hands to take in a good mouthful of clay. First, I'll watch his movements with chakra level C1. He thought as he pulled his hands out, revealing dozens of small clay balls. Toby. Stay back, he shouted as he threw the bombs in the air, While the clay made a lazy arc through the air, Datara went through several hand seals, turning the clay into small spiders. However, they didn't get far as Sasuke made a Chidori in his left hand. Swinging his arm in an arc, he used one of his variants called the Chidori Senbon to form a countless number of lightning senbon to strike each of the small bombs, pinning them to trees in the ground. Several of the spiders hit the ground near Toby, who fell over with a surprised yelp. As Datara began making a hand sign to blow them all up, Toby yelled, "Whoa! Senpai, don't detonate these around me." At that moment Toby looked behind Datara and saw something that caused him to call out, "Senpai! Behind you, behind you!" Behind Datara was Sasuke, charging towards him. However, before Sasuke could even get to close enough to attack, Datara threw out his hand, throwing a bomb at Sasuke and making the Uchiha's eyes widen in surprise as it blew up. "Senpai!" Toby yelled as he saw the area Datara and Sasuke become the fire zone for a decent-sized explosion. Toby began to make sniffling noises as he bowed his head. He was strict, but a good partner, he sobbed. "I shall never forget you, Datara-senpai." However, before Toby could begin to really bawl his eyes out, Datara came skidding out from the smoke. The blonde man stood back up and turned a glare on the masked man. "Toby, quit your whining," he growled out. He stood back up fully and wiped some sweat from his forehead. Datara knew he had been lucky to get away from the blast relatively unscathed, having been forced to blow up his explosive so close to himself. Though he was sure there was no way Sasuke could survive that. "Oh, you're still alive," Toby exclaimed, looking up, most likely to make some exclamation about his senpai being alive. He spotted Sasuke Uchiha out of the corner of his eyes. Datara turned his head to see Sasuke standing across the clearing, glaring at him. "I somehow managed to escape by hiding in the bomb blast. Damn, it's a good thing I kept the chakra level at C1, the blonde bomber thought to himself as he looked over at Sasuke. It would have been embarrassing if he had been killed by his own art and this kid hadn't. "He definitely moved swiftly," Datara said as he reached into his pouches again. Bringing his hands back out, he cupped the clay, which looked less than solid as they began to drop out of his hands. "Why don't I try something with a little more kick?" The clay landed on the ground and Datara made a hand sign. There was a large puff of smoke, and when it cleared, Sasuke could see a large dragon appear from within. "Ooh. So Datara-senpai is using one of his special works of art, the C2 dragon," said Toby with what sounded like excitement. "So this guy can mold explosive clay using his hands," Sasuke thought as he analyzed the blonde's fighting style. "Those palms on his hands look like mouths, that's probably where he molds the clay." "You know what to do, Toby," Datara shouted as he jumped on the dragon. "You got it, senpai," Toby shouted, "I've got you covered." Datara made a few hand seals as he shouted to Toby, "Get ready, Toby-un." The dragon's mouth opened wide and began spewing out dozens upon dozens of basketball-sized claw balls. "You know what to do, Toby, so get to it." "Yes, sir." Toby saluted to Datara. Sasuke frowned as he looked at the large creature. If it was like all of the other creations of the blonde bomber, then that meant it was just one big explosive. Crouching down, Sasuke reached behind him and grabbed his sword. He pushed off and burst forward as he pulled his sword from his sheath, getting ready to take out the large creature. "Ooh, he's coming, senpai. Get ready to show him the power of your art." "Ha! Pop is dead," Datara shouted as he ignored Toby. "My art is super flat." The dragon opened its mouth again, and this time a roughly pterodactyl-shaped clay creature flew out. It came charging towards Sasuke, who ran straight at it, jumping to the left in order to dodge at the last second. However, the creature just turned around and came at him. The raven-haired ninja began to run as the clay creation caught up. With a grin, Datara brought his hands in a hand sign and shouted, "Katsu." The creature exploded and Sasuke was only just able to jump out of the way in time, spinning through the air and landing on the ground. That was different than the other explosives. "Wait, where's the other one?" asked Sasuke as he looked around the orange-masked man. Growling slightly, he turned his attention back to Datara. "I'll deal with him later, first I need to get rid of the one that's in the air." He quickly formed a Chidori in his hand and thrust it towards the large dragon like clay construct. The Chidori took the shape of a sword as it extended itself forward, intent on impaling either Datara or his flying creature. However, it seemed to be unable to reach either of them, stopping a few feet shy. He was only able to extend his attack for about 5 meters, Datara thought. Out loud he said, "Isn't that Kakashi's attack? I'll give you some credit for your use of shape manipulation to extend its length, that's pretty impressive." "So he's a long-range fighter," Sasuke dispelled his Chidori and frowned. "He's probably already figured out my range too." He would need to find out this guy's weakness if he wanted to beat him. What do you want, Kabuto? Asked Naruto as he glared at the white-haired man before him. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you? He already knew that he was capable of killing Kabuto. For all the white-haired man's boasting, Naruto was far stronger than he was, and they both knew that. Easy, Kabuto made a placating gesture. I'm not here to fight. In fact, you could say I'm here to help you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He rolled his shoulders slightly as Kabuto reached into a pouch, ready to take the man out should he try anything. However, all Kabuto did was pull out a book and toss it to him. What's this? Asked Naruto, looking at the book with a hint of suspicion. Just a little something that will help you, I think, Kabuto said cryptically. It contains all of the information I was able to pick up on Akatsuki and its members. Not trusting the man's words, a Kage Bunshine phased into existence besides Naruto and picked it up, opening the book and reading the first page. The clone seemed to find no threat in it and handed it over to the real Naruto, who took it, before dispelling itself. Why would you help me? Asked Naruto, his eyes narrowed. What do you gain out of this? I suppose you can call it a present, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said with an eerie-looking smile. You do realize that it's really creepy to receive a gift from a guy you barely know, right? Said Naruto, his voice holding a mild amount of sarcasm. Makes one wonder about you. Now how about you tell me the real reason you're giving me this information, Haven't you become the cynical one, said Kabuto, where did that naive attitude of yours go? The one that was also screaming about never forgetting his promises and being Hokage. He grew up and became the person before you, Naruto said before releasing some of his killing intent, though that didn't seem to affect Kabuto. Now tell me why you're doing this? What do you hope to gain? As I said, it's a gift, Kabuto replied, something I'm giving you as a show of respect. You know, ever since Orochimaru was killed I've been without a purpose. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the words, old words he had heard before. It wasn't long after his death that I realized I don't know anything about myself. I don't know who I am, or where I come from. All I've got are enemies. Ever since I was a kid I've just gone from village to village, acting as a spy. The concept of what a home really was eluded me. At least, until Orochimaru-sama took me in, but now he's gone too, and I have no idea who I really am. You should know what that's like, Naruto-kun, the pain of not having an identity. Are you Naruto Uzumaki, or are you the Kyuubi? Surely you must have wondered, asked questions, who am I? What am I? When others stared at you with cold hateful eyes. Naruto said nothing as he stared at the man, wondering just where he was going with this. But you never let that get to you. You grew powerful enough that you are now one of the most feared men in the world. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of the Yondaime Hokage, the Nidaime Kirov Senko. You stepped out of the shadow of the Kyuubi and now you're looked up to in Konoha. You have friends and learned who you really are. Kabuto reached up and pulled his hood back from his face, though he kept a profile view so that Naruto still could not see the left side of his face. But I never did that, I never tried to surpass Orochimaru-sama. I simply clung to him, hiding behind his power. So you see, I understand how you feel and it's made me realize that I want to be like you. It was then that Kabuto turned to Naruto and finally showed him the left side of his face. And now I've decided to find a new me. One that surpasses Orochimaru-sama, and I've started by integrating his soul into my body. You gave me the first hint I needed, to find myself a new identity. And for that you have my gratitude, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru-sama was a living symbol of reincarnation, and now he lives inside of me as the existence I must surpass. For the longest time Naruto stared at the white-haired man who had put him through more trouble than he was worth. He gazed at the other half of Kabuto that looked like he had skinned Orochimaru and grafted it onto his face. After what seemed like several minutes but in truth was only a few seconds, Naruto began to laugh. He laughed long and hard. Are you serious? His sides heaved slightly with his uncontrollable laughter. You honestly think you understand me? Wiping a tear from his eye, Naruto sighed before his eyes suddenly went cold. You know nothing about me. You may think you understand, but from what you just said, you really know nothing. I've always known who I was. Unlike some people, I never doubted myself when it came to who I was. Sure, when I was a kid I hid myself from others. I was afraid of the looks people gave me, the hatred I saw in their eyes. But I never once doubted that I was anyone other than myself, because if I felt doubt, then it would have the same thing as admitting defeat. And everything I've done up to this point is because of all of my hard work, shedding blood, sweat and tears to get to this point. And you? Naruto scoffed, You've just grafted Orochimaru's cells to your DNA, you're not surpassing him, you're becoming him. It's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. To each their own, I guess, Kabuto shrugged, well, whatever. I just came to give you that. However, know that when I've fully integrated Orochimaru-sama's cells into my body, I'll be coming back to fight you as a test for my abilities. He made a hand seal and his form began to waver. Until we meet again, Naruto-kun. Naruto watched as the white-haired man disappeared. He stared for the longest time before shrugging and heading back into the trees. Hey, Deidara smirked. He made a hand seal and the dragon's tail contracted slightly before its mouth opened. From the opening was another pterodactyl creature. You may be good, but my art packs a punch. The clay construct shot from the mouth of the dragon and flew towards Sasuke. Seduchi had jumped out of the way just as the creature hit the ground, creating a large explosion and a cloud of dust, of which Sasuke just flew out of. You're just as fast as I expected, Deidara said with a large grin. He watched as Sasuke stepped on the ground, only for his foot to sink in. Gotcha. There was another explosion coming from where Sasuke stepped. As Deidara flew overhead, he looked into the dust and smoke his art had caused. I wonder if I killed him? The smoke soon began to clear, letting him know he spoke too soon. What is this? He asked as he saw Sasuke, only he looked different. The rave-haired ninja's skin had turned dark gray and his hair grew and turned dark blue. His eyes were also dark gray. Additionally, he had grown webbed claw-shaped wings from his back, and a dark, star-shaped mark appeared across the bridge of his nose. I wonder if that's Orochimaru's curse seal I heard so much about? Just then Tobi's head burst out of the ground. Senpai. The clay mines are all set. Well done, Tobi, Deidara yelled from his spot on the dragon. Now get away from there. Okay, Tobi shouted as he waved to Deidara. Sasuke swore as he looked up at Deidara. He's using guided bombs from above and clay mines below. Above him, Deidara was smirking. C2 restricts your movement with mines, allowing me to make pinpoint attacks from the sky. That's the beauty of this combo's attack. You probably know this by now, but there are mines packed all around your feet. One wrong step and you'll blow yourself up. So he's trying to make sure his bombs will hit by restricting my movements, Sasuke thought to himself. He looked up and glared at the blonde bomber, and he's keeping himself out of the range of my attacks. Deidara grinned as he made a hand sign. I wonder, can you dodge all of my attacks from above with those injured feet of yours on? Once again the large dragon opened its mouth and another clay creation was formed. This next one will be big, Sasuke watched as the clay creation, much larger than the other ones created so far, was being formed. His wings tensed, an action which didn't go unnoticed by Deidara. Think I'll let you fly away? The large clay creature shot forward, barreling towards Sasuke, who had taken a scroll out from his back. The explosion from the clay bomb was much bigger than the others, and it created a large mushroom cloud of smoke. From within the smoke came the sword Sasuke had been using, spinning as it made a lazy arc through the air before landing tip first in the ground, occasionally sparking with electricity. Hey, Deidara smirked when he saw Sasuke lying on the ground. He was injured, missing one of his wings. It looks like you managed to protect yourself with one of those wings, but with only the one you can't fly anymore. Tobi got up from where he had been thrown and shook his fist. That's Deidara-senpai for you. I'll put an end to this one, The blonde bomber made another hand seal and another creature came out from the dragon, this one even bigger than the last. Sasuke looked at it and decided to put his plan into action, pulling on the 2 strings of ninja wire he had. Deidara's eyes widened before he turned to look behind him and saw 2 windmill shuriken flying towards him. He directed his clay dragon to dodge the attacks and grinned as he turned back to Sasuke. Did you really think something like that could hit me? The dragon launched another creature from its mouth, this one even larger than the last, and Sasuke knew he had to move. Pumping chakra through himself, he jumped out of the way and tried to glide across the ground. Deidara smirked when he saw that and made a hand seal. You have no foothold. If you fall anywhere in that minefield you'll be blown to shit. However, much to Deidara's surprise, if the widening of his one visible eye was anything to go by, Sasuke landed on the sword that was still stuck in the ground. The raven-haired ninja's left hand began to crackle with electricity as he used one foot to stand on the sword. Just as the explosive hit the ground and blew up, he jumped into the air and thrust out his hand, piercing one of the creature's wings. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke used his Chidori blade to slice the clay dragon's wings off. Ah! Deidara-senpai's losing his balance, Tobi shouted in surprise as the blonde bomber's clay creation began tilting to the right as it felt. Damn it, Deidara cursed as he used chakra to stick to the creature. He purposely stuck his sword into the ground so he wouldn't have to worry about the mines. He tested the presence for landmines and created a foothold. A look of shock came to the blonde's face, the length of the sword, which he used as a foothold, and that jump using his single wing. And he used that position on the ground, and then used that attack with the shuriken to lower me so that I was directly above the sword. The shortest distance that a chakra sword would reach. Datara thoughts were cut off as Sasuke sent the two shuriken sailing towards him from behind. The blonde only had enough time to look back before they were on him and he was impaled through both arms. "Senpai," Toby shouted as he saw what happened. "Damn, I can't move." Datara thought as he tried to move his arms. He grit his teeth as his clay dragon continued to fall. "This isn't good. The landmines are directly below me." The dragon hit the ground, setting off the landmines which began to blow up one by one, the explosions increasing in speed and frequency until the entire thing looked like one giant explosion that created a large mushroom cloud of smoke. Toby was forced to cover his face as dirt and debris flew everywhere. When the explosions ended he looked back and shouted, "Senpai." As Sasuke fell through the air he managed to flip himself around, at the same time going through several hand seals before he thrust out his left hand. Snakes were created and launched from his back, wrapping tightly around a tree and pulling him over to it so he landed in a crouch on the adjacent branch. As soon as he landed the second stage curse mark moved back into the seal, leaving him looking like he usually did. From within the dust cloud Datara Akatsuki cloak flew out, getting Toby to look at it and shout, "You did die by bombing, after all." "Datara senpai, you fool." Just as Toby said that, Datara flew out from the smoke on a large clay bird, both his arms were bleeding profusely. "Oh. Why, you're still alive." Sasuke grunted as he stood up and looked at Datara, his Sharingan eyes glaring up at the blonde, "Stubborn ass." Datara on the other hand was glaring at Sasuke, remembering how he had just barely escaped his death by placing his feet in the holes on the shuriken and pushing them off. "You, stupid brat." He growled, looking into Sasuke's Sharingan eyes. "Those eyes," he thought angrily, "those eyes are the same as Itachi's." He remembered how he had first gotten forced into Akatsuki. He had been doing his job of creating his art when Akatsuki had come to convince him to join them. He had refused at first, and then Itachi, that red-eyed bastard, had challenged him. Datara had figured it would be easy, he had even caught Itachi in his trap. Only to find out he had been the one in Itachi's trap the whole time. Everything had been a genjutsu, and he had lost just like that. Itachi had beaten so easily. It made him furious. And now this brat was looking at him with those same eyes. "Don't mess with me," Datara shouted, "I'm better than you." He remembered how easily Sasuke had defeated his spiders. "My ability is flawless. Unbeatable." He remembered how Sasuke had gone through his clay people. "I'm better than you. I can't lose." He remembered how Sasuke had led him right into a trap. But worst off, "I can't lose to such a." He remembered those eyes. "Brat." Reaching into his pouch, Datara pulled out a large handful of clay and began to eat it. Toby said as he raised a hand over his head to shield his eyes, "He's eating the clay? Then that means, is he really going to use that?" When Datara had finished eating the clay he grinned and held his hands in a hand seal. "I saved the best for last. With this jutsu, I'll kill you. Toby, get away." The blonde began to inhale a deep breath. "Yikes," Toby shouted as he began to jump through the trees, "It's the C4 Kurara." Sasuke tensed as he prepared for any attack Datara could throw at him. What he was not prepared for, however, was the blonde bomber to begin spewing out clay by the bucket load. It came out in a steady stream, hitting the ground and growing, molding, being given form, then shape, then color. When at last the clay had finished forming, it was a giant clay figure in the likeness of Datara himself. The large clay construct actually sent a thrill of fear through Sasuke. "This was supposed to be my trump card for Itachi," Datara huffed, having used a lot of his chakra for this. "But I suppose I don't have much of a choice but to use it on you." "Is this a bomb?" Sasuke wondered in shock, his teeth grit as he realized what that would mean. "It's huge. I've never seen anything like it. If this goes off, I can't see any way I would survive." Just then the large clay Datara noticed him and began moving, its feet leaving large craters as it walked towards the raven-haired ninja. "What is this? Are you just gonna start running away?" asked Datara with a laugh. "You don't really think you can escape my C4 Kurara, do you?" The clay Datara broke into the tree line, smashing all the trees in its way as it followed Sasuke. Datara grinned as he clamped his hands together in an unrecognizable hand sign, causing the large clay clone to inflate. It swelled like a balloon, expanding and expanding until it burst. But not in a large explosion like Sasuke thought it would. There was a large white cloud of smoke as the clay bomb began to tear itself apart. Did it misfire? Sasuke thought, looking from where the bomb had been standing to Deidara. No, that can't it be, he doesn't strike me as the type to use a dud. Just then Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw something happening. All of the creatures in the forest were beginning to disintegrate. They broke apart, disappearing as if they had never existed. Sasuke gaped when he noticed his own arm beginning to fall apart. Damn, Sasuke said as it began to spread, his arm was gone, his torso was beginning to disappear, along with the left side of his face. His eyes were wide until his entire body was gone. Deidara saw what happened and began to laugh, ha ha ha. Now this is my greatest masterpiece. The C4 Kurara, Toby said as he jumped onto another branch, extremely small, nano-sized explosives. Using the blast created from the rupturing Deidara bomb created millions of tiny explosives too small for the human eye see. They were then dispersed throughout the atmosphere, going into any living being that inhaled them and setting thousands of tiny explosions inside of the body, destroying them on the cellular level. A truly frightening jutsu. Deidara looked around, moving his hair out of his face with a large grin. I have to thank Itachi. I would have never come up with that jutsu were it not for him. Laughing, the blonde threw his hands into the air. I've won. I've won. My art. Whoa, he didn't get the chance to finish as he felt something. Looking behind him he saw Sasuke in his second cursed seal form coming at him with a Chidori in hand. Deidara grit his teeth as Sasuke's lightning-covered hand drove itself through his torso. Looks like you've run out of chakra, the raven-haired ninja said. Your reaction time has also slowed down. Those eyes, Deidara muttered. That's right, Sasuke said, those explosives may be too small for the human eye to see. But my Sharingan can distinguish a chakra type by its color. The mini-bombs that were molded with your chakra, they were as clear to me as a cloud of smoke. A smirk made its way to Sasuke's face. I could also tell you were hovering just outside of its blast radius. So as long as I could see the explosives, escape was easy. Deidara grunted as he closed one of his eyes in pain, but I saw you die from my explosives. You saw only what I wanted you to see, Sasuke said, making Deidara realize he had been trapped inside of a genjutsu. Deidara chuckled, so I was trapped inside of an illusion. I've avoided hitting any vital organs, Sasuke continued, ignoring Deidara's words. Now tell me where Itachi is. That's why I said I have to thank Itachi, Deidara said, no longer sounding like he was in pain. A hand suddenly latched onto Sasuke's ankle and the Uchiha looked down to see Deidara grinning at him. He looked back towards the Deidara he had stabbed and saw that it was just a clay construct. A clay clone? Said Sasuke in surprise. HM, Deidara laughed, I anticipated your use of genjutsu. You're just like Itachi. I never fall for the same trick twice. Ever since I fought Itachi the day I trained my left eye to counter the Sharingan. And now it's time to end this for real. Eat my C4. Sasuke grit his teeth as the Deidara holding him spat out more clay that was molded into another Deidara. This one began to expand. Sasuke tried pulling his arm from the other clone to no effect, as the clay had hardened to the point his strength didn't do anything. The expanding Deidara pushed into Sasuke, covering and smashing him until he was actually inside of the clone. Sasuke tried to escape but clay began to wrap around his arms and legs, making it impossible for any of his limbs to move. On the outside Deidara bit of the clay he had been molding. He grinned as he held on to the round construct. It looks like you're the one who's lacking chakra. You don't even have the strength left to dodge, The blonde pushed himself off of his construct and smiled. Inside Sasuke's Sharingan saw the thousands of tiny explosives attached to the wall. I see. Inside are the same invisible C4 explosives, Deidara shouted as if Sasuke could hear him. Reaching into his pouch he grabbed more clay, the mouth on his hand began to mold it and spat out a tiny bird. My wounds are beginning to catch up to me, Deidara thought with a frown. He looked down. On top that, my last combo used up the last of my chakra. What a poor piece of work. Grunting, he threw the small bird at the clay that Sasuke was trapped in. Inside of the clay Sasuke used his Sharingan eyes to see all of the foreign chakra of the nanobombs inside of his body. Grunting, he created another Chidori to cut his way out of the clay ball. What do you think you can do? Shouted Deidara as he held up a single hand sign. Sasuke's answer was to open up his single wing, halting himself in mid-air, all the while his hand was still sparking with his Chidori. A flap of his wing and Sasuke was off, soaring towards Deidara. Damn, He's using what's left of his chakra to form that Chidori. Deidara thought before smirking, your Chidori won't reach me at this distance. It's over. Katsu. Deidara fell to the ground, hitting the branches on the way down before he smacked into the dirt. Grunting, he pushed his head up and looked over to see Sasuke's wings falling to pieces before his eyes. I win. I'm the winner. Grinning, he pushed himself to a single knee. My art has triumphed. Grunting, he stood up and smiled as he began to laugh. Before he could start to really celebrate, however, he felt the effects of a genjutsu. No. Why? He turned around just in time to see a normal Sasuke before he was hit in the face. Deidara was sent flying several feet away from Sasuke, skidding and tumbling along the ground before coming to a stop. Sasuke panted, looking like he had been put through a blender. He was missing his right sandal. Scratches, cuts and burns were covering his body and he could tell he was on his last leg. Deidara grunted as he pushed himself into a sitting position. How? How did you do it? How did you disarm my C4? I figured it out a while back, Sasuke said. When facing the Sharingan, it's prudent to hide your hand seals, because no matter how fast you are, these eyes will read them. Every jutsu you've used have been Doten jutsu. My Chidori is a Raten attack, get it now? I see, Deidara grit his teeth. Then that jutsu you used was too. That's right, Sasuke interrupted. Doten is weak against Raten. I used the lightning my style generated to negate the effects of your bombs. After all, that's your style's weakness. Deidara gasped, I see, that Reikiri you used earlier was to run it through yourself. It enabled you to unarm the C4 that had been running through your body. That's right, Sasuke smirked, thanks to that my body is in tatters. Although, the correct name for my jutsu is Chidori. He figured out the weakness to my art in such a short amount of time, Deidara thought with his teeth gritted angrily. And so accurately too. When did you figure it out? When did you discover my art's weakness? When your first landmine blew up, Sasuke admitted, although, I've been analyzing your style from the very beginning, ever since I countered your attack with my Chidori Senbon. Among the bombs you created, some exploded and some didn't. That's when I first formulated my hypothesis. The only bomb that actually exploded was the one you used when I attacked you, the one my Chidori Senbon hadn't pierced. However, I figured it was also possible for you to have not triggered them because they fell close to your comrade. Deidara panted, in other words, you weren't sure if they didn't detonate. I see. So that's why you tested those two alternatives on the landmines? Exactly. Sasuke stood up a little straighter. I figured if the landmines were self-triggered, then your will was not involved. So I could test my theory to see if my Raten jutsu could disarm your bombs. Deidara's eyes widened and Sasuke said, that's right. That time I stuck my sword into the ground, I wasn't verifying the location of the landmines, I ran through them with my Chidori running through the sword in order to confirm my theory. But how? How could you pinpoint the location of the landmine so easily? Yelled Deidara. Sasuke smirked, these eyes distinguish chakra by its color. Didn't I tell you that earlier? Deidara's eyes widened as he realized he had been played a fool this whole time. But what would have happened if my landmine had detonated? Well, I figured it either would or it wouldn't. But if it did, I had a backup plan, Sasuke stated, feeling arrogant at the way this man cowered before him, although, I didn't get the chance to demonstrate it. Feeling confident, Sasuke began to walk forward. Deidara tried to get up only to fall. He stopped several feet from the blonde bomber. Now I won't ask again, where is Itachi? Deidara's answer was to launch clay snakes from his hands. They latched onto Sasuke, but a quick burst of ration chakra destroyed them. However, doing so used up the last of Sasuke's chakra and he too fell onto his knees. Deidara began to smirk, you may be trying to look all badass, but I can tell your chakra is also running drastically low. But I still have enough clay too. He trailed off as he noticed that Sasuke seemed unconcerned. Shouldn't you at least be panicking? He looked into the teen's eyes and glared at what he found. That's what pisses me off so much. The way you try to act so cool and unconcerned about what's going on. You think you're better than me. Better than my art. It pisses me off. In response, Sasuke turned off his Sharingan and Deidara glared even more. So you're disengaging your Sharingan, huh? You really are taking me lightly, aren't you? The blonde bomber ripped off his shirt, revealing an area over his heart with an odd seal and stitches on it. Using a hand he pulled off the stitches, while his other went to grab the last of his clay. The stitches came undone and Sasuke was surprised to see that they had been holding together another mouth. Deidara grinned as he let the mouth on his chest eat the clay. and as he did black lines began to form along his body and his skin turned gray. "This is my ultimate art," Datara said. "I will detonate myself and with my death, I will become art." "This guy's insane," Sasuke thought. "This never-before-seen explosion will leave a never-before-seen scar on the land," Datara said. "And my art will earn never-before-seen admiration. And in the midst of this admiration you will die." Sasuke tried to get up, but all he managed to accomplish was to fall on his side. "An explosion that will cover a 10-kilometer radius. You won't be able to get away." By now Datara had become nearly transparent, only the black lines, his hair and eyes were visible. "Now suffer and despair. Scream. My art is." All of the lines began moving towards the center of Datara's chest to form a ball, an explosion. A white beam of light shot out from Datara, blasting into the sky as the blonde bomber was consumed. It spread out from the center, annihilating everything in its path. Soon the explosion took the shape of a large white dome with a pointed tip and 2 points on either side. The explosion was seen by everyone in the area, including the Konoha ninja. Naruto frowned as he tried to sense out the chakra. He wasn't a sensor type, but he had learned to differentiate chakra he had felt before. He recognized this signature as the one who had belonged to Datara, the bomber that he thought he killed in Suna. "I wonder how he survived?" Naruto said to himself, his eyes narrowed. "If he's fighting, then it's either one of us or Sasuke." Putting on a burst of speed, Naruto tore into the tree line and began to travel towards the explosion. Chapter 19, Tobi. "Datara is dead," Zetsu reported to the rest of the Akatsuki members, his projected image flickering a little as he spoke. He decided to end the battle by turning himself into a bomb. "Oh my," Kisame said with a shark-like grin. "It seems we've lost another member, eh? I thought he was pretty strong too." Over on the other side of the cavern that he and his partner were resting in, Itachi opened his eyes to reveal the Sharingan as he looked around at the rest of the members. Sensing his partner's eyes on him but not really paying attention, Kisame continued. "So, who was it that killed him off? Was it Sasuke, or was it the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" "It was Sasuke," reported Zetsu. "However, it seems Sasuke was killed in the explosion as well." Itachi's eyes flashed as the plant-like man reported that. Only Konan managed to catch it as she was doing her best to pay attention to the proceedings around her and the reaction the other members had to the news. She was sure that knowledge on her comrade's disposition would help Naruto when the time came to fight them. "So, Datara dragged Sasuke along with him into hell, huh?" said Kisame. "You should be grateful, Itachi," Pain said from where his projection stood. "Datara died while preventing any unnecessary hindrances." This Kisame also took notice when Itachi's eyes flashed at the leader. Grinning, the shark-like man said, "Is it just me, or are we missing someone besides Datara?" "Tobi died as well," said Zetsu. "Datara decided to destroy everything indiscriminately." Konan did her best to keep herself from reacting to that information. She knew who Tobi really was. There was no way that man had been killed. She absently wondered if he was getting ready to cast off his disguise. If so, she would need to warn Naruto about it. "Oh, right, Tobi," Kisame said, sounding as if he had just remembered, all the while the grin stayed on his face. "I'm actually a little surprised he died. The kid always seemed to have some escape route handy. But I guess his number just came up, huh? That must have been one hell of a jutsu." "It doesn't matter," Pain decided. "There are plenty of people around Tobi's level that we can choose from to replace him. However, Datara was valuable." "I don't know," Kisame said in a pleasant tone. "I rather enjoyed having Tobi around. He had a knack for turning this gloomy organization into something a bit more cheerful." Pain just sighed. "I'm leaving. At least mourn for Datara in silence." Pain's image disappeared and soon enough, Kanan's vanished as well. Zetsu stayed long enough to leave a parting comment. "In that case, I will take care of Tobi's funeral. It's time for us to go." When the plant-like man had left, only Itachi and Kisame remained, as they were the only two figures that had been at the meeting that were not projections, being the ones who had carried to Jinchuriki to the cave in the first place. "Oi! Itachi, you alright?" asked Kisame, actually getting a tad creeped out by the way his partner was glaring at nothing. Itachi turned to him with the 3 tomoe of his Sharingan spinning, causing the shark man to actually take a step back. "You know, you can be pretty scary when you want to." As always, Itachi said nothing. Naruto frowned as he looked at the 2-kilometer-wide crater. He was the first one of his team to have gotten here and had done his best to scout the area around and in the crater in search of Sasuke or the Akatsuki member. So far he had not had any luck. But then again, What was he expecting to find at a place that had been the center of a 2-kilometer-wide explosion? From the way the crater looks, there was a small, more concentrated explosion first, Naruto thought to himself as he analyzed the ring that had formed within the crater. After that, it had spread out and destroyed everything else. A sigh escaped his lips. Even with my limited skills at sensing chakra, I can feel the amount of residue from Deidara, but I don't sense much of Sasuke. The other chakra is overpowering his. Not that it would have made much of a difference. Even if he had been able to detect Sasuke's chakra, there wouldn't have been much he could do about that. Naruto. The shout came from behind him, and the whiskered blonde turned around to see the other tracking squads coming out of the trees. Sakura ran over to him and stopped at his side, breathing a tad heavier than normal due to her rush to get over here. What happened here? I believe Sasuke was fighting the Akatsuki member known as Deidara, Naruto said. I can detect faint traces of his chakra mixed in with the bombers. Unfortunately, it's so overpowering that even if my sensor abilities were up to snuff, I wouldn't be able to track him with it. Kiba. He turned to the dog using ninja. Can you pick up anything? It's faint, but I can smell Sasuke here, Kiba said, his feet subconsciously snapping to attention at the commanding tone in the blonde's voice. I can also smell the scent of 2 other people that were here. Well, we already know one of them was Deidara. Naruto frowned as he looked at the large blast crater. He's the only one capable of creating a bomb like this. His frown deepened. The other is likely a newer recruit, since their numbers have already been cut down by 4 as 3 of them had died and Orochimaru left. Konan had informed him that Madara was Deidara's partner, having taken on the alias of Tobi. But he didn't want to cause a panic by telling his team that in order to get to Sasuke they would in all likelihood have to fight the greatest traitor Konoha had since its founding. I can pick up another scent, said the small white dog that had chosen to travel with Sakura. It belongs to the one that had been carrying Sasuke's scent in town earlier. It seems that Sasuke has gained a traveling companion sometime since killing Orochimaru. That means that Sasuke has formed his own group. Every turned their attention to Naruto as he spoke. He likely realized that fighting against Itachi without backup is tantamount to suicide, what with Kisame around. Even if Sasuke had the power to beat Itachi, he wouldn't stand a chance against both him and Kisame. Are you saying that you don't think Sasuke-kun can defeat Itachi? Asked Sakura, not quite sure how she should feel about Naruto's statement. Let's just put it this way, Sakura, Naruto replied with a humorless chuckle. Sasuke could get 100 times stronger than he was before, but 100 times 0 is still 0. The fact of the matter is, when I fought both Sasuke and Orochimaru, the skills he displayed only amount to an A-rank shinobi, and that was with his Sharingan active. Itachi is on the higher scale of an S rank. He is one of the few ninja that carry the same strength as a Kage, on the same level as Sarutobi when he was in his prime. Of course, he was neglecting the fact that Sasuke had his curse seal form, but he doubted Itachi would let him use it, and even then he doubted the older Sharingan user would lose. Shaking his head, the blonde continued, it would take a hell of a miracle for Sasuke to win a fight against Itachi. Sakura's face gained a slightly constipated look, like she was warring between trying to defend her crush, or giving in to the fact of cold hard facts. Naruto turned his attention to the nin dogs after having sufficiently cowed the pink-haired girl. Can you pick up any trace of Sasuke's scent? He asked Pakun. No, the little pug said, I'm afraid not. Sasuke's scent ends here. Which means one of 2 things, Sasuke died in the explosion. Naruto ignored the gasp of shock and hurt that came from Sakura. Or he used a Jikuken, space-time, ninjutsu of some kind to escape. That brought up a few complications. While there were actually quite a few Jikugan ninjutsu, they were all difficult to master. Well, almost all. Not many ninja knew that the most basic academy jutsu, the Kuriwimi, was in all reality a low E-rank Jikuken technique. He likely used some form of reverse summoning to escape. Naruto narrowed his eyes as his mind began oming up with a plausible theory. I doubt even Orochimaru had many Jikuken ninjutsu in his arsenal, however all summoners have basic space-time abilities thanks to their contracts. Creating a reverse summoning technique isn't that difficult if they use the original Kushios no Jutsu as a base. But that would require 2 people, since it would need 2 scrolls to work. The user would create a gateway with the scrolls being a gate and the space in between would be the bridge. The person with the other scroll would have to finish the technique by releasing the second gateway. It would explain why Sasuke had a team, a contingency in case he needed a quick escape. Well, say what you will about him, but at least Sasuke hasn't totally lost his mind. At least, if he really didn't escape and wasn't blown to hell. Kiba, can you extend your senses and try and pick up Sasuke's scent? Asked Naruto, turning his attention to the dog using ninja. Over on the sidelines, Kakashi watched the young blonde analyzing and mulling over the situation. For a brief moment, he felt like he was standing next to his sensei again as the blonde began taking charge of the situation. "You really have grown, Naruto," thought the silver-haired Jonin. "I can try," Kiba replied as he closed his eyes and made a hand seal. Kiba stretched his senses to their limit, straining to find any trace of Sasuke. After a few moments, his eyes snapped open and he looked at Naruto. "It looks like you're right," he said. "Right now my nose has a greater sense of smell than even most nin dogs. I've found Sasuke." "Nice going, Kiba," Naruto complimented before he gave the order, "Lead the way." Kiba nodded before he took off, with the others soon following him back into the trees. Konan watched as Nagato, she shook her head, the God Realm path that had once been her best friend and the person she had loved more than anything in the world, Yahiko, sat with one leg dangling off the side while the other was propped up and being used as an armrest. Before she had met Naruto, she had seen Nagato's desire to use the body of Yahiko as a way to ensure that their friend lived on. But after having her eyes open to the truth, after realizing that what they were doing was the last thing Yahiko would have wanted, she saw it more as a perversion of their friend than anything. It almost nauseated her every time she had to be near the body now. Shaking her thoughts off, she called out, "Pain, he's here." She watched as the man rose from his sitting position and walked to her, stopping when he reached the lip that separated the inside of the building from the balcony he had been sitting on. "So, how is Sasuke?" asked Pain as he stared at the figure who was secretly heading the Akatsuki. "He's progressing nicely," the man said. His voice, once childish and enthusiastic, had taken on a slightly mocking quality. "He was able to use the full power of the Sharingan well. I have no doubt that his eyes will surpass Itachi's. The time is drawing near. Soon I will have his path laid out before him, though I suppose a part of that is up to Itachi. There isn't much time left for him after all." Pain took a step forward. "And what of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" he asked. "It is becoming more of a pain in our side than we had anticipated." The way Pain called Naruto it as if the blonde wasn't even a person, made Konan burn with anger. She reminded herself that both of the people with her had a powerful dujutsu that would read her emotions easily if she showed even a flicker. It was only that knowledge that allowed her to keep her face completely impassive and her body language unresponsive. "Yes, the Namikaze," Madara spat out the name like it was the most foul thing he had ever tasted. "He has grown more powerful than I could have thought possible. You will deal with him, Pain. As the leader of Akatsuki, failure from you won't be tolerated. I'm picking up his scent." Kiba called back to the others following him as he rode on top of his nin dog partner Akamaru, so that he could focus on tracking Sasuke. "There's no mistaking it. Judging by the way his scent is moving, they must be resting somewhere." "Sasuke was likely injured during the battle," Naruto commented. "To be honest, I'm still surprised he won in the first place. He likely needs some time to recover from his wounds, so this will be our chance to find him." The others all nodded at his words, trusting in the blonde Jinchuriki as they continued moving closer to Sasuke's scent. "Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto," Madara said, his voice carrying both cold disdain and grudging respect. "He's no longer a helpless little child. Not only has he made friends with many people, including those from hidden villages that he doesn't belong to, many of which hold high-ranking positions like the Mizukage and the Reikage. He has also mastered many powerful jutsu, with the Hiraishin and that Rasengan of his, along with the power of the Kyuubi. He is in all likelihood more powerful than even his father had been. The Yondaime Hokage, one of the few men that had been able to stand up to Madara. Now his son was who they had to face, and he would be an even more dangerous opponent. Defeating him will not be an easy task. He has managed to kill off 2 of our members that we know of, and I believe he was the reason that we were unable to capture the Shukaku Jinchuriki." "You speak of him as if he is some kind of threat," Konan stated coldly. She didn't particularly like talking badly about her Naruto, but she needed to keep appearances. "Pain has never lost a battle." The man just gave a light chuckle. "Well, that is true," he admitted. "Then again, ever since his training trip, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto hasn't lost a battle either." The man walked over to a coat hanger and grabbed his Akatsuki robes, throwing them on. "I believe our business is done here," he said as he began adjusting his outfit. "Tell the others to hurry up and capture their Jinchuriki. But leave the 2 and 1 tails alone until we have the Kyuubi. If he is protecting them, then we stand no chance of capturing them until he has been taken care of." "I understand," Pain said. "We are close to achieving our goal," he said, walking towards the balcony as a storm began to form in the sky above. "Then, everything will go back to the way it's supposed to be, He stepped onto the lip as the rain began to pour down on the city of Amigakure, pelting the balcony as lightning flashed in the sky. Soon, I will show the true power of the Sharingan. The true power of me, Uchiha Madara. Konan almost snorted as she heard the egotistical boast. Thankfully she was able to hold it in as Madara ran out to the balcony before disappearing in a space-time distortion. Looking at the rain and resisting a frown, she said, "The sky is crying again." She looked over at the man she could no longer follow, Pain. "I can only hope that somehow Naruto can save you." Tsunade and Shizune were interrupted from their daily routine, namely Tsunade trying to find some way to distract herself from the paperwork she had to do while Shizune tried to make her do the paperwork she wanted to distract herself from, by a knock on the door. "I'm Koning in Suheim." Came the familiar voice called out before Jiraiya opened the door and entered. "Jiraiya," Tsunade greeted as she pushed the paperwork away as a new distraction made itself known. It was about the only thing her perverted teammate was good for in her estimation. "Did you find out anything from your spy network?" Jiraiya finished walking in and stopped in front of her desk, a rare look of seriousness settling on his face. "I found the whereabouts of the Akatsuki leader," he stated, causing a look of shock to rise onto the faces of the two medic nin. "Really?" asked Tsunade in a loud voice. She stood up and pushed her chair away with the back of her knees as she planted her hands on the desk and leaned over with a serious look on her face. "Tell me everything you know, Jiraiya. Don't hold back any information you have." This was a serious breakthrough. If he knew where the leader of Akatsuki was, they may be able to take him out and defeat the Red Dawn in the process. Cut off the head and the body will fall, as it were. Shizune seemed to have a similar idea as she said, "We should use that information to plan a surprise attack." Now, take it easy," Jiraiya said as his laid-back manner returned. He held up his hands in a gesture for them to calm down. "Calm down," said Tsunade incredulous. She held up a hand as her fingers began twitching, almost as if she wanted to strangle the white-haired man in front of her. "This isn't like making the sequel to one of your novels, Jiraiya. We can't afford to waste time. Naruto's life was dependent on the defeat of Akatsuki. They needed to take that group out before she could name the whiskered blonde her successor, dammit. Nothing good can come from being impatient, you know?" Jiraiya said dryly. "Especially when the stakes are as high as this." A grin crossed his face as he continued, "Now, what do you say you and me go out for a few drinks like the old days, huh? Then we can talk." A large tick mark formed on Tsunade's face as she yelled, "You baka." The blonde's hand shot up and she pointed an accusing finger at her longtime friend and teammate, "I'm the Hokage. I can't just go out and drink during the middle of the day." Shizune's sweat dropped at her sensei's words as she thought, "You go out and drink all the time anyways. Don't you feel any shame thinking about going out and drinking while many of our ninja are out taking dangerous and life-threatening missions?" Less than an hour later Tsunade had just finished gulping down an entire bottle of sake. "Ah. Now that hit the spot," she said with a grin as she slammed the bottle down onto the table. Jiraiya felt a rather large sweat drop forming on his head as he watched Tsunade wipe her mouth with her hand. There was a light blush spreading across her face as a sign that she was feeling a buzz. He looked down at the floor to see the 9 sake bottles his teammate had already downed. "You should really practice what you preach, Suheim," he mumbled, wondering if her large breasts were the reason she seemed capable of drinking so much without passing out. He leaned his head on the butt of his palm as he continued, "And you're drinking straight from the bottle. You should act a little more responsible, you are the Hokage after all." "Kiba. How close are we?" asked Naruto as he and the others jumped through the trees. "Naruto, I need you to stop distracting me," Kiba complained. "I'm focusing on his scent as hard as I can, but there's very little of it left." "Right, sorry," Naruto scratched the back of his head before sighing. He wasn't normally this anxious, but he couldn't help it at the moment. If they managed to capture Sasuke, he could finally gain some closure from all of this, and his estranged teammate could finally be brought to justice for what he had done. Suigetsu looked around the room and sighed. It had been pure luck that Sasuke had been able to summon Manda at the last second and activate that space-time jutsu to escape from the large explosion. Honestly, he had been positive that the Uchiha had been killed in that explosion. It had only been the contingency plan that Sasuke had come up with and told Suigetsu to carry out even if it looked like he was dead that kept the water user from just assuming the worst. Afterwards he had managed to reverse summon the raven-haired ninja, via the scroll and blood he had been given to complete the technique, while Karen and Juugo tracked him with the redhead's sensing abilities. Soothfully Suigetsu thought that was the only thing the girl was good for, though were it not for Sasuke wanting her to be kept alive the sword user likely would have killed the annoying girl by now. They had managed to take Sasuke to an inn where he could rest and heal. Hopefully it wouldn't take too long though, because Suigetsu was getting bored. He looked at the sleeping Uchiha before looking over at Juugo, who currently had a flock of birds on him. He was probably communing with the raided animals or something. Juugo, he said, getting the orange-haired ninja's attention. I'm going to go and look for Karen. He stood up and made his way to the door as the larger man acknowledged his words with a nod. Suigetsu reached out for the small hole that would pull the sliding door open, when it was knocked off its hinges, smashing into his face and causing him to fall to the floor. He tried to get up but a foot smashed on the door and stayed there, keeping the water-using ninja from being able to get up. What the hell? Muttered Suigetsu. Wake up, Sasuke, shouted Karen as she continued to unknowingly squashing Suigetsu. Not that she would have cared even if she did know. We've been followed. What should we do? Sasuke blinked as he turned to look over at Karen, who just blushed and raised a hand to her face, even when he just wakes up. He's so hot. We're leaving. Sasuke made his decision and sat up. Get ready. Juugo, mark all of the Akatsuki hideouts that we know of on the map. Juugo nodded and several minutes later the four of them were on the move. You alright, Sasuke? Asked Suigetsu, noticing the bandages the Uchiha still had on. I'm fine, Sasuke said as he threw a cloak over his body. My body's ability to heal became a lot faster after I gained Orochimaru's abilities. I guess this is the power of the white snake. Whoever is following us, whether it's Akatsuki or Konoha, they may have information on Itachi, commented Karen as she looked at her not-so-secret crush. It may be a good idea to ambush them. What do you think, Sasuke? If their numbers are as large as you said, then it's most likely Konoha, said Sasuke. Akatsuki always move in groups of 2. So ambushing them would probably be just a big waste of time, right? Asked Suigetsu. Exactly, we'll just ignore them for now, said Sasuke. So, what should we do? Asked Karen. We'll find Itachi, Sasuke said, taking a scroll out from underneath his robes. In the worst-case scenario, you guys will have to hold off the Konoha shinobi. He knew that they would likely die if that were to happen. If Konoha was after him, there was only one person they would send. And if he was here, then even these 3 combined would be no match for him. Not that it mattered to Sasuke, some sacrifices had to be made for his ambitions. For now, we move as Hebi. He held up the scroll, which was revealed to be a map of the area. We'll use Juugo's information to check out the Akatsuki hideouts one by one. Let's go. As Sasuke and Suigetsu left, Karen placed a hand on Juugo's shoulder. Hold on for a moment, she said as the large orange-haired man turned to face her. I want you to do something for me. What are you planning? He asked curiously. A grin formed on Karen's face as she held up a pair of sweaty and smelly clothes. These are the clothes Sasuke was wearing earlier and they're drenched in his sweat. Why are you holding on to Sasuke's old clothes? Asked Juugo. What he really wanted to ask was, what the hell is wrong with you? Since only someone who was seriously fucked up in the head would bother keeping a pair of someone else's used clothing, especially when it smelled as bad as the pair she was holding. Karen seemed to realize this fact as well and tried to cover up her stalker-like tendencies. And no special reason, you idiot, she shouted as he held her glasses to her face. Kiba sniffed several times as he sensed something change. What's wrong, Kiba? Asked Naruto as he noticed this while jumping alongside the dog-using ninja. Sasuke's on the move again. He informed everyone. Naruto had to frown as he wondered why Sasuke would start moving so soon after his battle with an S-class ninja. He has to be injured from a battle of that caliber, Naruto frowned. Is he really stupid enough to go after Itachi in his condition? Either he is and doesn't care, has a good medical ninja within his squad, or he may have a censor on his team, the blonde informed his comrades. If so, there's a very high possibility that he sensed us coming and is moving to get away from us. We'll need to hurry if that's the case. Wait, Kiba shouted, there's something wrong here. Sasuke's scent is splitting up. It's going off in multiple directions. They must have caught on to us, said Kakashi as Naruto came to the same conclusion. They're likely using this as a means of distraction. They want to divert our attention to trying to find the real Sasuke while they get away clean. That means they do have a powerful censor shinobi at their side, Naruto said. Someone who was skilled enough to recognize that not all of the chakra signatures here are human. Whoever it is was somehow able to realize that we're using nin dogs to track them as split Sasuke's scent somehow. Whoever he has on his side is powerful asset, the blonde thought to himself. I've never heard of someone with sensing abilities that powerful. The distance between all of the different scents is too great for us to use our radios, said Kiba. I don't even think the nin dogs have that kind of hearing range. And I'm the only one who can track him, but I can only go after one scent. Are you forgetting who you're talking to? Asked Naruto as his hands came up in the ram seal that he had made famous, or infamous depending on who you asked, before he left for his training trip. I'm a one-man army, Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. There were nearly several hundred puffs of smoke as the blonde Jonin created a mass amount of Kage Bunshin. Already having their orders, the clones shot off and began their search for Sasuke. Everyone looked at the mass amount of Kage Bunshin and nearly shook their head as they remembered how the blonde had abused this jutsu in his youth. The search continued and the Konoha teams moved through the trees. Naruto stiffened a little as he sensed a presence lurking in the shadows somewhere. No one else seemed to have noticed. It was as if whoever was hiding only wanted to reveal themselves to him. Acting with all the skills in stealth and finesse he had gained during his training period, Naruto swapped himself out with a Kage Bunshin so no one would suspect he was gone. For a while anyways. If Kakashi got his Sharingan out they would no doubt notice he was missing, but the blonde Jinchuriki figured he could find out who was tailing him and get back before they truly noticed. Naruto landed on the ground and stopped in the middle of a very small clearing. A tri-pronged kunai shot out of his sleeve before he said, "You know, I kind of figured you'd be heading towards your confrontation with Sasuke, Itachi. It seems not much gets by you these days. You have grown quite powerful, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto." Itachi stepped out from behind the tree he had been hiding against. His Sharingan eyes were already out and Naruto wondered if he should expect a fight of some kind. "I kind of have to be on the ball, Itachi," Naruto said in a casual manner, though his eyes had narrowed and his body was coiled to strike at the slightest sign of aggression. "After all, I have a bunch of S-ranked ninja after the Kyuubi, and I have no desire to die from having it ripped out of my seal." "Indeed," Itachi said in the same monotone voice he had always used. "Judging from the fact that you haven't attacked me yet, I'm going to go out on a limb and say your being here has nothing to do with Akatsuki," said Naruto. He knew Itachi wasn't stupid. They both knew that with the Hiraishin and the blonde's ability to use Kyuubi's chakra to dispel genjutsu that Itachi stood no chance against him. As good as the man was, he just didn't have the same advantages against the whisker-marked Tokubetsu Jonin anymore. If he were with Kisame then it might be a different story, but without that man's large chakra reserves backing Itachi up the most the raven-haired man could hope for was a standstill. "You are correct," Itachi said, "I was merely hoping to talk with you." "So, talk," said Naruto, gesturing for the man to start speaking. "I have a question," Itachi started. "What do you intend to do with my Itoto?" Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. "We plan on capturing him and bringing him back to Konoha." Opening his eyes he looked into Itachi's, unafraid of the genjutsu the man could cast on him. "He will in all likelihood be executed for the crimes of betraying his village and joining up with an S-class criminal." Another frown marred the blonde's face. "Despite all that's happened I still feel some form of friendship, or maybe rivalry is the correct word, for Sasuke. I doubt it will do much good, but I'm hoping to get his sentence to merely life imprisonment with the possibility of parole." Truthfully, the part of him that had grown up was warring with the part that still wished to be a chili. One side of him wanted nothing more than to kill Sasuke, to make him answer for the crimes he had committed. Another, however, a small part of the child that still clung to Naruto, wanted to somehow save the first person who had acknowledged the blonde in his own way. It was that small part that had not allowed him to kill the youngest Uchiha when he confronted him in Orochimaru all those months ago. "I see," Itachi closed his eyes. "You have more honor than most shinobi I have met, you may even be more honorable than the fourth. Tell me, what is Sasuke to you?" "I used to think of him as my brother," Naruto said with a frown. "He was the first person to acknowledge me in some way when we were kids, even if it wasn't necessarily good. Later on we gained a tentative friendship and became rivals." The blonde's mind went back to the days he had first started on his path to Jinan. "I honestly don't know what he is to me anymore. He betrayed my village and my friendship. He broke my trust when he tried to kill me so he could gain the same eyes as you. He left and went to Orochimaru all for the sake of power." A smirk made its way onto the blonde's face. "In some ways, I blame you for what he became. Had you never used those damned eyes on him, Sasuke likely would have never turned out like he is now." "Do you think you can save him?" asked Itachi. Naruto looked at him quizzically for several moments. There was something in the way Itachi asked that, something that the blonde felt was important, like his answer would decide how this meeting went. When the blonde finally had his answer, he said, "I think." Tsunade set the glass of sake she had been drinking on the table before looking at Jiraiya. So the Akatsuki leader is hidden somewhere in Amigakure, huh? She asked. Jiraiya gave her a tight nod. But that country has one of the tightest border patrols around, she said. They check everything: background, purpose of visit, the length you're staying, criminal records. You can't even get into the country without having nearly your entire personal profile on you. Even when they hosted the Chunin exams, they were so isolated it caused all sorts of problems. It doesn't sound like the kind of village that the leader of Akatsuki would be able to move in freely. Maybe, Jiraiya admitted. But since the place has so many restrictions for people coming in and out and their isolationist policies, it's the perfect place to hide any shameful truths. Tsunade looked curious at his statement. Shameful? Jiraiya nodded. It seems that the country has been engulfed in a civil war for quite some time now, and the village has been split in two. There's also been rumors that the leader of Akatsuki is in charge of one of the two factions. Tsunade frowned. That country is surrounded by Tsuchi, Suna, and Hai no Kuni, and it's always been used as a battleground for the wars between these three countries. Because of that, the country never had much political stability, and the number of refugees has only continued to grow. And that's exactly why I'm going to infiltrate the country to verify that information, Jiraiya stated. What? Tsunade's head shot up as she stared at her teammate in shock. It's too dangerous for even someone of your caliber to go there by themselves. Don't forget I'm one of Konoha's Densetsu no Sennin, Suheim, Jiraiya said. You of all people should know what that means. Tsunade looked away from Jiraiya as a sad frown crossed her face. I'm sorry, she whispered, it's because of me that you're always getting put into these kinds of situations. However, her words merely caused Jiraiya to laugh. What's this? Feeling guilty all of a sudden, Suheim? Tsunade smiled. You're the one who was originally supposed to be Hokage. The third always wanted you to succeed him. There's no way I would want to become Hokage, Jiraiya said dismissively. I'd be no good at the job. I do better when I'm on my own. Is that why you went off by yourself to try and stop Orochimaru from leaving the village? She asked, pouring herself another glass of sake. Jiraiya looked down at the swirling liquid inside of his own cup. Maybe, but I won't have to worry about him anymore. He gave a mirthless chuckle, though that just means I can write the sequel to my novel faster. And yet, reality sometimes seems even stranger than fiction, Tsunade said, holding up the glass of sake to her face and staring at her reflection. Out of all of us, I never thought he would be the first to die. Do you remember when the three of us would go up to that old geezer, the Sandaime, and to think that the flat-chested Tsunade would grow such massive boobs and become the next Hokage, Jiraiya said as he decided to interrupt her reminiscing. With a lecherous grin he continued, times sure have changed. You used to be so beautiful and now you're a 50-year-old baba. The blonde Hokage looked like she wanted to beat Jiraiya's face in for that statement, but he continued talking as if he had no idea what she was thinking. You know, it pains me to see how you've stored the memories and thoughts of the people you lost in those large boobs of yours. And those memories are just going to grow. Tsunade stopped talking at that. She knew Jiraiya used terrible analogies and understood what he was saying. Plus she was drunk enough that the desire to hit the pervert for mentioning her breasts was small, for Jiraiya anyways. Oh well, there's no use dwelling on the past, Jiraiya said as he knocked back his drink. Now my role is to set an example for the new generation and do my best to help them in the coming times. He thought of his newest apprentice, the boy that had surpassed all of his expectations. For that, I'll gladly give my life, smiling. That's one of the cool things us old farts can do. If it's possible to save him, then it's worth a try, Naruto said. If I can, I will. But if Sasuke becomes lost to his darkness, then I will save him in the only way possible. I'll kill him. For a long moment the two stared at each other, one with an impassive expression, the other with narrowed blue eyes. After several seconds, which felt like minutes, Itachi gave the blonde a sad smile. I see, then perhaps you can do what I had failed to do, Itachi said at last. What? That was not what Naruto expected to hear. Allow me to reveal some truths that you will need to know if you are to ever bring peace, Itachi intoned as he pointed a finger at Naruto, Tsukiyomi. Akatsuki. Tsunade muttered as she and Jiraiya sat down on a park bench after she finished puking up the alcohol she had drank. For someone to be capable of controlling a group of people that powerful, he must be extremely strong. And you're planning to just waltz right in there like you own the place. Well, Jiraiya sighed, he wasn't really good at these things. I guess I'll be on my way. You know, I always thought I had nothing left in life after Dan and Nawaki died. Tsunade's words caused Jiraiya to pause. They had been everything to me, the last member of my family and someone I had hoped would start a family with me. After they died, I always assumed I was alone. Tsunade. Jiraiya started, but was interrupted by the busty blonde. I ran away from all my problems. I gambled and drank away my entire fortune because I was the only one who could use it anyways. Tsunade placed a hand on her stomach. And I'm long since past the ability to reproduce. In a much softer voice, she asked Jiraiya, have you ever believed yourself to be alone, only to find out that you've essentially ignored the last member of your family for the first 12 years of his life? Are you talking about Naruto? Asked Jiraiya. He knew that Tsunade's mother was an Uzumaki, so she and Naruto were technically related. But they couldn't be anything more than distant cousins at most. Could they? When you had me run that blood check to see if he had any bloodlines, I decided to run a search for other ninja he could be related to in our database, Tsunade said. I
found much of what I expected. He's the son of Minato and Kushina, but I.
Tsunade, okay, now Jiraiya was starting to get legitimately concerned. Tsunade looked like she was about to burst, tears of guilt and shame were welling up in her eyes and looked like they would overwhelm her. I found out that I'm not the last of my line, that I had a hidden family member in Konoha all this time. Tears were now beginning to fall as she gave Jiraiya a helpless look. I found out that Naruto is the grandson of the person I cherished most in the entire world. Jiraiya choked in shock. You don't mean he's? A sob racked Tsunade's body. Yes, Naruto is the grandson of Senju Nawaki, Mayatoto. You plan on dying, aren't you? Said Naruto as he stared at the man before him. He could see it in the way Itachi stood, not as the powerful shinobi the blonde knew him to be, but as a man who was walking to his death. You're going to sacrifice yourself to Sasuke. Yes, Itachi said simply, as if he didn't care that he was going to be killed. From what Naruto had seen so far, he probably didn't. Are you sure letting Sasuke kill you is the best option? Asked Naruto. I know you love him, Itachi, but if what you showed me is true, then you brother has a very good reason to hate Konoha, if he were to ever learn of this.
I know, Itachi sighed. I realize the risk I am taking, but I can't kill my brother Naruto.
I had chosen him over my village the last time, when I was forced to act against my clan, and I would do so again now. Besides that, I only have a year or two left to live anyways. What do you mean? Asked Naruto, frowning at the older man. I mean, I have an illness that has been slowly killing me, said Itachi, getting Naruto's full attention. It has been getting progressively worse, and I don't have much time left in this world. The only thing I can do now is ensure that Sasuke satisfies his desire for revenge. And what if this decision leads to him hating Konoha? Asked Naruto. I get what you're trying to do. You want to wipe away the shame of your clan by letting the past stay buried. You let Sasuke kill you, he gets his revenge, and Konoha gets a hero who killed the slayer of the Uchiha clan. But I don't think you realize that Sasuke is considered a traitor in Konoha now. He betrayed the village all for the sake of power. The blonde shook his head as he looked at the raven-haired man before him. Do you really think that by letting yourself be killed, that the Uchiha clan will be redeemed? Itachi looked at Naruto with that odd half-smile that looked so odd on the man's normally impassive face. Nothing is certain, Itachi said. I realize that, and I know the chances of Sasuke being welcomed back to Konoha are slim. But I have to do this. If for no other reason than the fact that Sasuke became what he is today because of me. For the sins I committed against him, I have to let him be the one to kill me. The older raven-haired man gave the blonde a determined look. If what you say does come to pass, and Sasuke ends up hating Konoha, then I will be counting on you to do what I could not. Now, I must take my leave. This will likely be the last time we see each other, Naruto-kun. The then burst into a flock of ravens which flew off. Genjutsu, Naruto identified. He frowned for a few seconds as he stared at the spot Itachi had been, his mind whirling with the knowledge he had just learned. However, there wasn't much he could do with the information Itachi had given him at present. Deciding it would be best to move on, the blonde channeled chakra to his feet and jumped back into the trees, determined to get back to the rest of his squad before they knew he was missing. Normally, if Jiraiya had Tsunade laying on top of him, he would have considered himself to have been blessed by Kami. In the many years he had been alive, his crush for the woman had never faded. Where others would have moved on after the numerous rejections, he had doggedly clung to his crush. Even when he slept with other women at brothels, his mind had always been on the busty blonde. At any other time he would have jumped for joy at the situation he was in. Great, the one thing I want the most has happened and I can't even enjoy it. Jiraiya looked down at the woman who had bodily tackled him to the floor and was currently shedding more tears than he had ever seen in his life. He was actually surprised by the sheer amount of tears coming out of her eyes, having expected her tear ducts to have dried out an hour ago. However, Tsunade seemed to have become a literal waterworks, and nothing he had said thus far managed to make her stop. Eventually, her crying turned to minor sniffles, and the blonde woman placed her hands on Jiraiya's chest and pushed herself up. "Sorry," she whispered as she got off the white-haired hermit. "Are you all right now, Tsunade?" he asked, curtailing his lecherous side for the moment. An impressive feat in and of itself. His busty teammate nodded her head, and Jiraiya led her back down to the seat they had been sitting on before she had tackled him. "Somehow, I feel like I should have known," Tsunade said as she wiped her eyes on her sleeve. Minato had never really acted like Nawaki, but his dream had been the same and his talent as a shinobi. "It does make a lot of sense," Jiraiya added, nodding his head. "I had always wondered if Minato had come from a shinobi family that simply died out. Part of the reason most civilian children never made it past Chunin was because they lacked the genetics for it. Sure, one could say that it was because ninja clans taught their children at a young age, and a part of that was true. But by and large the main reason was because children from shinobi families had larger, more powerful reserves of chakra due to the fact that their parents, grandparents and so on had all used chakra. That was why ninja like Sasuke had been able to use jutsu like the Gokyaku no Jutsu before he even became a Genin. There's also Minato's ability with Jikuken ninjutsu," Jiraiya continued. "Out of all the shinobi to ever exist, only Naidime-sama was as good as he was in that field. Though that doesn't explain why Naruto has a Kekkei Genkai," Tsunade said. Now that her tears had dried and she was no longer as distraught, she found it a little easier to talk about. "Minato didn't have a Kekkei Genkai." "You mean as far as you know," Jiraiya said, making Tsunade frown at him. "Kekkei Genkai, special abilities that are passed down genetically in specific clans. We've always wondered why some people seem to have a specific ability like your grandfather and his Makuten while others of your clan did not. And yet clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga clans all have their dojutsu." "What are you getting at?" asked Tsunade. "Your grandfather could combine water and earth to create wood," Jiraiya said. "Yet no one else in the Senju clan could do that. However, Naidime-sama was able to master Suiten manipulation to the point where he could literally create water by absorbing the moisture in the air. I've seen Minato do similar feats with his lightning and wind manipulation, powerful combination attacks that shouldn't have been possible due to the opposing nature of the two elements." "Are you saying that the Senju clan may have some odd form of Kekkei Genkai?" asked Tsunade, wondering if what her friend was saying was true. If so, it would actually explain some things. Jiraiya nodded. "I've been thinking about it, and I believe the Senju clan's ability may be the ability to manipulate chakra in ways others simply can't. Shadaime-sama with his ability to combine wood and water, Naidime-sama with his master of Suiten Jutsu, you with your extreme chakra manipulation. Your apprentice still hasn't mastered your strength technique, has she?" "No," Tsunade said, shaking her head. "She's gotten close, but there seems to be something blocking her from using the technique to its full potential." "Exactly my point," Jiraiya continued. "And then we have Minato. He was actually the first to combine lightning and wind, though he rarely used it on the battlefield due to how destructive it was. It had just as much a chance of killing his allies as it did his enemies." "And now we have Naruto," Tsunade said for Jiraiya. "Who can manipulate and combine water, lightning, and wind to create Arashi Jutsu." "It's more of manipulating the very weather itself," Jiraiya said, "but he does call it that." As he finished saying that, a serious look crossed the man's face. "I think you should tell him, Tsunade." When the busty blonde looked away, he continued, "Naruto deserves to know that he still has a family." "But what if I tell him and he hates me for it?" asked Tsunade. "You've practically been a member of his family since we brought you back to Konoha, Tsunade," Jiraiya said. "Do you really think he would just abandon you if you tell him this? If anything, he'll just let you know that he now has a legitimate reason to call you Ba-chan." Tsunade snorted a bit at that, since she could easily see the blonde jonin saying just that. Though a part of her was still deathly afraid he wouldn't take it so well, even if she knew that her thoughts on the matter were completely irrational. "He has matured," Tsunade admitted with a fond smile. "I almost couldn't believe how different he was acting after he got back from his training with you." "Ha ha, he really has come a long way, hasn't he?" said Jiraiya with a hearty laugh. "The brat managed to exceed all of my expectations. I can't even beat him in our spars anymore without going into Senin mode. He's easily the most powerful apprentice I've ever had, beating out his old man who had always been a once-in-a-generation genius." The last male member of the Sannin gave a rueful chuckle. "Naruto has proven to be a once-every-few-centuries genius. I remember when he was just a snot-nosed little Genin screaming about becoming Hokage, Tsunade said with a reminiscing smile. He used to be so much like Kushina. Ah yes, that red-headed tomboy, Jiraiya said with a grin. Always roughing it like one of the guys. She was a bit of a firecracker if I remember. They called her Akai Chizio no Habanero due to her fierce attitude and hair color. She grew up to be quite the beauty though, Tsunade said. Oh yeah, did she ever, Jiraiya said with a lecherous grin as his perverted side got the best of him. Jiraiya. The warning tone in Tsunade's voice caused him to stop his train of thought before he got pummeled by the woman's fists, which was not something he wanted to deal with right now. He, sorry Suheim, the white-haired man coughed several times before getting back on track. You know, as more and more time passed, I really started seeing Naruto has something of a grandson. I've never had any children, but Minato was always like the son I've always wanted, smart, powerful, and a real lady killer. Tsunade gave an indulgent grin. I bet the only reason you like Naruto so much is because he surpassed his old man in his ability to snag beautiful women, she remarked dryly. Isn't that the truth? Jiraiya said with hearty laugh. He's engaged to the Mizukage, the Nibi Jinchuriki, Yugito ni, and... When the man stopped, Tsunade frowned. You know who his other wives are, don't you? She accused. I know one of them, Jiraiya admitted. He won't tell me who the fourth woman he's engaged to is, no matter how I try to wheedle it out of him. But I do know the other woman he is engaged to. He was actually very impressed at how well Naruto and Koyuki managed to keep their relationship a secret. In the world of shinobi and cutthroat politics, keeping a secret like a famous daimyo and actress becoming engaged to an infamous S-ranked ninja was a very difficult thing to do. Why did he tell you and not me? Asked Tsunade, both seething and slightly hurt. It has nothing to do with him telling me, Jiraiya said as he held up his hands in a placating manner. I was just there when they started dating, that's all. Tsunade continued to glare at him, making the white-haired man sigh. Glaring at me isn't going to do anything. I promised Naruto I wouldn't tell anybody, and that includes you. Besides, we're still in a very public location. Even if I were inclined to tell you, I would hear. I suppose I can see your point, Tsunade sighed as she dropped the glare. And I can understand your desire to keep your promise to Naruto. As she looked at her teammate, a wistful smile came to her face. He's so protective of them, even when Meihu has an entire village of shinobi guarding her. She had been told about the rings they each had, how Naruto had placed the Hiraishin seal on the rings so they could call him whenever they wanted. She suspected it was the reason he would disappear several times a week when not given a mission. He acts a lot like Minato in that regard, Jiraiya said with a chuckle. He looked up at the sky to see the sun beginning to set. Well, I'd better get going. He stood up and grabbed his summoning scroll. Do you really have to do this alone? Asked Tsunade, her voice containing a hint of worry. Couldn't you at least wait for Naruto to return from his mission? I'm sure between the two of you, you could. I have to do this alone, Tsunade, Jiraiya interrupted the woman. I have my own personal reasons for doing this, and they need to be done alone. His words caused the blonde woman to look down. She knew very well why he felt the need to do this by himself. Amigakura was the place where he had met his first 3 apprentices, all of whom had been killed during the Second War after he left. The country was a place of great personal grief for the man. Naturally, anything that happened in that country that concerned him would be personal. That still didn't make it any easier. Don't die, she said. Concern for me, Suheim, Jiraiya joked, don't I feel loved? Tsunade tried to scowl, but it ended up failing as she muttered, Baka. I know, why don't we make a bet, Jiraiya said, catching the attention of the busty Hokage. You should bet on me dying. Tsunade looked at him incredulously. With your luck, you'll definitely lose, he gave the shocked-looking woman a grin. And if you lose, you'll have to go on a date with me and let me feel those lush melons of yours. Tsunade's eye began to twitch as Jiraiya gave another of his perverted grins while his hands were making grabbing motions, as if he was just imagining the feel of her breasts in his hands. It seemed that even in the most heartfelt of situations, the man managed to retain his lecherous nature. Poor Jiraiya. Thanks to Naruto's liberal use of Kage Bunshine, creating upwards of 200 clones, the squadron of Konoha ninja were able to quickly and thoroughly search out most of the areas that held Sasuke's scent. It was almost ironic that the blonde Jonin had never used the jutsu in the jutsu as a means to scout, which was what it had been originally made to do. Thanks to his training, Naruto found that even from multiple dispersions his mind was more than capable of processing the knowledge gained. Naruto wasn't the only one using their specialized methods of searching. In the skies above the forest, Sai made his own search, riding on an ink eagle of his own creation. He searched the area from above to see if he couldn't pick up any sign of the Sasuke or the group said ninja had formed. It was nearing the 1 hour mark when Naruto stiffened at the feeling of one of his cage bunching being killed, pierced through the stomach by a Chidori. "I found Sasuke," he shouted as the wind rushed past his face. The others all looked over at him as he stopped. "Follow me." He spun on his heels and began jumping in a different direction. The others soon followed the blonde as he sped off. "Naruto-kun." Hinata called as the blonde began getting farther and farther away. "Hold on. There's someone else up ahead." Just as Hinata said this, a man wearing an orange mask, with the standard black cloak with red clouds on it, stood up and waved. "Hola." He greeted the group with an enthusiastic and childlike voice. Naruto's eyes widened for a fraction of a second before his instincts kicked in. He flipped his body around, his feet hit the branch as he moved in a crouch, his hand just barely brushing against the bark near the man's feet before he used the branch as a springboard to jump back down to the ground. "It's him," the blonde thought to himself, wondering why this man was out here. "Oh my, oh my." The man shouted, "Hello, there, and there. I never imagined I would meet up with Konoha shinobi all the way out here. And there's 2, 4, 6. It's 8 against 1, now that's just unfair." "Oh, don't worry about that," Naruto said with a chuckle. "I'm not the kind of guy who plays unfairly. This battle will be between just you and me. The one eye of Kakashi, along with the 2 of every other ninja that had been sent on this mission, widened. "Naruto." Kakashi started to say, but was cut off by the blonde. "This guy may be acting like a fool, but don't let his appearance deceive you, Kakashi," Naruto said. "All members of Akatsuki are S-ranked ninja, none of you would stand a chance, and I'm going to need room in order to fight at full strength." Before Kakashi or anyone else could protest, the blonde jonin tossed the copy ninja a set of scrolls. "When you get to Sasuke, use those scrolls to seal him in Itachi. I designed those specifically for prisoner transportation." The silver-haired jonin looked like he wanted to debate with the blonde, but seeing the look in Naruto's eyes decided not to. "Got it," he told his current superior. "Hold on a minute," argued Kiba, "do you just expect us to run off while you fight?" "I expect you to do the mission we've been assigned," Naruto said evenly. "Our mission is not to fight Akatsuki right now, but to apprehend Sasuke and bring him back to Konoha." The blonde looked at the masked Akatsuki member. "If he's here, then it's only because he wants to delay us in getting to Sasuke." "Yeah, but..." "Kiba." Naruto cut off the dog using Jinan harshly, making everyone flinch at the cut-through steel voice. "This is not up for debate. Our mission is to retrieve Sasuke. We can only do that if one of us stays behind to make sure this guy doesn't follow us, and of the 8 of us I'm the only one capable of fighting an S-ranked ninja on even grounds." Seeing the defiance still on his friend's face, the blonde sighed. "Look, I'm trusting you to complete this mission. In return, I want you to trust that I know what I'm doing." Despite looking like he had swallowed something foul, Kiba nodded. "Fine," he huffed, "but I expect you to catch up when you're done." Naruto gave a mirthless chuckle. "Don't worry, I'll be along shortly." Knowing a dismissal when he heard one, Kakashi began to give out orders. "Let's go," he said before jumping off and away from the battle that was about to take place. The others minus Naruto soon followed the silver-haired jonin and made their way out of the battlefield. Before they could get far, the masked ninja appeared right in front of them, popping up from the ground and shouting, "Ninpo, Mogura Tataki no Jutsu, ninja art, whack-a-mole jutsu. You guys cannot escape me when I'm using my super awesome, ah." The orange masked man's speech was cut off as Naruto appeared in front of him in a yellow flash. Rasengan. Naruto smashed his technique into the man, or at least, he tried to. The Rasengan ended up going right through the masked Akatsuki member like he wasn't even there. "Keep going." The blonde shouted at the Konoha ninja, who had stopped when the man appeared in front of them. "Don't stop for anything. I'll make sure he doesn't get you, just get moving." The others soon did as told and began to move out. Like the first time they tried, the man in the orange mask popped up in front of them. "Ma!" That could have hurt if it high, and once again he was cut off as Naruto reappeared in front of him in another flash. However, unlike last time, the team of Konoha ninja didn't stop as they continued jumping away. The man tried to follow using his Mogura Tataki no Jutsu, but the blonde jonin was having none of that as he flashed to the man's location each time he tried to cut off his allies. "You really fast," the masked ninja said as he stopped. "Super fast, I don't think I've ever met someone as fast as you are." "Cut the act," Naruto said, his voice colder than a glacier from the former Yuki no Kuni. "You're not fooling me with that act of stupidity, Tobi, or should I say, Uchiha Madara. The moment the name left Naruto's mouth, the masked ninja's entire countenance changed. His posture straightened, the laid-back and slightly goofy aura dissipated, and the man's entire body radiated a confidence bordering on arrogant and power beyond that of any other shinobi Naruto had faced to date. "So," the man said, his voice no longer that of an overexcited idiot, but of a man who had no trouble killing others in order to achieve his goals. "You know who I am. I'm curious as to how you know that." Naruto smirked as two tri-pronged kunai slipped into his hands, and he slid into the stance his father often used in conjunction with his kunai. "Do you really think I'm going to tell you that?"